The reality for startup founders looks drastically different than it did only a few years ago. Suddenly, building and enduring companies is more important than explosive growth. Now, perhaps more than ever, startups need to be built from the first principles, and founders should prepare themselves for the long haul. Because the truth is that it takes persistence to build a company that lasts.
However, rarely has a stagnant period felt this exciting. Across sectors fundamental to human progress, all the way from sustainable energy to AI, we're suddenly able to build things that we couldn't even imagine for most of human history. But what's most important is that we didn't reach this point by coincidence, as it takes persistence to reach a technological breakthrough.
We're convinced that this decade will be viewed as pivotal in humanity's efforts to reimagine the way we live, work, and interact with nature, technology, and each other. For that, we need a society at large to work together for the betterment of all of us, because ultimately, it takes persistence to change the world.
That's what we gathered the 13,000 of you to celebrate over the next 2 days here in Helsinki. Entrepreneurial grit and what it takes to build a world-changing company. Look around. You're surrounded by 5,000 startup founders and operators. These are the people who dare to dream big and build the future we want to see. To every single founder in the audience, you are our most important customers, and we worked really hard to make this event a 7-star experience for you. We sincerely hope you enjoy it.
In addition, we're joined by 3,000 investors, managing a combined total of more than $3 trillion in assets. That makes this the largest gathering of venture capital on the planet, in this tiny city up north.
What's more, we're about to break a record together. You have booked more than 20,000 meetings with each other through our matchmaking tool. That means more than 1,000 meetings taking place every hour. It's hard to imagine what else the ecosystem needs more at this very moment.
In addition to connections, Slush is about advice. We believe that those who have built iconic companies provide the most valuable learnings to aspiring and early-stage founders. That is why we have gone above and beyond to bring some of the most successful company builders in the world to share their hard-earned advice with you. No matter the topic, we promise to deliver insights and concrete advice that you can put into practice the moment that you're back at the office.
Something that might surprise many of you is that Slush is a not-for-profit led by students and recent graduates. Moreover, our event is put together by 1,600 volunteers who are taking their very first steps in the ecosystem. In fact, all three of us here... In fact, all three of us here on stage started our Slush journey as volunteers. So I know exactly how exciting this moment feels for you. To every single volunteer in a room, we want to say thank you. Let's give a huge round of applause to our volunteers.
We've gathered here for Slush 2023, a celebration of entrepreneurial grit and building to last. With this event, we aim to transform your idea of what's possible and invite you to a community where persistence is perceived as a virtue and no dream is too big but needed to change the world. The beauty of events lies in the fact that they only exist for a very brief moment. That's why every minute counts, so make sure to make the most out of it. We're beyond excited to have all of you here. Welcome to Helsinki and Slush 2023.
Hello, Slush. Welcome to the founder stage. This is the iconic stage that each year welcomes some of the world's leading startup founders to share their actionable company building advice for the next generation of builders.
We are your hosts. I'm Anna, this is Sarah, and we both actually have the Finnish startup ecosystem to thank for our careers. My career started with a Startup Lifers-powered internship with Supercell about 10 years ago in San Francisco, and most recently I served as a CEO for Coding School Hive Helsinki. Right now, I'm focused on home life and chasing after a very energetic toddler.
My name is Sara. I started my career here at Slush as a head of program. In 2021, at the backstage of this very same stage that we're standing on, I got recruited to an early-stage VC firm all the way in San Francisco. Now, a couple years later, we're still in the Bay Area, and we're currently building a company called Prolific Machines. We are a next-generation biomanufacturing platform that has the ability to grow and control cells better than ever before. Gosh, it feels great to be back in the cold darkness under the quintessential Slush laser lights.
Let's get started with this year's program. We'll start with a conversation on the most important asset a company can have. It's people. We'll hear from a leader who has scaled two of the most iconic companies of our time, Stripe and Google.
Claire Hughes-Johnson served as the Chief Operating Officer of Stripe for 7 years, leading the company's growth from 200 to 6,000 employees. Today, Stripe is considered one of the most valuable private companies in the entire world. Before Stripe, Claire worked at Google, leading some of the world's most well-loved product teams behind the products such as Gmail.
And we couldn't be happier with the moderator we have for this conversation. We have the wonderfully talented Harry Stebbings, founder of 20VC, the largest media asset in venture and startups. Harry's 20VC podcast attracts a wide audience interested in people interested in entrepreneurship, investing, and technology, and has received over 150 million listens to date.
This is Scaling People. Welcome, Claire and Harry.
So I just heard an incredible stat, which is every minute, 200 businesses hit their millionth dollar in revenue using Stripe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we talk about impact. I mean, that's a fun fact to start. I want to start, Claire, with, I think, a really formative question, which is when you think back to when you were a child, what did you want to be when you grew up?
I mean, the honest answer for a long time is I really wanted to be a veterinarian, like an animal doctor.
Okay.
And, you know, animals, founders, very
Nurturing.
similar. wild domestication processes. I'm just kidding.
I would love to start, we see the Claire Hughes-Johnson stay, you've written the incredible book. I want to start on management style and philosophy. When you think about what it is today, how's that changed over time most significantly?
Putting my veterinary career aside,
brief.
I would tell you an interesting thing, which is when I was in college, and I don't know what inspired me to do this. My parents are teachers. I grew up in an environment that was about learning, not about business, not about capitalism. But somehow in college, I acquired a Godfather 3 poster of Al Pacino sitting in a chair, and it said, "Real power cannot be given, it must be taken." And I think I had a really, I am going to undermine the superstructure from within by acquiring some sort of power thing that, I was very interested in politics at the time. I was sort of interested in power structures. And honestly, I think I was interested in how do you change power structures. I'd like to believe that. But what happened when I became a manager was you realize all of a sudden you can't be the one taking the power. You actually have to be giving it to your team. And one of the harshest pieces of feedback I ever got was one of my first sort of consulting bosses who I presented the work of my team in front of them to him. And I was like, well, I'm the leader. I'm going to present the work, and he's going to give us feedback. And after the meeting, he took me aside, and he's like, what do you think? And he named each person. He asked me, what do you think they were thinking? And I was like, what were they thinking? I'm like, what do you think of the work? And he said, yeah, you really didn't give credit to Trisha. You left Dom out. He should have presented the technical section. And it was a huge lesson that I had been thinking, I'm the leader. I should talk. I should present. And instead, I should have been empowering the people in the room with the opportunity, right, to show their work and to get credit and recognition. And so you sort of think you're taking power, but actually you should be giving power. And then the final twist was you get too enabling of your team. You're too kind to them. You don't tell them directly, you're not doing well. You empower them, and then you say, wait a minute, this isn't what I expected. So it's like this sort of journey you go on, and how you handle that dynamic of expectation and feedback of yourself and also of your team.
This is why I stopped writing schedules, because I just didn't stick to them. So if we take the taking power first, to get to the management position, do you have to take power though? How do you think about that ascension, and what's crucial to go from IC to manager?
Yeah, I actually think the best managers are usually ones you're tapping on the shoulder. They're not people clamoring to be a manager, because the people clamoring to be a manager think it's some route to power and leadership, when in fact, like, I think and this is also the trap of management, like the most effective individual contributor is the person you tap on the shoulder and say, will you be the manager? But then, of course, it's a totally different job.
Yeah.
And they have to completely relearn how they do their work and trust other people to do the work. But that's the best. I don't think you want someone who's clamoring, because they usually have the wrong reasons.
Do many ICs make good managers? Because they are totally different jobs. And what would you advise founders who have ICs who are maybe going to be managers?
Yeah. In scaling people, I talk about, I mean, I'm simplifying here, but one of my operating principles is distinguish between management and leadership. And if I'm going to be very simplistic, I would say a lot of founders are very natural leaders, setting vision, very high bar, almost unrealistic expectations. And a lot of operators, like me, are more natural managers. How do I get from point A to B, organize the process, the project, the people? And I think ICs can sort of fall in those two categories. There's these pace-setting leader-like, wow, that person is ambitious and driven. And then there's people who are organizers and really can sort of execute well. And I think over time, both could become managers, but depending on which camp they're starting in, and I do think people have a natural camp, they're going to have some things to learn, or they're going to hit a ceiling in their career.
Can I ask, when you think about kind of delegating those responsibilities that you said there, where you kind of said, hey, here's what we've done, but it was you presenting, how do you think about importance of speed of execution? And does that change over time as well? Because we're told speed, speed, speed.
Yeah. Velocity, velocity, velocity.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that my book is about people and organizations, like I'm obsessed with, and I really do care. Like, what are companies made up of? They're made up of people. But really, actually, the book is about, if you build the right systems and processes, it affects the results. It's about business results. And so I think my answer to that is, so many companies, as they scale, feel so acutely the coordination, like the compound effect of coordination cost, which is really high. Things do slow down. Yeah. But I actually think one of the counters to that seems counterintuitive, which is put in some structure, put in some processes.
Well, how does Stripe do that? Because your product cadence is like unparalleled given the size of company. And I don't know anyone...
I think if you ask people internally, they would say we're very unsatisfied.
But I mean, compared to bluntly the incumbent set, it's pretty incredible in terms of speed. So how do you have such agility with size?
Again, I think there's anyone that you're trying to organize, whether it's 3 people or 20 people, needs a common vocabulary. And also a common understanding. Why do we exist? What are we trying to accomplish either right now, this month, or in 5 years? And how do we want to do that work together? The operating principles. And I think at Stripe, we spend a ton of time. First of all, everyone's very motivated by the why. Increasing the GDP of the internet is, it's a very ambitious mission, right? And then they're also understanding the what very specifically, because when you deal in sort of economic infrastructure, payments, very unique to different countries, very detailed and rigorous work you have to do to understand what moves the needle. And so we spend a ton of time in the details of the what, and then we lay out sort of expectations, but we don't define how you're going to get there sometimes. And it's very interesting to watch. I think the teams feel acutely this list of things to get done, and then they're like, oh my gosh, and we somehow have to accomplish it in this time, and we don't get it all done.
Can I ask, can we take a step back? Because I think you've created and assembled some of the best teams. How do you think about talent acquisition and some of your core lessons in terms of what it takes to acquire the best talent? Do you have a process? Do you have questions that you like to ask? What are the signals that they reveal?
Yeah, I think too much of the discussion often about hiring is that it's an art. Like, some people have a talent radar and some people don't. And I would just disagree. There is a judgment. There is a je ne sais quoi. You can't sort of put your finger on the feel, right? But actually, 90% of it is more science. And the challenge that I find, and I work with so many people who are like, well, I interviewed this person. I said, well, what happened in the interview? And they're like, well, I just looked at their CV and we had a great chat about their past experiences. I was like, well, then they kind of interviewed you because they know more about their past experiences and they can just control that conversation. You need to go in with a plan. What is the job I'm hiring for? What are the capabilities for success in that role? What are the questions I'm going to ask? What do good answers look like? And you need to ask the same things of all those candidates for that role so you can build a data set and compare. Like, that's the scientific part of it. Because people that you might relate to well in the interview may not actually have the best answers. And if you know what the best answers are, that's what you're looking for.
How many people should you interview to get a large enough data set to say, okay, I've done my work and I know a reasonable benchmark?
So I have two answers to that. So one is interviewing over time. I've interviewed thousands of people. So I think I have a very large data set across many different positions, many levels, many positions. And there are some commonalities that you start to see in the data, no matter if you're, going to be an IC support rep or, the head of revenue. Like, I can tell you there are certain ways people answer questions that are more at the abstracted level of, are they self-aware? Are they someone who learns? Do they strive for impact, right? Those are things I'm looking for. I don't care what level you are. But then in terms of a specific position, I think that's hard. It depends on how much interviewing experience you've had.
Would you ever
Let's
hire
say 10.
Would you ever hire the first person if they're great? You're like, fantastic, love them, great chemistry.
Probably not.
Probably not. How fast is it?
Unless they blow me out of the water, and I think, you know what, I'd hire them for anything. Which ideally is every candidate, but let's be realistic.
There's two kind of points which I think reveal quite a lot in the hiring process, which is title and salary. What are lessons in terms of how people respond to title and salary, and maybe how it corresponds to potential ability or future success?
Yeah, I mean, Stripe, we've really stayed away. Maybe we've done it for too long from title, because I do think it's a false flag, and it also backs you into a corner as you're scaling. So you've suddenly given titles away, and then you're like, well, now I have to restructure and bring in more experience. So I'm not a fan of title and people seeking title, especially if you're early. You want them motivated by what you're building and what they see and the people that work there. And I think the title, I'm just going to take a job only if you give me a VP title. That's a kind of an orange flag to me. And compensation, again, depending on what stage company you are, if that's someone's motivator, why aren't they going to work for a big tech company that has that? That's their currency, is I can pay you more. But I will say in my book, I have this talent framework that I developed, which is some people are pushers and some people are pullers. There's a certain talent type I've found, the pushers, who are just keeping score. They're very competitive, they're very driven, and they're constantly bringing up their title and compensation. And I used to really bother me, to be honest. It would really annoy me. And I get it now. I'm like, look, you're just keeping score. But you know what? You can't bring it up every meeting. So I'll just say, here's the rules. We'll talk about it once every 6 months. That's your shot. And then otherwise, let's talk about actually what you're pushing, the actual work, not the results of the work.
Can I ask, how obvious is a bad hire in the process? Is it obvious a month in, 3 months in, 6 months in? Do you know that?
Oh, there's a huge continuum of that. I think there have been some hires I've seen, and that in the end of the hiring process, they start to reveal themselves. And I cannot say strongly enough, somehow they realize they've got the job and their behavior changes. And you're like, what? Or the first week on the job, they're really terrible and their team spin up like they're not listening. No, I'm serious. Or they're acting like a knower. They're like, well, I already know all this. I don't need to be in the training. And I would say, just say, thank you so much. We made a mistake. I would really walk. But that is rare. It's rare, but it happens. I think it's more in about, depending on the role. An earlier stage role, you probably know in about a month to 2 months. I think in a more complicated role, someone with experience, it's probably 3, max 6 months. You know.
I remember Max Levchin from a firm said on our show once, when there's doubt, there's no doubt. Do you think that's right?
I mean, I think...
Have people surprised you?
That's generous. People have surprised me, but I would say it's fairly rare. Yeah. I mean, I hate to be the person, if people follow thinking around growth mindset, I'm not the person who would say, the way you are is the way you are, and you can't grow. Because that's not...
savage.
It would be terrible. It's savage. It's not true. But I think what Max is talking about is something I see now. I sit on a lot of boards, and you listen to the CEO talk about their executive team, and when they have a doubt about someone who's in a leadership role, and they're sort of saying, well, but, they came into a difficult situation, you start making excuses for them. They came into a difficult situation, the macro environment's been difficult, and they're sort of trying to explain to themselves, why is it that I'm not confident in this person? Yeah. I've now come to believe that kind of doubt, there's no doubt.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Okay, so before kind of making a decision, we do need to give feedback.
Yes.
Feedback is tough to give sometimes. I'm often told that you need to give a shit sandwich, which is nice, shit, nice. And that's like the secret. We chatted last night and you were like, maybe not.
Yeah.
Is a shit sandwich wrong? That should be the title of
I think I think it is wrong. I would say that as the manager of a person, I don't care if you've just started working together or you've been working together for 2 years, your job is to have built a relationship that exists at multiple levels. So one of the levels is you have very clear expectations. They know their expectations of them, not in a detailed list, but they understand the role, what you expect. You've set goals together. They have priorities. Another level is you understand their development goals. You can have a career conversation within the first few months. What are you looking to do? How do you want to grow? And then there's a level of like, look, we've got to have a dialogue about how our things are going, and it's got to be open and easy. And it's like easy for me to say all those things, by the way. So few managers forget, like you've got to set the expectations. You've got to understand them and what motivates them. You've got to manage different people differently. And then you get to the work of giving feedback. So let's say you've actually laid some of that foundation. Yep. Starting even in your first meeting with someone, how do we want to run our one-on-ones together? Why don't you come to me with a draft of your goals for this month? Whatever it is.
So is it the same for every person, or do you tailor it for different profiles?
I have, like, a lot of my operating system, which is another operating principle of mine, is like come back to your operating system, is I have a framework. Like literally this is how my one-on-one document is structured. This is how I onboard someone into working with me, and then what I ask of them, and then I adapt to them because they're going to have differences that I adapt to. But I think you want a common OS, essentially. But I say all this because you can't walk in. The problem is managers walk into the first time they're giving someone feedback and they're like, Harry, you're doing so well at presenting at the team meeting, but you didn't like get 5 of the last things I asked you to get done on time. And anyway, thanks so much for being a great presenter. You're going to be like, wait, what? What just happened? No,
I thought that was a great meeting.
Yeah, you liked that because you're like, well, what I'm going to take away is that I'm such a great presenter at the team meeting. And I wanted you to take away, so you're not being accountable for your work deadline.
So you'd walk in and say, hey, last 5 things.
I'd walk in and say, I want to check in on your goals right now, because I have them at the top of my doc with you. And you're saying, oh, this is okay. I think I'm doing well. And then I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about the fact that all of these seem like they're delayed. What do you think's happening? So I'm not going to start with, you are not meeting your deadlines, I'm judging you. I'm going to start with, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to say, what is going on? Because it feels like every single goal, everything we had on the list is delayed.
Are they good?
And I'm going to give you a chance to tell me.
And there are good reasons.
Sometimes.
Hey, I'm so sorry, macro, people are buying slower, I lost our champion.
Yeah, but you know what that is?
What?
That's being a victim. No, I'm not going to say that to you, but I'll tell you, like, it's very interesting when you give people feedback. They're either going to be a victim and blame every external, their other team member, the macro environment, the customer, or they're going to be really, the people I want to hire, they're going to be really self-aware and they're going to say, well, yes, of course, there's been challenges in the environment, but what I should have done is follow up on that deal faster. You say, okay, so that was number 1. You didn't follow up on the deal fast enough. You had other deals in the work, maybe they're a salesperson, a BD person. You say, well, tell me what else. And you dig. And one of the things that I think is a great framework, it's not mine, is the 5 whys, which is like, well, okay, so why didn't you follow up on the deal? Like, you're trying to get at an underlying thing that's going on with the person. And by the way, in this journey, what you're doing is moving from being in opposition to one another to try to sit next to each other and say, let's just look at this problem together. Like, what do you think is going on here? And maybe there's like 3 of the 5, there's actually a common pattern, which just has to do with the person is like terrible at time management. And they're probably getting a lot of inbound. And they're just like, well, I'm doing the thing that feels urgent, but it's actually not that important. And so you're diagnosing with them and you're saying, what are you going to do differently? This would be our first conversation. It's actually, but I think it's pretty friendly. And they're thinking, wow, my manager cares about me. They're trying to help me diagnose. Why am I not meeting expectations?
Do you find some people are more affronting to that conversation? I've had it before where suddenly it's like, oh, there's conflict here.
Absolutely. There's people who get immediately defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
what do
even
you
if
do then to simmer, just like?
I actually usually stop the conversation. I'll say, so here's the other thing is, you are animals, back to veterinary sciences. Notice how they're reacting. Notice what's happening in the room. Notice the energy and the body language of the person you're talking to. And then, this is the risky thing, and then talk about it. So I would stop and I would say, I am noticing that it feels like this is new information to you, that you're reacting, you need to process some of what I just said. Like, you haven't really actually thought about why you're not meeting these deadlines. And they're like, yeah, I mean, I don't think this is true. You say, well, I think we're seeing things differently. So I'm not going to back off. I'm not going to say I have no feedback for you. I'm going to say, I think we're seeing things differently, but I really respect that you need a minute. Like, why don't we come back tomorrow? Like, why don't you take a minute, think about this? I've asked you some questions.
Does it get better tomorrow? I mean, do they?
Depends. It really depends. Some people actually
That's a hard thing to come back.
If you think about sort of introverts versus extroverts, really in that framework, introverts really need to think in order to talk, and extroverts often talk to think. Harry, I think you're pretty extroverted. But for some folks, they come back the next day and they've written out quite a bit. They've had to really think, and they wanted to write their thoughts, and they come back, and sometimes what they come back with is quite defensive. But now we've got a chance to read a document together and say, okay, so this is what you think is going on.
So you do ask them to come back with a doc?
Not everybody, but some people I say, it seems like you want to respond to this. Why don't you write it up and share it with me so we can both process it and then have the conversation. But what I'm doing when I notice the reaction is, one, I'm telling them they're reacting, because they don't know they are often, and I'm giving them an escape hatch, right? Because it's uncomfortable.
If they say, no, I want to carry on now, is that okay?
Yes, if they say that, I say, okay. But what I feel like is we're not actually having a conversation. You're just telling me that you don't agree. And I'm telling you, by the way, feedback is just a mirror. I'm just holding up a mirror, and I'm saying, look, I don't know what's actually going on with you, but here's what I'm seeing. Like, in my mirror of you, I'm seeing a deadline problem. You do not meet your commitments. And I said, and you're disagreeing with me. And I say, well, let's look at the data about that. Here's the data I have. What data do you have? But I'm not judging you. I think a lot of people are afraid to give feedback because they think that you're showing up at the one-on-one and I'm saying, you know what, Harry, you're a bad person because you don't meet your deadlines. I'm not. I don't think you're a bad person. I really like you. I want to support you. I'm your manager. But my job is to make sure that you know that I know that you're not meeting your deadlines. And if you don't notice it, we're going to get you to notice it, and you're going to change your behavior. And if you don't change your behavior, you're not going to be on the team.
How long do you give them?
Really depends. I mean, I think that's the whole thing. So much of this, that's why it's hard to write a management plan.
Let's start kind of early stage.
It's context. If they're an early stage employee, 30 days max.
Okay, so we have 30 days max. Sadly, I'm coming back with some bad docs, not giving good reasons, and you're like, got to let them go.
Yep.
How do you do it the right way?
Well, again, if you've done this correctly, we've had a few conversations, and you've come back and I've said, you know, if you're in a more established company, you might have a performance improvement plan. But even if you don't, you just send them an email and say, here's the summary. It's what we talked about. You're going to do these things. You're going to meet your deadlines for the next 2 weeks. You've got this one project. I want to see the results. And I see them. And as the month is going on, we have our weekly one-on-one, and I'm saying, you know what? I'm noticing you're not on track. I just want to call that out. And what's going to happen is they're either going to be like, you know what, I'm done. Like, I can't do this.
Are you conflict avoidant?
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I think that the more that you can empower the person to be part of, like, notice their own issue and own it, that's not conflict avoidant. That's actually how you, I mean, really it's a negotiation. It's like, here's what I see. What do you see? What do we both want? Now, most people you can manage out by saying, I'm not seeing good stuff. And if you want to own your departure, you might make a choice now to leave. But if you want to wait till the end of the month, I will say I'm worried. I love the words, I'm worried. I'll say, I'm worried you're not going to meet this expectation of this plan we put together this month. And I want you to understand that means you're not going to be on the team. And they're going to say, and I sometimes even say, do you think this is even the right job for you? Like, are you successful in a role like this? And some people will introspect, and then you're having a conversation about what do they really want to do? And then you have a decision to make, which is, should they stay at the company? Is there another role that's good for them? Or is this is the end? And I think too many people sort of let the problem roll to another team. So most of the time, I think it's the end.
Okay, so we're going to do a quick fire round. We've got 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Okay, so let's start with, dinner with anyone, dead or alive, you can ask them any question. Who do you have dinner with? And what do
Virginia
you ask?
Woolf.
Who?
Virginia Woolf,
Okay. And what
one
do you
of the
ask?
greatest writers in multiple centuries.
What would you ask?
I would ask her how she took the inner workings of humanity in the brain and put them on a page.
Who's the best board member you sit on a board with?
You know, I have really enjoyed being on a board with Dara Khosrowshahi, who's the Uber CEO. He's incredibly nice mix of empathetic, but very high bar, results driven, and strategic yet operational. Like he can get right in the detail and then he goes right back up to big picture.
What's your biggest lessons from working with Patrick and John?
They are so deeply curious. Like there is never enough information or feedback from
Is
them.
focus a challenge with
Yes.
such curiosity?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, look, every one of your greatest strengths is also your greatest weakness.
What's the hardest challenge for you in terms of your role with Stripe?
The role of the COO when I was the COO is whatever the company needs it to be at that moment. So you have to be very, very good at getting out of your day-to-day and looking and saying, what does the company need me to be? And it's not just the company of today, it's the company of a year or 2 years from now.
What's the kindest thing anyone's ever done for you? I know it's a weird one. I got asked it the other day, but I was like, it's a good one. It made me reflect back. People who gave me a chance when I was...
Yeah. Oh, so many people. I mean, I remember Sheryl Sandberg when I was coming back from my first maternity leave. She had just come back from hers. And she said, let's have lunch. And I was like, oh, scary. Sheryl Sandberg wants to have lunch. And she had lunch. She just wanted to check in. How are you doing? You know what? I know it's hard. It's very hard when you first come back from having a child because you're just very tired. And she's like, I know it's hard, but you know what? You can do it. And you're going to be fine. And I thought that was very kind. The other thing is if you're someone who gives a lot of your time, your energy, there are certain people in my life who like make sure I've had dinner. And I really appreciate people who make sure that I take care of myself.
That's final one. I think many in the audience are parents and have children, but also want to be the best operators,
Yes.
the best founders.
Yeah.
What advice would you have to them in terms of being the best at both?
Well, it's hard to be the best at both. So what you need to define is what your best is, right? I think there's a lot of judgment in the world. What does a great operator look like? What does a great parent look like? Forget that. What is your version of success? So define it and then lay out your priorities and put some boundaries. And someone yesterday at a dinner we saw last night told me that she read something that happened to me, which maybe is a good thing to end on, but which is my daughter attended a speech I gave where I got asked a question about work-life balance. And I said to the questioner, I said, look, one, you get the right partner in your life, and that makes a big difference. And the other is you decide what's important to be there for your kids. Maybe that's dinner 3 times a week. Maybe that's whenever they perform or they have a soccer match or whatever it is, you decide. I said, and then you show up for the important things. And I said, and that's what I tried to do. And my daughter, age 11, wrote me a note 6 months later for my birthday and said, by the way, I liked your talk. You were funny. And you do show up for the important things.
Wow. I mean, that's a great ending point.
That was feedback, and it was a gift.
That is great feedback. Listen, Claire, thank you so much for this. I've loved doing it. I'm so glad we didn't have a schedule, but this has been fantastic fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, everyone. I'm
Awesome.
taking my water.
Wow, what a start. Thank you, Claire and Harry.
In just 8 years, Monzo has transformed itself from an underdog neobank that lured millennials with hot pink debit cards to the UK's largest digital bank. But scaling and upending a financial institution like the bank doesn't come without hurdles.
Our first speaker is TSNL, CEO of Monzo. He brings on board over 25 experience in banking from financial institutions such as Visa and Capital One. Since joining Monzo in 2020, TS has led the company through the global pandemic, banking crisis, and economic downturn to high growth, scale, and profitability.
He'll share the stage with Sonali De Rijker, partner at Excel. Sonali has an incredibly impressive track record in software, consumer, and fintech, having led the firm's investments to some of the most iconic tech companies in the world, such as Spotify, Crew, and Monzo.
This conversation will be moderated by Callum Burrows, a tech correspondent at Business Insider. He covers the European startup and VC ecosystem with a focus on fintech and AI.
This is Navigating the Hurdles on the journey from a startup to scale up. Welcome on stage, Tias, Sonali, and Callum.
Hello. Can everyone hear us? Lovely to be back at Slush. Thanks all for coming. I've got a fabulous panel with me here this morning that needs very little introduction, but for those of you who don't know, we've got Sonali and TS here of Monzo fame. We're talking about the journey from startup to scale up. It's something that everyone in this room has probably experienced, wants to experience, or hopes to experience one day, and we're going to talk about that in some depth here. Monzo was founded in 2015 and has grown exponentially since then. Nearly 9 million customers now in the UK, I've just been reliably informed. But it's not been an easy journey so far. It should never be easy to build a bank. And TS is here, having been a CEO in the US previously for Monzo. But during the pandemic, things went a little bit pear-shaped for everyone here, I imagine. And the company changed from a founder CEO to TS here. And I'd like to start there, if possible, TS, with how it felt to join a company in the midst of the pandemic while you were based in California at the time.
Yeah, so I think everybody has a crazy COVID story, and life was crazy for all of us. My version of crazy began at 2 a.m. every morning, sitting in Palo Alto in lockdown, and trying to run this business that was based out of the UK, with a team that I was not physically with, had spent very little time physically with. And it was clearly an existential time. It was a difficult time for all of us, but also a time of enormous change in a good way. It was a point of inflection for the business. And Sonali, you were there at the time as an investor already.
And thank you, Callum, by the way, for being here, and it's great to be back at Slush. It was a very difficult time. It was, the way I describe it, it was a bit of a triple whammy. A lot of our companies and a lot of you in the room went through a very tough time. There were some companies whose business model became illegal, essentially, during COVID. But I think it was kind of in April 2020 where our revenue halved.
Yep.
And on top of that, we were in the middle of closing a round, and because the world collapsed, the investor at the time, nothing to do with Monzo, decided they were going to freeze every single investment. This isn't fun when you're relying on the money. And on top of that, we're also a regulated business, and so the regulator was asking us, rightly so, some questions. And so it was, let's say, it was a pivotal moment. It was a stressful moment. It became all hands on deck.
Yep.
And in walked TS, and things changed.
Yeah,
definitively.
It kind of been easy to go from someone like Tom, who had been there from the start, a repeat founder, having obviously been at Go Cardless previously, had a, like the rest of us, a very difficult time during the pandemic. How easy/difficult was it to choose TS, to make sure that you had the right person in place to start the next part of the journey?
Yeah, I mean, look, I cannot speak for Tom, who's been very vocal about his decision and why he stepped down. But I have a sneaking feeling that when Tom looked at TS, he saw his plan A in some sense, and it all kind of came together. TS, why don't you talk about how it felt from going from running the US to everything you did? And I'll give you my version of the story. Let's see if it matches up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so it was a crazy time. As Sonali said, it was a difficult time for the business itself, and the triple whammy that Sonali is describing about the business being under siege because of COVID and everything else, capital runway being a real challenge, and the regulatory pressures as well. So in some senses, it was this interlocking set of problems where everything was linked, right? To raise more capital, we needed to ship product. To ship more product, we needed to make sure that we had the business was ready to scale in that same way, and we had comfort from the regulators and everybody else. To do all of those things, we needed a team that had to be great, right? To get the team right, we needed to have a vision. We needed to be talking about the future and not just fixing the stuff that there was. So it was a series of interlocking problems, which there was just no other way to think about it other than to say, let's get on with it, right? Let's dig deep. Let's find our conviction, and let's take all of these things on. And then the good thing about interlocking problems is that you can be trapped in a vicious cycle where everything is sort of spiraling downwards. But if you can flip that around into it being a virtuous cycle, right? Start to solve some problems, it creates a virtuous cycle that actually gets you out of it all and creates a real point of inflection. So in our case, that was ship product. So within weeks of the transition, the first thing that we did was ship a major product, the first of our subscription products, Monzo Plus. And that meant that the team was motivated. It meant that there was a real proof point about where the business was going from a revenue and growth perspective. So we did that. We took on the regulatory stuff and said, look, we're going to build this for real controls in a way that this becomes a real asset for Monzo. So we took that on. Churning the team at a time like that is not easy, right? Because you're trying to get so much stuff done. So yeah, I'd like to think that we used that spring of 2020 and that crisis, we didn't let it go to waste. We used the crisis to build a better, stronger, more successful company.
That's when TS has a few attributes, and we can talk about it later. But one of the key ones that I learned during that moment, I was actually in a sunny place in lockdown and COVID, and TS would get online and would be talking about, what's going to happen. And he'd be all smiles and he'd be totally cool. Meanwhile, it was 2:00 in the morning for him every single day. His day was night, essentially, for months on end, right? Yeah. But the one thing was, he was always smiling, he was always in a good mood, and he was unflappable. And this is when I learned, one of your true superpowers was being unflappable. But Callum, what I would say about that moment, and again, there are many companies who've been through different moments, but it really was, in many ways, a real founding moment or a refounding moment for Monzo. Monzo had done amazing things between 2015 and 2020, but we had a lot of challenges. And it was like a line in the sand in terms of you have the product, you have insane customer love. All our growth had been organic at the time. We were regulated, which is a good thing from a moat perspective and a trust and a credibility perspective, but it came with certain requirements. And it was not going to be easy to do the next stage. And TS and the team that had been brought on board managed to figure out that next phase in a way that actually includes many of the attributes that I think about when we look at sort of founders in terms of, sense of urgency, astuteness, what's coming next in terms of product, resilience. It's not easy, but that's exactly what happened in that period. And of course, it's the benefit of hindsight, but it really felt like an incredible pivotal moment. And I mean, the final thing I want to say on that is that I've been through a lot of founder CEO transitions. It's kind of the dark underbelly of the technology world. People don't talk about it. It's there, and there's some,
We're talking about it right now.
But you report on it. No, what I want to say is that this was one that was done in a celebrated way. We need to celebrate great founder CEO transitions that happen. And as I say, this is more like a refounding story in some sense.
Yeah, I want to sort of touch on that a little bit more, actually, for UTS, because you were already part of the company. So you had already a great idea of what was coming next, what was in the pipeline, a down round and COVID pandemic and everything else aside. And obviously the 2 a.m. starts can't relate to being in a sunny place during COVID, unfortunately, but nice for some. The point about product previously was that Monzo, ubiquitous for, bright pink card and, sort of very loved by customers. Hot coral.
Yeah.
Okay. But the general gist has always been that, it was a bank first and foremost, and you had your current account with the company, and that was great. How important was it for you to sort of come in and put a stamp on things in terms of next on the product roadmap, and in terms of also, I guess, building from a beloved startup into a revenue-generating, monetizable scale-up business?
Sure, there's a lot to unpack in there, right? So to your point about first being in the US, So my period being in the company before the transition happened with Tom was weeks, right?
Yeah.
Almost days. Not so certainly didn't feel like months at the time. In hindsight, it feels like, you know, all of time at that point seems like a bit of a warp anyways. But here's the thing. So it was important to me, to us as a team, that we rejected false binaries, right? One of the biggest false binaries that was sort of pervasive was this idea that we're either a mission-oriented company or we're a great business model. And I reject that false binary, right? Because I think it's important to be both of those things, and done right, those two things build on each other, right? So being mission-oriented means we have a deep, deep commitment to building great products for customers, doing it in a way that customers understand the product, communicate in a wickedly transparent way, and price it appropriately, right? So that's being mission-oriented. Having the right business model means we understand how to monetize all of that responsibly, deliver it at a cost structure that we can scale at, and build a real growth story. And the reason I say that's a false binary is because done right, they reinforce each other. If the mission is good and you're true to the mission, it actually creates amazing commercial outcomes. In our case, being mission-oriented and building product like we do has meant that most of our growth has been word of mouth, right? So we're 9 million customers in the UK almost now, and most of that is word of mouth. That is extraordinary, right? So we don't burn a whole bunch of money on acquiring customers because we don't need to, right? So that's a great commercial outcome. The other great commercial outcome is that it's not just about numbers of customers. The vast majority of those customers, 60% of them, are weekly transacting active. Right? That's the level of engagement that they have with us. So every new product we offer those customers, there is a high propensity to buy it from us because they trust us. So being mission-oriented drives amazing commercial outcomes, and the other way around. Because when we scale, because we have a great sustainable business model, it means we're delivering on our mission for millions and millions of more customers. Right? So it was important to us to think about it like that. So that, you know, to your point about, you know, my personal stamp on that with the transition and everything, it's a great question. But I like to think of it as being incredibly focused on what we will not change and then build new muscles. So what we did not change was the DNA of the company, which was as customer-oriented as we are. What we did not change was this maniacal obsession about designing delightful products that customers love. Right? So you take that DNA and then add to it a whole bunch of muscles around scaling, around building product and shipping it faster. And the product roadmap that we have, you know, the roadmap is no rocket science, right? We know what we're building. We're building towards a financial control center, a single place where customers will manage all of their money needs. And it's about staying that course and just continuing to build at pace, scale it with our existing customers, and make sure you hold really high standards, you know, for everything that we do.
Yeah, I mean, Sonali, I mean, you've backed, you know, dozens of amazing companies over your career, and you've been involved in Monzo since 2018, I think. And I guess the question then on product is like, there are a lot of companies where there are these foundational moments, be it like during the pandemic or other times, where it's a little bit make or break. A company could be doing okay and have an interesting product, but there are many competitors, particularly in neobanking, particularly in the UK. What is it that you think are the sort of key hurdles to overcome in terms of getting a product that is loved, as we say, but actually into one that stands the test of time and will be around for, you know, presumably a while?
Yeah. No, Callum, it's a great question. And, you know, in many ways, we measure ourselves by looking at not just returns, and of course those matter, but which of our companies are enduring? Which of our companies have the destiny or are publicly listed and, you know, have tens of thousands of employees over time? And it's not easy to figure that out at the very early stage. But if you just step back, and it'll weave it a bit into what TS just said, to actually build a successful neobank was, of course, going to be very, very valuable because banking is ubiquitous, but it's bloody hard. It's complicated, and it is capital intensive, even though everybody tried to sort of not think it was. And the attributes and the fundamentals of why Monzo was not just special, but pretty unique, existed right at the beginning, and it existed all the way throughout, including in 2020. One is the insanity of the customer love. You cannot build a bank and have mass market adoption, which is kind of what we think it was a blueprint of success, which is actually being really, I wouldn't say dominant, but having significant share in a geography. Now, if that's the US, it's smaller share, but if you're in the UK, that sort of meant being at least a top 10 bank, which is very hard given kind of the incumbents. And you cannot spend your way through that because the CAC, the customer acquisition cost in financial services, is typically 100 to 150. It was free for us because it was grassroots, word of mouth, true love, which exists to this day. So that's what's carried through. The second was that we were never a one-trick pony. We weren't just about really nice analytics about spending and spend management and payments. We really wanted to be, as Tia said, your financial control center. And what does that mean? We wanted to be a better bank. We wanted to give you term deposits. We wanted to give you overdrafts. We wanted to give you loans. We wanted to give you premium products, insurance. We wanted to do everything as opposed to what you were doing today, which was very fragmented. That vision was always there, but of course it was very early and we were not monetizing, which was really the difficulty at the time. And then the final thing, which people don't talk about, and it's sort of like, kind of a little bit, you can think it's fluffy, but if you're going to be a bank, at some point something will go wrong. Sorry, TS, it's true. Something's going to go wrong, right? We read about banks, big, small, large, in different countries here, etc. And so you had to be sure that you could sleep at night. And how could you sleep at night? You could only sleep at night if the team, at the end of the day, all they cared about was customer first. Really, it wasn't just about the mission, is that the wellness of the customer, make money count. This was really something that was deeply embedded. At the gambling block we did, which was revolutionary, we prevented consumers from spending on gambling, which would have made us a lot of money, but we didn't do it. This was really like core to the mission. And so these were the reasons why, we think the company or the bank would be enduring. And I think it still remains true today. But the challenge was, it was not easy to monetize, candidly. That was a pivotal time. That was kind of the before and after. We had all of that there. But how do you actually make money? And how do you make money in the best interest of your consumers?
Sure.
Which is what banks, frankly, don't do, right? It's about intransparent fees, opaque fees, etc. So that was sort of, I think, the foundations.
So I'll give you a couple of examples to illustrate what Sonali is saying, right? So the gambling block, which is such a cool feature, it gives customers the ability to say that don't let me top up my online gambling account without a 24-hour cooling off period. Right? We built that product because a customer service rep talking to a customer figured that this tool will actually change their life. Right? And even and a feature like that comes about not because you can monetize it and attach pennies and pounds of ARPU to it. It comes about because you're trying to build the right thing for the customer. And it gets used. Like, just in the last few months, we've blocked 250,000 transactions with the gambling block. That's 250,000 people that feel more in control of their money because of it, right? Or the investments product we launched 2 months ago, right? All of the research about the product suggested that most customers in the UK, most individual customers in the UK are spooked about investing and don't enter the space for 2 reasons. The 2 big reasons were, the first, they don't understand it, right? Because the incumbent industry has just thrown a brick wall of terms and conditions at you, as opposed to educating you. So that was the one big gap. And the second big gap was people thought investing is not for me, right? It's for richer people, right? So we solved both those problems with the product that we launched 2 months ago, where the education is bite-sized in the customer's language, really aims at not checking some controls box, but really about educating the customers better. And the vast majority of our customers are engaging with that education. Right? Then we said, look, the entry point should be £1. For £1, you can get started building an investment pot. And we just launched that, and within hours of launching, without spending a penny on marketing, we had 150,000 customers put themselves on the wait list for the product. Right? So that thing about saying, look, let's build the best product, let's learn from our customers and ship that, creates all sorts of other, knock-on great outcomes.
Yeah, I think crucially as well, one thing that comes across from a lot of this is that there was a choice, I think, fairly early on to become regulated entity in the UK. And as we know, not every neobank has to be regulated or chooses not to be. But there's a level of scrutiny and difficulty that comes with that, particularly as a sort of startup as opposed to a scale-up that, I have conversations with CEOs and founders regularly about the difficulty of working with banking regulators, and this could be a conversation that could go on for a long, long time. But just briefly, in terms of as a company, in terms of something that was difficult to do, but I presume now has been the right decision and feels like something that's made every difference?
For sure. I think ultimately it comes down to saying, look, if we were in a different business, Callum, right? If we were in the business of, say, being in e-commerce retail, then getting really, really good at distribution, at warehouse, supply chain would be crucial to your success. Right? If we were building amazing devices, it would be about the design, but it would also be about sourcing the right chips from around the world, manufacturing at scale at a cost that you can actually deliver to customers. We happen to be in financial services, in which industry it's important to get this regulatory bit right. And so we own that, right? And we said, let's solve the really difficult problem, let's own it, and in doing so, create a real moat around our business, right? That we can do that at scale, not in a way that we're sort of in denial about it or say, complaining and moaning about it, but saying, look, let's just be great at building a well-regulated business, creates a real moat for us. And it allows us to focus on the stuff that we want to be good at, which is put great products in the hands of customers, give them the tools to make good decisions and make their money work harder for them.
Do you want to come in on that, Sonali?
Yeah, after I stop coughing. Sorry, guys. It was not easy to figure out what this would mean, right? Because being regulated is a moat, but it's also not trivial to think about the requirements, right, from a reporting and capital and many other derivative side effects. But if you think about trust and long-term durability, which is sort of what a consumer is assuming exists when they give you their money. And one thing we haven't said, the goal, you cannot be successful if you don't end up being more or less a primary bank. You cannot be the second bank or the third bank or the fourth bank. You can do that over time, but if you really are fast-forwarding to an enduring company that is a standalone business that's extremely profitable over time, you do need to be the primary bank because that's where the data is. Yep. That's how you do the lending decisions. That's how you think about wealth management. Yep. And how are you the primary bank if you're not regulated, if you don't have that umbrella of trust that the consumers are looking for? So for us in the early days, it took us a while to figure out, is that the harder but more valuable route, or is just that the harder route? And I think we very much went in the former camp. But of course, you have to embrace it. And that's what I would say in, TS Don't Blush. I think that's what TS has done. He manages to be this person who can stand in front of the regulator and everything that sort of goes with it, and having extreme credibility, 3 decades in financial services. But when you go back in the office, it's sort of really, it is a startup that's moving at pace and kind of maybe not breaking everything, but it's a very nice combination. But you've embraced it, right? Instead of like trying to put it on the side, you're like, how can we be the best at being a regulated business? And I think that's the real moat, not just ticking a box.
I think crucially as well, regulation, very difficult, could spend all day doing that, we won't. But one of the other crucial things is that the company has been predominantly a UK business, but has in the past attempted, sort of retrenched, gone back again with the US.
And look what we got from it.
Yeah,
yes.
Notoriously, great move, ideally, right? But notoriously a very difficult place to get regulated. Many have tried, many have failed. There's no shame in that. That's what we're all here for. But can you tell me a little bit about how that process has been in terms of the cost, the difficulty, the sort of application there, and then also a little bit maybe about what's coming next, and with Connor now in place, like what's happening next?
For sure. Look, we've never been shy to say that our ambition is global, right? The ambition is massive because it's consistent with the mission and it's consistent with the ambition that we have for the sector. And we also recognize that this is the beginning of the transformation of financial services, right? We're so at the beginning of this whole journey. But we also know that actually to succeed at scale, you have to build businesses that scale well. So I think it's no accident that now is the time we're actually doubling down in the US as well, right? Where we hired a talented leader there because we think we've earned that right. We've proven that the model works at scale in the UK. And we know that our long-term success is going to be a function of a very, very successful win in the home market. And then we sort of expand beyond that. In each case, wherever we expand, the US, of course, and Europe soon as well, I hope, the approach is the same thing, right? Which is build a product that actually works for customers. And we know that that's the definition of our success. Once we get that, everything else follows. And, I mentioned earlier this thing about false binaries. The other false binary we reject is that is ambition versus discipline. Right? Because I would get asked this question, but if we're so ambitious, like, won't we end up burning a lot of money? Or if we're so disciplined, like, how are we thinking big? And no, actually, you can be incredibly ambitious, but be very disciplined with how you build the business out. stage gate your investments, focus on what is crucial for success. In our case, as I said, product market fit. Build the right product, and then continue to invest with that ambition in mind. So we're just getting started, Callum. As much as it feels like 9 million customers and doubling revenues every year and profitable, and all of these are big milestones to talk about. It feels like we're just at base camp now, and we're swinging for the fences in terms of the size of ambition we have.
Yeah, I think it's all about how do you allocate capital in a judicious way, right? And that's the discipline. The ambition has to be there because we've just got started. And certainly that's how we think about it. But it would really be foolish to not take our brand of how we do neobanking to a market that hasn't actually figured it out. Candidly, you have companies that are interchange only, who sit on top of other people's stack, etc. And remember, the US is very large. I mean, California itself is a big market. So if you think about the opportunity, it is very sizable, and you have to think about market share and acquisition in sort of a very different way. But in many ways, the UK has really been the birthplace of some fantastic, globally relevant fintechs. And in the way I look at it, Monzo is the poster child of a great neobank. And poster childs tend to get exported. And the question is how and when, with what capital, and what pace. But that's why we have a lot of time, because we control our own destiny, because we're profitable.
Yeah, I actually wonder from that point of view as well. I mean, the US competitive landscape, incredibly different, and I mean, California, bigger economy probably than the UK, so, great place to start, if anywhere. But I guess general thing about that is that there is a lot of competition. There has been a lot of, I presume, times where things have been quite challenging in terms of what competitors are launching, what you're actually sort of trying to build. Like, how difficult has it been over the years seeing rivals both in Europe and in the US sort of taking different parts of the neobanking idea and doing it a little bit differently? How has it felt or changed for you?
It's a great question.
Yeah, so Sonali was joking earlier about me being sunny side up and optimistic and all of that. I think it's crucial in any of these roles. So these are not roles for the faint of heart, right? Because building and scaling a business takes a lot, and there's entrepreneurs all over this room who know what that looks like. So you have to play the long game, right? You have to play with the conviction of what you're really building and be able to see through all the storms along the way, right? COVID was a storm. Competitive dynamic is a storm, right? Of course you have to respond to the market. Of course you have to be mindful of what's out there, what choices customers have. But you have to have the conviction also about what you're building, right? And not be distracted by someone playing at this and someone playing at that. And the good news about this last couple of years, right, with the macroeconomic slowdown, the capital market slowdown and so on, I think, has been that you can, the whole cliche about, when the tide goes out, you realize who's been swimming without costumes, trunks, is true, right? Because when things are frothy, every narrative can carry the day, right? But in difficult times, you separate great companies from the rest. You separate real business models from stuff that was, propped up by cheap cash, right? You separate real products that customers use and love from CAC dollars chasing a mediocre product. Yeah. Right? So I think from our perspective, that's the thing to be focused on. Yeah. Right? So of course there will be competitive dynamics. Of course there will be stuff happening out there. But if you're focused on a great product, a great business model, and a great team, right, you have to see through everything else.
Yeah, I think of it as Monzo's at a point where it's a really good example of when leadership, insane customer obsession, really focusing on the next thing, so building product at pace, and business model come together in the banking world. And there's a lot of companies that have some of that, but not all of that. So I think it's the combination of that that's this balance. It's the sort of a dancing act. And my view is that the market is very large. There's a 30 billion profit pool in banking just in the UK. That's just the UK. So it's not a winner takes all by definition, and nor should it be. So there's place for everyone, but at the end, it's your customers who vote with their paychecks. Where are they depositing their paychecks? And if you have that going for you, there's a lot that can happen regardless of who's raising money and who's launching what product. Yeah.
Speaking of next things, and perhaps finally, raising money is quite difficult at the moment, but how are things looking going forward for Monzo in terms of capital and potentially maybe looking at public markets softening again in the next year?
I mean, the good news for us is, Callum, since we're profitable, we don't need to raise capital. Like, I could never raise capital and we'd be fine. Right? But the good news also is that inbound interest is very strong from investors as they sort of look at us and, sitting with someone that's on our cap table and she can speak better for the investor market. But I'm hoping that standards have raised, right? And we're attractive because we meet incredibly high standards. So not worried about capital, but we'll get it when we need it. And to listing in public markets and so on, look, we'll make a great public company one day. Too early to talk about it. We're so focused on just building out the business for now.
Does that chime for you, Sonali, in terms of the sort of enduring?
Yeah, I think the destiny of Monzo is to be a standalone public business. I don't know exactly when and what shape that'll take, but that is really where the path going forward. And every financing, and I think we've all learned that. We all used to celebrate financings. People don't celebrate financings as much anymore. It's just a point in the journey, and the journey's a long one.
Absolutely. Well, a great place to leave it. Thank you both to TS and Sonali for taking the time this morning, and thank you all for being here. Have a lovely rest of the day, and hope to catch you outside soon.
Thank you, Slush, for having us.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go that way.
Thank you, TS, Sonali, and Callum. What a great session.
In a matter of years, giants like Spotify, Skype, Wise, and Bolt, all rooted in the Baltic region, have shown that success can come from anywhere. Our next panel dives into the secrets of these massively successful companies.
Markus Willig is the CEO and co-founder of Bolt. Markus founded Bolt in 2013 at the very young age of 19 years old. Bolt, born out of the frustration with the outdated taxi industry, has grown into a global force in the ride-hailing.
David Hinrikus is a partner at Plural, co-founder of Wise, and former director of strategy at Skype. He's been an active investor for more than a decade, and most recently he founded Coding School Johvi in Estonia, bringing talent at scale.
Joining the conversation, we have the amazing Sophia Benz, partner at Cherry Ventures. She was also previously at Atomico, and before that led the global marketing at Spotify.
This is Building Companies from the Baltics and Beyond. Welcome, Markus, David, and Sophia. Woo!
Well, hello, everyone. It is so good to be here. Thank you, Markus and David, for joining me on stage today. Today, as you know, and as you probably heard, we're talking about what is in the water in the Baltic region. But before we dive into our theories about what is the secret sauce to the many great successes we've seen, I thought, why don't we start with sort of your more personal stories? So maybe David, how did you start your journey? What was the beginning of it? What was the insight? And maybe give us a bit more background on how your path evolved.
Thank you, and great to be on stage again with you and Markus. So I was really lucky to be part of the team that built Skype. So I met Niklas Jan, who started working with them. He started working on Skype. I was the first employee. So little did I know back then when I was 21 years old in an ex-Soviet Republic of Estonia, what's possible. Cutting this part out, moving on after Skype, you get this itch of kind of like it's very hard to go and apply for a job in a bank or a job in a telco once you've been through that journey. So the question really was kind of like, can I do it myself? And I realized, we shrunk the world with Skype, letting people communicate. Somehow moving money still wasn't simple. So it was really a question of, there's a huge problem that I think we can fix. Can we do it?
Yeah. And I'm guessing that sort of having been inside a company like Skype also kind of informed you and trained you, and you'd seen someone else start a company and doing it, and then kind of being inspired. So maybe role models and sources of inspiration have been important.
I think absolutely. I had a pretty good idea what's about to happen, and I think that prepared me pretty well for what came later.
Yeah. And Marcus, tell us about your story. How did you get started?
First optimistically and then brutally. So I'd say that starting as a company as a 19-year-old, I was first very optimistic that how hard can this be? And the whole technology world is growing so quickly and there's a lot of space for everyone. And then 3 years in, Uber suddenly raised more money than any internet company in history, and it became extremely brutal competition for every customer out there. And now it's been going on like that for the last 7 years. So that's been our journey. But to get more specific, I'd say that there's obviously pros and cons to starting very early. So I've never worked in any other company than Bolt. So I started straight out of high school. Which means that on one hand, I probably am making some of the mistakes other companies have done, but in other ways, I think I'm also not stuck in the paradigms of how a company should be built, and I can figure everything out from first principles and design the company in a way that I think makes the most sense.
Yeah. Would you say also that coming straight out of school and being 19 years old, kind of you have a certain naivety to it? Do you think that has helped you?
Absolutely. And it's actually one of the core values we have at Bolt as well, that we should always be thinking from first principles, not try to reason by analogy and looking at what others have done, but really think through what can actually be done in this sector, whether it's designing the organization or how we should be building the product and so on. And that's actually been of tremendous value to us. Yeah. I think if we were just replicating what everybody else would be doing in the industry, we would have never made it because everybody else had 10 times more money than us. So we had to be very creative.
Can I pick up on the naivety?
Yeah,
I think that's such an important ingredient. Like you need to be, not foolish, but you need to be a fool to get started. Because if you knew how hard it's going to be,
you would never.
I think nobody will ever start. So I think you need a very big dose of naivety and foolishness to get started. Like if you we probably look at history, and there's been very few examples of people who've done it who've been in the same industry. Marcus knew nothing about what he built. I knew nothing about fintech. So I think you need to have that naivety. It is such an important ingredient to getting started.
I actually agree. I have a background at Spotify, and at the time none of us came from the music industry, and I think that was one of the things that actually made it work. And we had a saying internally that was, let's hire based on drive rather than resume, because as you were saying, if you hire people that have an idea of how it's done before, then you're not gonna, think about it in new ways. So I think that's a good key point to take away. All right, so then I'd love to hear your thoughts on why do you think there's been so many big and successful companies coming out of a relatively small country like Estonia? Is there something in the water? Is it something in the culture? Or is it being a small neighbor to a very big country that needed you to be more, resilient or have more integrity? What are some of the things you think have shaped the ecosystem today?
I think the startup world goes in a way in kind of circles of connections and people and ecosystem. And ecosystems get a tremendous acceleration after the first success stories.
Yes.
So when we were building Skype, I remember hiring people was really hard. You hire a very young, smart engineer, you steal them away from a bank, and that engineer goes home and tells their parents, I went to work for a startup. It's like, oh.
What is that?
What is a startup? Like, are you stupid or what? So, and once Skype was sold for the first time, so Skype was sold in 2005 to eBay for a few billion, which was unheard of at the time. After that, the tables turned. It kind of became obvious that this startup thing, whatever it is, people still didn't understand it, but whatever it is actually legit. Yeah. And I think there was a huge acceleration effect coming from that. And we can trace back the next couple great Estonian success stories. They all link back to Skype.
Yeah, there must have been such a great alumni network of people that had been part of that journey and gotten that vibe and inspiration.
Absolutely. We had a 20 years Skype anniversary party a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it was great photos on Instagram.
How was it? To see. It was amazing to see the people. Everyone looked a little bit older, but better. But also, if we look at the number of companies that have come out of this universe, it's humongous.
Yeah, no, it's super impressive. Marcus, what are your thoughts on it?
I'd expand on the idea a bit in the sense that for this ecosystem to actually take hold, the people who actually built the companies also need to stay there so they can build up the next generation. And I think if you sort of contrast, for example, Estonia versus Ukraine or Russia, then they've also been like tremendously successful entrepreneurs and companies that have sort of been started by the people there, but they all moved away. But I think Estonia has been pretty lucky that like a lot of the people who are actually building up these companies actually stay there, and they sort of help the next generation of companies also grow up. Yeah. So I think that's something that's been sort of a big advantage for Estonia compared to most other countries in the region. So these successful companies actually breed new ones. And as mentioned, Skype was obviously the first one, the major one that kicked it all off. But then after that, there was Wise and Pipedrive, and then Bolt, and now there's the next generation of companies. And what we observe is that actually talent is increasingly moving back. So when we look at a lot of the talent that was moving out of Estonia into US or UK over the last 20 years, we see a lot of those people are now coming back to build companies and help the next generation. So I think that's been like a really great trend to see. But obviously, what we didn't even touch on is what are the prerequisites for Skype to even happen in the first place, which is that you, of course, need people with good technical education. You need sort of a stable place where people actually want to live and actually build this company. And of course, if the government is pretty digital and has low bureaucracy, then that's a positive factor as well. But obviously, those are all the foundational components. Many countries have those components. You need this bit of sort of magic or this sort of one miracle to happen, which was Skype, that kicked off the whole revolution after that.
Yeah.
And one thing to add, I think, is also attitude towards risk. So I think where we compare Estonia and the Baltics to maybe the old Europe, I think there's a difference in the attitude to risk. And I think that's something which I can see changing over the years in kind of old Europe, but I think Estonia and any country going through transformation, I think, was much more tolerant of failure. And people, in a sense, were more hungry. They were hungry for success. They were willing to take these leaps of faith and try to build something. Yeah. I think that's something about countries which are going through a transformation otherwise as well, where this is easier to happen.
Yeah. And again, people didn't have much to lose. So if you look at the 90s, the average GDP in Estonia was less than $3,000. So obviously, relative to the rest of Europe, Estonia was extremely poor. So people just really wanted to work themselves really up to sort of get to a higher level of income, and it made a lot of sense.
Yeah. So true. And maybe talk a bit about sort of starting out in Estonia, but having the ambition to build a global company, kind of reaching world domination. How do you plan for that?
I'll let you start.
I think the key here is figuring out the kind of what are the pluses and minuses of Estonia. Or like I think the kind of the overarching thing here is that Estonia is tiny. 1.3 million people. It's not a market on a map. So you just need to be really, really smart about what's good about Estonia. Lots of technical talent, great place to live, lots of nature around. And what's bad about it? People don't know how to do sales. There are no customers. So it's really a question of configuring your business in a way that allows for this. So I think a very kind of common way of doing it is that you have a lot more kind of sales and marketing functions outside of the country, closer to customers. So stuff like this, which you need to think about. Marcus can maybe share about the way Bolt was thinking of it.
Yeah, I think there's two more themes here. One is obviously about talent, which is that there's pretty much no big companies in Estonia, or at least was 10 years ago when we were getting started, in the world of tech or actually in any other sector. And today, Bolt is literally the biggest company in the whole country. So we can't really go out and hire more experienced talent from any other company because they just don't exist in the country. So that sort of gives you two options. Like either you can go and try to recruit people from other countries and move them to Estonia, which is something we've been actually pretty successfully able to do. We have 76 nations of different people now living in Estonia that we brought over. But obviously there's a limit to how much you can do that. Or your second option is that you can actually go and try to build up your talent internally. So we rather, most of the time, took the bet on that we know that you can't find experienced people, but what you can do is find people who are really talented, really hardworking, and then it's actually just amazing to see how quickly they can learn. So in a couple of years, they can actually get to a level that oftentimes even outcompetes what others in the sector have done who have had a lot more experience. But then the benefit is that if you give people this opportunity to grow, and they actually go through this massive transformation personally, then they're obviously very loyal to the company because the company has given them this opportunity. So they actually stay for much longer. So what we observe generally is that the people we've given these chances to, that they're actually, the retention of them is just so much longer than anybody else we would hire in other parts of the world.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a good and interesting point. And my next question was, what do you believe have made your company so successful? And I think we all agree on that talent is one key component. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. What have been some of the key components in your success stories for Wise, Plural, and Bolt?
I think besides the talent part, what really made Wise work was focus on customers. So we started by solving a customer problem which was our own, but then continuing to be really close to the customers, figuring out the pillars of speed, price, and continuing to drive this down, having dedicated teams to work on all of the customer-facing issues. So I think overall, just being very customer-driven, and then expansion in a pretty fearless way. I think these are the two things which made TransferWise or Wise the company it is today.
Completely agree. And you?
Yeah, I actually agree. I think what I observe is that for many Estonian companies we're extremely pragmatic, and that seems to be the just local Estonian culture. So I think we're generally very good at optimizing things that are directly measurable. So for us, obviously, we focus on how do we get the prices to be as low as possible, how do we get the pickup times to be as fast as possible, and so on. And we're very good at optimizing those things that are very sort of clear customer value propositions. And I observe most Estonian companies are generally not great at branding and marketing. So sort of all of this like soft stuff around it of, how do we make the brand seem really attractive? That's, I think, a skill most Estonians don't have, and this marketing skills we need to build up. But we're generally very good at optimizing the clear, pragmatic, analytical things. That's sort of a pattern I see actually very often across Eastern Europe.
Cool, thanks. And for the founders in the audience, I'm sure they love to hear about your journeys. What have been some of the highs and some of the lows? Because it is a bit of a roller coaster to build your company. It's not always like this. It is a bit more of a bumpy ride. Maybe you want to share some of the highs and lows.
I think the key to understand as a founder is that the highs and lows are following each other so quickly that you don't really have a moment to really start understanding this. One moment you walk on stage and you fall down. The next moment you just need to get up and continue. And then, it may take you years until you start really realizing what happened. So I think the thing to keep in mind is the focus on stuff happens really quickly, and you just need to keep on getting up, whatever happens, and keep on going. And you have to keep on believing in the mission yourself and having the team around that believes in it and supports you, and vice versa.
I absolutely agree. As an entrepreneur, you need to be extremely resilient because the journey doesn't happen overnight. We've now been building Bolt for 10 years. Still, almost every day there's some new chaos or some new crisis that emerges, and we need to deal with it. So that's just a constant part of the entrepreneurial journey. And I think there's two good short illustrative stories I have of that. One is that I started this company assuming that I'm going to be focusing on building the greatest product, and I'm going to polish and obsess over the details of how the app is going to look and maybe the algorithms in the back end and so on. And then what I've realized over the last 10 years is that actually most of my time that I'm quite worried about is like how do we actually get drivers and restaurants on board and actually get the supply side to be as great as possible, because that's what really customers care about. So ultimately, the app is just an interface to the service. So you can have the most beautiful app in the world, but if you don't have drivers there who are going to be picking you up at the right time, then all the rest doesn't matter. And we still live in an age where you still need to just go out to the physical world and build these relations with drivers and the fleets and the restaurants in order to get them on board. And a couple of years ago, I was going to Serbia myself, one-on-one to sell some of these taxi companies to get on the platform, and you realize that actually they don't care about the software functionality at all. So, there was this taxi company owner that effectively was just a mafia guy who, I walk into the office, he has a pistol on the table, and, I'm trying to sell him what are the benefits of our software. You can tell the guy doesn't care about that at all. So, building a technology company oftentimes turns out to be very different than what you expected. And sort of second, I think similar illustrative story is us actually launching here in Finland, which that we've launched here 5 times.
Yeah, tell me about that.
So it was also very bizarre.
A sign of resilience.
First 4 times we failed largely because of regulation. So it wasn't anything to do with the product. The product is pretty much the same as it was back then when we tried to launch many years ago. The problem was that the regulation back then was so strict that there was very few drivers in the market. So actually, we tried to launch 4 times and we failed because there wasn't enough drivers. So actually, instead of us building software, instead of us even doing sales to companies, what we had to do was focus a lot on public policy to convince the local politicians that actually this law should be revised because it's actually not serving the customers in a great way. So again, 10 years ago, I wasn't thinking I'm going to be spending a big chunk of my time meeting politicians or, meeting taxi company mafia owners and trying to convince them to join. I was expecting I'm going to be building software. But that's absolutely not the case oftentimes. You got to adapt to the situation.
And I think that's so true for many startups. I mean, there's probably a bunch of pure, B2B SaaS companies where you can do things purely on software, but many other companies now, given the tech is taking over everything, they interact with so many other things. If I go back to Wise and we want to make payments cheaper and faster, that means changing regulation. That means working with banks, working with central banks, changing laws, which Wise has done in a number of countries. So it's so much more than thinking about what does the interface of the product look like and kind of thinking about the UX and UI, which many people associate to what is a product. So you really have to go, I think, through the full stack, and that's what makes a company successful in many cases.
Yeah. Super cool. So you mentioned resilience, and I was wondering, how have you kind of developed your leadership styles or yourself as leaders while building companies that are growing incredibly fast? Because I can imagine it's hard to grow a company fast unless you also grow as a leader.
I can start. I mean, overall, I think one needs to always try to keep up with the pace of the company or exceed it. And that's obviously very hard to do. If the company balloons from 10 people to 100 people to now we have about 4,000 people in the company in the span of 10 years, it is obviously very hard to keep up. But I mean, there's no other alternative. I mean, you have to do it, otherwise the company is going to fail. But actually, one of the sort of even side lessons I've learned from this is that I think growth hides a lot of problems. So if the company is doing really well and the numbers keep on growing up every month, then people are actually willing to tolerate a lot of other things that are broken in the company. So for example, if I think 5 years ago, we pretty much had no structure in the company in a formally speaking way, in terms of we didn't have any training programs for people. We didn't really have whatever career paths mapped out. We didn't have a lot of process. And we gave a lot of freedom to managers and individuals to do whatever they pretty much wanted within a general framework. But just that business numbers were, growing so quickly, we were growing 400% a year that people didn't care. They were like, okay, everything is, so great in terms of growth. My compensation is going to go up, new career opportunities will pop up and so on, so didn't care. But then obviously if your growth gets to a more stable place, like 20 or 30% a year, then all that benefit goes away. And you actually need to be very thoughtful about how do you keep people engaged, how do you train people, how do you plan their development up front. And that's been a very big shift. And I think it's something that hits many founders as a big surprise, that they don't realize the shift that everything is fine, and then 1 year actually a lot of the people are unhappy, and they don't understand that it was only fine because the company was just growing like a rocket ship before.
I think it's a question of who can you learn from. So thinking back, building TransferWise starting in 2011, there was not many people to learn from. So there was a limited number of successful tech companies in Europe. There were no investors in Europe who built companies to learn from. So I was always thinking about how can I get people to invest in TransferWise who have built companies.
Yeah.
Who are the people ahead of me who have scar tissue, whom I can talk to and speak to learn from. So I think that's kind of one big question to think about, that who can you learn from, where do you find them?
And who have you learned from? Who have been your mentor?
10 years ago, we had to go and raise money from the US because that's where we found investors who built companies. Today we're in a different position and we have these people in Europe as well.
And now they fly in here.
And now they come to Slush, exactly.
Excellent. So on the theme of the ecosystem, what are some of the important pieces of the infrastructure for founders when building companies, and what do you think have inspired so many more to keep on building? And maybe also compared to when you started out, because I'm guessing it was probably a bit premature and not so much infrastructure in place, and maybe now there is, because there's more angels and meetups and stuff. What are some of the components that you think is important?
I'd start off with investors, because ultimately that's, for most entrepreneurs, the most important element. And if I contrast to where Eastern Europe or even most of Europe was 10 years ago, it was obviously a very different scene. Funding was many times less available than what it is now. And that has its pros and cons. I mean, on one hand, one could argue that that's a good thing because you have constraints and it forces you to be more efficient, more frugal in how you develop your company. On the other hand, if you have a business where you have winner-take-all dynamics, and then your US counterparts are able to raise many times more money than you're able to raise, then obviously you're going to be in trouble. So it's been great to see the development of the European ecosystem over the last 10 years. I think now we're getting to a state where the differences are still there, but they're significantly less than what they used to be. And that, I think, still remains a problem in many parts of Europe.
I mean, I'll continue on capital for a moment. Like, very much believes that availability of capital and availability of capital who can really help you. So I think for early stage companies, it makes a ton of sense if, say, investors have previous experience of working or building startups.
I agree.
And that's something which, up to this day actually doesn't really exist in Europe. So when building TransferWise, I went on an annual pilgrimage to Sand Hill Road to raise money from there. Luckily, that's something that I've learned, and I've realized that for the next part of my journey, I'm building a venture firm in Europe called Plural, where everybody has built companies that is investing. So
you have a strong operator DNA in Plural, and
absolutely
know what it is about.
And I think that's the best thing for the most ambitious entrepreneurs in Europe.
Yeah. Coming from an operational background myself, now being an investor, I tend to agree. I think you connect with founders in a different way when you know what it is to be in their shoes.
But maybe to think more about kind of also what worked in Estonia, I think we were pretty lucky to have forward-looking, digitally savvy government. So I mean, even up to this day, there is a regular meeting between the startup community and prime minister to think about like what can we change. So I think, like, while generally I believe that government should get out of the way, there is always a number of key things that need to change.
Yeah, like the e-citizenship and like.
But that's, maybe we can talk about that even separately. But like, there's always something about immigration, like a lot of things that the government can change that are easy, that are going to make the environment a lot better for the startup and growth companies.
And again, I wouldn't want to like overemphasize it, because ultimately, like, a company needs to be successful agnostic of what the government does, but it's obviously very helpful if the government is getting roadblocks out of the way.
Yeah.
And I have one of the best illustrative stories of this from the last 3 years when, for example, in many countries in Europe, you have this notarization. So like every time you basically do any type of share sales, like people actually physically need to go to a notary's office and sign papers, and for like especially US investors, they're just like, what the hell is this? I mean, we're for sure not going to come over to deal with all this paperwork and so on. So what was the case in Estonia was that this was always notarized because nobody had just thought that it shouldn't be, because there was very few secondary transactions happening. So we eventually got to a state where we had so many of these transactions going on, we just went to the government and were like, hey, like, we don't think this makes sense. This is actually limiting sort of economic growth in the country. And we were able to change the law in 6 months. So the government was like, hey, actually, for secondary sales, we should actually have an exclusion so people don't need to do this paperwork. They don't need to go to notary. Like, you can just do that as in many other countries. You can just sign the papers yourself and be done with it. And I don't think there's many other countries in the world where you can do a change like that in just 6 months.
Not in 6 months. That's very impressive. What a startup-y government you have. Great to hear. I actually, during dinner last night, met a really talented and well-sought-after journalist, and he told me that the Estonian government had been like calling him, inviting him to come to Estonia to write about the tech startups. I thought that was also an interesting sign of kind of their proactivity.
I think we've taught Estonians a thing or two about marketing.
Sorry, say that again.
We have taught Estonians a thing or two about marketing themselves, including the government.
Cool. So, if you're looking back, what are some of the advice that you would give yourself that could be helpful for the founders in the audience to think about when starting a company?
Many lessons, but I would say that the most important thing is to ultimately do whatever you think is needed to make the company grow, and it's completely fine to ignore the sort of common practices that you think others are doing. So one of the good, again, illustrations of that is our fundraising. So when we were starting the company, the metrics we had were actually doing really well. We probably been among the best startups in Europe. And we met all the VCs, traditional ones in the Nordics and in London and so on, and not a single one of them invested. I had more than 100 meetings.
What was the feedback you got? Was it like,
actually,
we already had Uber? Or?
So the feedback generally was actually, I mean, you seem like a great guy, the team seems really strong, but this is not the sector for us. Like, we think this sector is done, so come back to us with your next company. I was like, okay, that's really helpful feedback to get. I mean, one could have just given up at that moment and be like, yeah, we can't raise money from VCs. But I mean, I was like, no, I'm really bullish that this company is going to work. So I was like, where are we going to raise money? So we actually tried to raise money from people who were willing to invest. So I mean, I went and they raised 200,000 euros from the local railway developer in Estonia, who had done 0 tech investments before. I raised like a few €100,000 from a like local telecom, who had like also done no tech investments before, because I mean that was the only way to raise the funding that was needed to grow the company. And what I realized is that like most founders are somehow stuck in a paradigm that there's a standard way how you should build a company, and this is how you are supposed to do it. But actually, there's no. I mean, if you need to raise the money, you do whatever it takes to get there, raise the money, and save the company.
Yeah. Very good point. Tavet?
I think it's simple. Have a 10x better product idea for a big market, then surround yourself with people who have scar tissue and get started. I think a lot of people fail in the get started point. They're like, hey, I have this idea. Like, you just need to get going. You have to hand in the resignation letter to your previous employer, and after that, you're off, and it's either going to work or not, but it's going to make you, even the experience will make you so much better next time.
Yeah. To not overthink and just get into the doings of the things.
Don't overanalyze how it can fail.
No.
If you have a 10x better idea for a big market, there's a lot of ways it can succeed.
Yeah. We had a saying at Spotify that Martin, one of the co-founders, coined, and he always said, the sum of the value of the company equals the size of the problem we're solving. So if you have a big problem in front of you and you have a good solution, then you're going to build a company that has a massive value.
I agree, but I think what's actually very hard to do up front is to assess how big the problem is. Yes. So I think when we started, we had one estimate of how big this market could be. I think all of our hopes have been outgrown by 10x in terms of the numbers of how much actually we think we can actually still grow just in the core ride-hailing product that we've been building for 10 years. So I do agree with the sentiment, but I think these markets can oftentimes turn out to be much larger than anyone expected.
Yeah.
And that was probably one of the reasons why most of the investors weren't also willing to back us 10 years ago. Because they were like, okay, it's this strange taxi company software thing in Estonia. How big can that market be? Well, it turns out, I mean, the ride-hailing market just in Eastern Europe can be multiple $1 billion. And nobody knew that 10 years ago. So I think that, again, like investors in some cases just need to be more ambitious, more optimistic about these markets as well.
Yeah, and a bit more open-minded and not so like tunnel vision. Yeah. Good. I see we have 40 more seconds before we need to round off. Do you want to send off with any advice to the audience? Otherwise, I would love to say thank you to all of you who's been here listening, and thank you for joining me on stage and sharing some of your valuable advice.
Thank you very much.
Cool. And we look forward to see many more success stories from the Baltic region and Estonia especially.
I think we will, today Estonia has the biggest number of unicorns per capita. And I feel very good about this is about to continue. Like looking at the pipeline of companies coming, there's going to be, we'll stay the record holder for a long time.
We need to share deal flow, you and I.
Off stage.
Super inspiring. Yeah, cool. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcus, Tavet, and Sophia.
The average European consumer replaces their mobile phone every 3 years. This consumer behavior has caused a multitude of problems, specifically in e-waste, which is the world's fastest growing waste stream. What do we do with all those unused phones laying in people's drawers?
Sami Marttinen, co-founder and CEO of Swappy, turned a personal scam into a mission. In 2017, after being deceived while buying a used phone, Sami envisioned a better way to navigate the pre-owned phones market. This led to the birth of Swappy on a mission to lead the refurbished smartphone sector in Europe.
Joining on stage, we have Amy O'Brien, a journalist at Sifted, covering European fintech and venture capital. From seed-stage startups to established neobanks, Amy keeps a pulse on European fintech.
Welcome on stage. This is Navigating Through Change, the founding story of Swappy. Welcome on stage, Sami and Amy.
Woo.
Hi everyone and welcome to this conversation. So I'm going to go straight in and say that Sami Martinen isn't your typical serial European founder story. He doesn't have 1 or 2 startups under his belt before this one. He has a whopping 13. Now he's on his 14th and apparently it's been going pretty well. Swappy has raised 170 million to date. And it's nearing profitability, he told me before. So Sami, is number 14 the one?
Yeah, is it slush today? Like, does the snow usually get your shoes wet this time of the year? Yeah, this is the one, for sure. And I mean, like, after trying out a lot of business ideas and a lot of things, like, you learn to like recognize some patterns, and you learn to like understand like consumer behavior. And when I got scammed buying a used phone online back in the days, we realized really quickly after doing a consumer survey, following that on the next day, that like this market can become like as big as the used cars. Like this can eventually be a 50-50 market. And that's what we are driving towards, and that's what the Swappy's business model is solving.
So why exactly did you choose to focus so narrowly on iPhones and phones and not a broader set of devices like a few others in the market have?
Yeah, so when we did this consumer survey back in the days, we realized that over half the population would be ready to buy their devices as used or refurbished, but the market was only 5%. Back in late 2016. And the biggest barriers for people not purchasing are around not trusting the quality, like not trusting that the phones work, not trusting that the batteries work, not trusting the players on the market. And that was the biggest issue. And of course, like then when people make the decision to buy, like it's also about price and some other factors. So given this, we knew that we need to actually get the quality part right, and we need to get the price-quality ratio right in this market if we really want to win. And iPhones account for like half of the market, so just listen to the consumers there and decided to actually focus on winning one category, becoming the most efficient player in the world in one category, automating our operations, our factory around that, and rather than being okay in many. So it's just about focus and prioritization.
And now that you've grown so much, would you ever broaden that? Is it about starting with a narrow focus and then broadening it? Or are you just going to continue doing what you're doing and focus on broadening markets-wise?
So the iPhone. So the thing is that there are still a lot of markets to expand to. We can still multiply our business just by growing the existing markets up deep. There are multiple new markets to expand to in Europe, outside Europe, and the iPhone category is still the fastest growing category in the refurbished smartphone sector. So we need to keep a tight focus. And make sure that we are where we want to be, in terms of automating our processes and winning every single market we enter. So it will come eventually, but not in the near future.
You mentioned earlier that what customers really cared about and were worried about was the quality. And I understand that this is sort of your USP, that you do the quality control in-house. Why did you choose to sort of handle that all yourself? Because it's a lot more work. Has it paid off?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, and in the beginning, it's much harder to scale, right? When you're working with an integrated business model. But it's definitely paid off. So our margins are significantly better. Our return rates are much lower than basically for the players not handling that in-house. So it shows in referral rates and customers coming back. And in the end, you need to be really obsessed about the customer. You need to build everything around that. And we just felt in the beginning that we cannot do this well enough for the quality piece or the margin piece. If we would go with another business model.
And on the margin piece, is that because ultimately, after having developed your own tech, you're saving costs without having to outsource to others?
Yeah, exactly. When you control the full value chain, like from purchasing the devices from the market, you basically get thickest margin upside, right? And then if you're the most efficient player in processing the devices, you can actually extract it. And we are selling everything through Swappy.com straight to the consumers, so there are no other inefficiencies, no middlemen or no other parties in the value chain.
So for me, the really, really fascinating thing when we were speaking before was the 13 companies that you went through before Swappy. And I was a bit confused. I was asking, have you incorporated 13? Were they all real startups? Can you tell me a little bit about that story? How many years was it? Were they all separate incorporated companies, or were you just pivoting? What happened there?
Yeah, good question. I was actually about to correct you in the beginning on this one, because we actually ran 13 different business ideas under the same company, and we just did quick pivots. And the thing here was that I had been looking for another founder for years back in the days, and when I met Jiri, the other company founder, I just knew that hey, this is it. I just need to leave everything else behind. I need to leave. We need to quit our consulting summer jobs and just start building stuff. And we had a long list of ideas, and the kind of rationale why we went there was that we want to maximize our learning and find what we actually want to do. And even if we would fail, we would learn faster than anywhere else, and we maximize the likelihood of actually finding what we want to do. So yeah, it was 13 pivots, a couple of smaller exits. We always used the money into building the next ones. So we basically bootstrapped for a couple of years, and eventually ended up founding Swappy, and we wouldn't have ever became the fastest growing company in Europe from 2017 till end of 2021 if we didn't have this background, and we couldn't have ever probably even realized the market.
So to clarify there, did you sort of self-fund whilst you were going through those 13 ideas? And my second question related to that is, if you'd taken VC money, would you have gone through that process? Did that open up the freedom because you were able to self-fund?
Yeah, so in the very beginning, we were just living off our basically off our student loans and off our savings. So we didn't take any salary for the first couple of years. It was just for the love of the game and just for learning and finding our path. And we used all the basically income we got from the companies into growing those and building the next ones and next ones. After funnily though, we were not looking for funding, but after 7 months or so of doing this, we just randomly met a guy who was in one very early stage fund as an EIR, and he asked us what would we do differently if we had 50K of more of cash. So then we thought about it and decided that hey, we would just accelerate the testing phase. So they actually liked what we do, how our approach, what our approach was into testing things with the consumers, into just building businesses in general, and they invested into us as a team. So that was it. So 50K for the first 3 years.
Okay, great. And then that sort of gave you a bit of pressure to really hunker down and make this number 14 the real one.
It did, and we just didn't want to race before we would actually find what we really want to push forward globally.
What was the biggest sort of failure along the way of those 13, or the biggest sort of learning that you took away from those? Was there one that you did put more money into than others? Yeah.
We had to be really, really frugal on cost, as we were not like paying salaries to ourselves, and we were basically spending everything we got on the business. Yeah, so I guess the frugal mindset and kind of learning to invest wisely, that's one of the biggest learnings. And I would say probably how do you how you need to be customer really obsessed on the customers. You cannot fall too much into love with your own ideas. You need to stay really humble and just try to understand deep down what are the drivers for the customers. Why are they buying in this market? What are their barriers of not purchasing? You need to build your whole business and your brand around it and your whole business model around it in order to really solve the biggest problems in the world. So I guess that's the single biggest learning. Of course, besides that, I learned to, for example, I learned to build a wall for our store. We had this we're selling everything online today, but we had this small store in the beginning, which was also our first office, and we couldn't get a contractor to build the wall. It was too impossible, 11-meter high space, etc. You couldn't support it anywhere, so I watched some YouTube videos and built it myself over the weekend. So yeah, I learned some really random things, learned basics on coding, learned to deliver phones to customers' doors on a bike on a slushy winter night.
This all sounds very sort of bricks and mortar IRL compared to most of the tech software startups we're used to interviewing. In terms of all those pivots, when you did go to investors, and especially when you sort of went to VCs for sort of your later rounds, is that something that they asked you a lot about? And was it a negative at first? Did you have to sort of convince maybe your early investors that you really were going to focus on this and you weren't just going to carry on pivoting? Did it sort of serve against you or for you?
I think it definitely served for us that we had basically pushed the first 3 years with basically no money, and we sold our previous company to basically fund the first year of Swappy, and we got Swappy off the ground from 0 to $500,000 of net revenue during the first 9 months on the first year. So I think that spoke for itself, and the investor really liked our approach and how customer focused we are, and liked our mission and kind of the environmental focus. So that's with Swappy why we also decided to leave the previous business behind. Besides making this besides our mission of making this category mainstream and making it as common as buying a used car. The environmental side is just too big to ignore. So that was a clear.
So it wasn't sort of a lot of founders tell me that sort of pivoting is a little bit stigmatized in Europe when compared to the US, and I was wondering whether you sort of found that at all.
Yeah, I have to agree that in Europe in general, especially if you look at the public audience, we were getting a lot of questions. Also here we were getting a lot of questioning, hey, what are you doing? Get a real job, and these guys are trying their 12th idea in a couple of years already. But I think that's changing. At least in Finland, the whole startup ecosystem, the whole thinking about entrepreneurship is changing super rapidly. So we were basically probably in the second wave of entrepreneurs after the success stories of Supercell and Wolt, Rovio in the early days in 2010s. And basically, I remember when we were asked, for example, back in university, over 10 years ago, we were asked in our first class, how many of you want to be an entrepreneur in general? I think there were 3 or 4 hands, up out of 230. And these days, it's 1/3 of the people. So kind of the attitudes are changing quickly, and I think also the stigma around pivoting is changing, at least here, but it still exists in Europe, and I think it's still very different to, for example, Silicon Valley and what companies do in Y Combinator, etc. It's a huge difference.
And in terms of founding a company in such a small market, you said backstage that you're now in 13 markets. How fast did you scale into those? Were you thinking about that from the get-go? What were the challenges there, and how fast do you scale?
Yeah, so if you come from a small country like Finland, you have to think global from the get-go. You have to think global from day one. And that was the thing with our previous businesses. That was the thing with Swappy. So the first year we focused only in Finland. Right after finding product market fit during the first year, then we straight up after our first financing round went to Sweden and then to Italy. And after getting the kind of 3 different sized markets working, that's when we decided to make the decision to scale further markets and open 10 during the next couple of years.
Okay, so really, really fast then.
Yeah.
And do you think that was absolutely key for sort of surviving and standing up to your competitors?
No, I don't think it was key to surviving. I think it was more just about that, getting the first mover advantage. We were really early in the market. We have a winning business model, so we basically have thicker margins than our competitors in the space. Better control of the kind of price quality ratio in general. So not expanding when you get the model to work would have been kind of foolish in my opinion. So we wanted to push it as quickly as we could. Once we got the next batch working, then immediately launching the next one. And I mean, that made a lot of sense. That made total sense in the environment we were in.
Would you ever plan on going further afield, outside of Europe? Do you feel like you would be too late, or is that something you would consider?
We're definitely not too late. So we have a good head start in Europe. We're the largest player in Europe in refurbished iPhones, and we're now kind of doubling down on our competitive advantages here. So building further on efficiency, and then one day definitely going outside Europe once we're ready.
Okay, cool.
There's still a lot of work here before that.
Yeah, and you said that consumer focus and constantly asking your consumers what they need. And we know that the different attitudes towards the climate crisis in Europe versus other markets. First of all, in the markets you're currently in, there has been so much more awareness in the last 6 years since you were founded. How have you managed that in your business? And how have you sort of scaled to meet that demand?
Yeah, so there definitely has been a big change. Although, before I answer the question, I have to say, it hasn't been fast enough. So, e-waste, electronic waste, is the fastest growing waste stream in the world, and it's expected to remain so for the next 10 years. So there's 60 million metric tons of electronic waste in 2023, and it's expected to grow to 75 million by 2030. And that's equivalent to us throwing away 1,000 laptops every second. And it's just too much. And if you think about it, 66% of Europeans do not resell or recycle their old smartphones. Majority of us keep our phones in the drawers. And when you think about that combination, we need to move much faster. On the positive note, this market is growing super quickly. It has 4x over the last 7 years. At the same time, we have 400x in size. It's growing really quickly, and 40% of Europeans are now buying more used goods versus 5 years ago. So we're not on the right track, but working on making that faster.
Wow, yeah, those are depressing stats. I am curious to ask you, in your consumer research, are you finding that people are more driven by their climate concerns or economic concerns when they're coming to refurb items?
Well, people like to say that they care more about the environmental concerns, and that's definitely true for younger and younger segments that we see across the markets. But in general, well, maybe not surprisingly to me, but the environmental drivers are not in the top 3, basically anywhere. So it's about price quality ratio in the big picture. People are not willing to pay a premium for a refurbished iPhone versus a new product.
And how about sort of in the last couple of years, as you know, inflation's gone up and up and up, and the cost of living crisis, has that affected your sales?
Yeah, so now the difference between what has happened now since last year. So last year, beginning of the year, like no big difference. Like this market has been outgrowing the new device market for the last 7 years, like growing 4x. But last year, from mid last year, when the inflation started to rise and interest rates started to grow, like we started to see the biggest shift from people shifting from buying new devices to buying refurbished, and that's something that has continued this year, even faster.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
The gap is now bigger than ever.
So your market is just growing and growing and growing, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
What about changing legislation? And I'm interested in, when you've been growing so fast, whether that was even a consideration when you were starting out, and then how much more time you have to spend on that as you've grown in these markets.
Yeah, so like let me start with that. Like legislation, we didn't actually even, to be honest, we didn't even really think about it when we started the company, that you would have to have public affairs and you could actually try to impact legislation in the beginning. But once we started growing, once we started to follow, started being bigger across Europe and started to follow the right to repair legislation and other things like this, we noticed that actually no one in this industry is really working on it. So it's all basically lobbied and affected by new smartphone and new electronics manufacturers. So even though EU wants to push for a circular economy, they didn't have anyone advocating for the refurbished industry. It's because this industry grew from scratch in a couple of years, and no one was able to grow quickly enough to get the size that you could even invest there. And as we started to be one of the first ones, we found it super important that we start the work and that we start pushing the work for the industry and with the industry. There are some bigger problems there, that, for example, in the past years, I think, as you mentioned in the beginning, the average European users are using their smartphones only for 2.8 years, and the lifespans have been getting shorter from 10 to 15 years ago, and the electronics have been getting less repairable, harder to repair. And basically, there are things like software pairing for the smartphones. So, manufacturers are pairing, for example, batteries to the smartphones. So, if you change even 2 new batteries apart or 2 new screens apart with an iPhone, they will not have all the functional elements anymore. So, the software is blocking that, even for new parts. And this is happening with other manufacturers as well, and this is a really big issue. Imagine if you had, for your car, imagine if you had a Toyota car and you could only change your Toyota car tires in a your car tires in a Toyota shop, and you would have to pay 2,000 euros for that. Otherwise they wouldn't work. That would be just silly. And this is if we don't do something about it, that's where this market is heading. So we've been working on this and actually have been getting the first wins. So,
okay, great.
So this is moving to the right direction. And for example, the battery part, that's looking to be banned by EU, and now there's a right to repair legislation ongoing, and it's moving to the same direction. So.
And obviously, as a larger company, you have a little bit of advantage there with lobbying and with legislation. But would you advise founders who are sort of much earlier stage in the room to be trying to engage earlier on in their journey?
Yeah, I think it's hard. It really depends on the industry. So, for us, it's very critical that we also push for things beyond just for Swappy. For us, we think about the whole refurbished electronics and used electronics industry. As it's the fastest growing waste stream in the world, it affects so many consumers. For us, it's been a kind of a no-brainer to work on it. Maybe for smaller companies, I would advise them to like join some unions and like work with others. For us, we have been needed there to drive the work with a couple of other companies, and besides, like representing the whole industry.
And lastly, with the last minute, I wanted to just ask you the classic question of what would your biggest piece of advice be for founders in this room? I'm particularly fascinated by managing company culture through the growth that you've seen, but I don't know whether you want to touch on that or whether it's more on this product side, but yeah. Yeah,
good question. So what comes to managing the company culture, I would advise everyone to have like incentives for the leaders, like not just on hard KPIs and role, like hard performance on the roles, but also the people side. So everything about like your culture. Basically, for example, for us, it's about growth mindset, impact, having an inclusive culture, and that gives you really good results long term. That's a really good tool to manage growth and ENPS at the same time, so that you don't trade off either one. Last piece of advice would just be to like, follow your follow your mission. And really think about what's the mark that you want to leave to this world. Be willing to change your business idea if that doesn't match your own ambitions there, like in what you actually want to leave behind, or if it doesn't match what the consumers really want. And try to be present and enjoy the ride.
Amazing. Even changed 13 times. Thanks so much. Thanks for your time. Great.
Thanks a lot.
Do you have this?
Thank you, Sammy and Amy. Since its founding in 2015, Trade Republic has transformed into a fintech powerhouse in a matter of years. Facilitating access to capital markets, it stands today as Europe's largest savings platform, having secured a whopping 1.3 billion funding from Creandum, Sequoia, Axel, and Founders Fund.
Christian Hecker is the co-founder and CEO of Trade Republic. His background is in investment banking, but in 2015, he shifted his gears and from the structured world of finance to the dynamic realm of startups. He has not only successfully scaled Trade Republic, but also steered it through the complexities of hypergrowth, pandemic, and other regulatory hurdles.
Sharing the stage with Christian, we have the pleasure of having Johan Brenner, one of Europe's most experienced venture capital investors and general partner at Creandum since 2009. Johan is a seasoned entrepreneur with a portfolio that includes unicorns such as iZettle, Klarna, Pleo, and Trade Republic.
This is Scaling New Heights, Trade Republic's journey. Welcome, Johan and Christian.
Wow. What a crowd. Good to be here, Christian.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Terrific. It's the first time Slush.
Okay.
You tried to pull me here for 4 years, now it's finally there. And as what people say, it's dark, cold, and very big. And everybody's here. It's really exciting.
Yeah, everybody's here. It's an important thing.
Yes.
Good. But you like it so far?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's really good after COVID. Everybody's coming together, the ecosystem, investors, startups. Very exciting.
Yeah. Well, great for coming. Thanks for coming here. We should talk about Trade Republic, and I know a lot about the company since I've been, a partner of yours for 4 years. But talk to us a little bit about Trade Republic. What is it really?
Sure. So Trade Republic basically is a savings platform, meaning we empower people across 17 European countries to invest in capital markets. You can do self-directed investing, or you can set up a savings plan, meaning you subscribe to a monthly installment into a big basket of assets. We do so because we believe that many people, especially young people, want to build up for their own pension, want to save and build wealth, and we help them to do so We started in 2019 and are now present in all markets, including Finland.
Fantastic. So it's a savings platform. You can trade, you can save long-term, ETFs. Now you launched bonds as well, haven't you?
Yes. So, I mean, on paper, many people confuse it with Robinhood, right? It looks very similar. You can trade and invest stocks commission-free. But what people don't understand is that the market in Europe is quite different, because it was never hard for people in Europe to invest short-term in capital markets, to do short-term trading. What we do basically is we empower people to save recurringly, continuously, and therefore create wealth. And so we hope that over the next 30 years, many people will have a sufficient pension with us.
Fantastic. So that's Trade Republic, savings platform leading in Europe. You're doing fantastic. How big are you really today?
Well, so the company has grown very fast. Today we're over 600 employees, operating 17 markets, and over the years we've grown to be the largest savings platform in Europe, meaning there's millions of people across those 70 markets saving with us. And what's important, 65% of our customers are first-time investors, meaning people who have never invested before in their lifetime, and they're starting this savings journey with us.
And then going back again a little bit before 2019, when I met you, you've been working on it for 3 or 4 years. You were just about to come out of the blocks. You had funded the company quite roughly, was 75% owned by a seed investor, and you were trying to raise money. How come you spent 4 years, preparing yourself for launch, and how come you were in that situation, and what happened?
So I think we're a quite unusual startup story. I myself studied philosophy, so I have no freaking clue how I ended up here. And we started the company in 2015 with this vision of building a platform, a bank, which empowers people to save. Now, if you're 25 years of age and you run around saying to investors, I can found a bank with 25, everybody thinks you're crazy. So for 4 years, we had over 200 investor meetings. We almost never saw the partner. Right, we almost never see a term sheet, so we would need to bootstrap the company. And during that time, we raised multiple angel rounds. So we've been bankrupt almost every quarter, and then doing another angel round and angel round and angel round, to that point where we sold 65% of the company to an angel investor. And then when we got the banking license and we started to operate, all of a sudden the VCs, they came along and said, okay, maybe now we can talk. So back then you guys invested, other investors invested, and today, we raised over 1.3 billion euros in funding from that early days. But basically, we've seen a lot of the honest and early work of a small startup.
But you spent those 4 years. Those are really important for you to get the banking license. How comes it takes 4 years, and what's particular with that, and how important were those 4 years for you for the rest of building the fintech success that you've had today?
I mean, I need to be honest. I think back then we thought it would take a year to get a banking license, maybe 18 months. So if you would have told me it would take 4 years, I would never do it again. Right? That was a horrible time. It was a very long time. But obviously, in hindsight, that was the foundation for our success, because by getting the banking license, we developed a very firm and deep understanding about the regulatory environment, about the business model, about things you can and cannot do. And at the same time, we've been able to invest very, very deeply into our infrastructure. So we've built an entire core banking system in-house because we just had no money to buy something else. And I think today that what makes Trade Republic maybe unique, that we have an own license, an own banking structure, infrastructure, and so basically fully independent from any partner. That means we can move very, very fast in developing new features.
And through that platform, you've been able to sort of launch in 17 Euro countries, basically, as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we started in Germany for the first 18 months, and then little by little would grow to France, Italy, Spain, and all the remaining markets. And then still, you're now developing local products. You want to be tax easy in those countries. It's a very long journey, but with the platform we're having and the licenses, it's something you can actually do.
And then raising 1.3 billion is not an easy feat. I think we had an 8 million round in 2019. Right. Tell us about that story. We got that done, and then that was early 2019, and then COVID came. And what happened then? You could either go either way.
Yes, so I mean, it's always important to emphasize we saw the first 4 years where nobody would touch you. So we had a kind of a good understanding that we need the right investors for long term. And then luckily we got Creandum, we got Project A in the Series A round. Then in 2019, even before COVID, the company was doing incredibly well. And we were growing very fast. And then in 2020, COVID hit, and obviously many more people thought about investing, and the company would grow even faster. And then slightly before COVID really came and the pandemic hit and lockdowns happened, we've been able to raise a Series B round led by Excel and Founders Fund. And that was, I think, basically the last business meeting I had before the lockdowns. And then during the next 2 years, the company would again grow quite healthy and quite fast. So we could do a Series C round led by Sequoia. And even last summer, we did another extension by Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, one of the largest pension funds on earth, to now really prepare ourselves for what next.
And are we allowed to say that you're profitable today?
No, as you know, we don't share numbers broadly, but we're very focused on running a healthy business. Yeah. I come from a very rural, boring part of Western Germany, and so I think since day one we've been incredibly focused on building something which is long-term sustainable.
Yeah. So COVID hit, and you I don't know how many customers you got every day at that time. I mean, it really catapulted the company, for everybody was trading at home and wanted to launch savings accounts. But how did you manage that with remote work and getting so many customers on board?
So I remember very vividly, we've been growing very fast, and then so we've been 100,000 customers after the first year of operating. And that was March 2020. And so as a company of 30 people, you then do a small party, you get a cake, and we had these balloons you get, like with the 100,000, big silver balloons. And that was on a Friday, and then over the weekend, the German government would say there's a lockdown. And then during the next, I think, 4 or 5 months, the company would grow from 100,000 customers to 1 million, just in 4 months. So it was incredibly fast growth. And yeah, those balloons, the 100,000, they basically stayed in the office, and it looked a bit like, you know, Chernobyl. You know, like people just left their desks and went home, and that has been always a reminder about how far we've come in those four months. But obviously, it is, as an entrepreneur, a pretty wartime situation, because you're growing fast, you're hiring people, people are in lockdown, and so you learn a lot about yourself and about the business.
But you did, I think what you did before COVID shut down, you did a simulation, I heard. Wasn't that something you did to make sure you could work under remote conditions?
So I'm blessed with a co-founder, Thomas, who is an incredibly great engineer, and he's always incredibly concerned about the geopolitical situation. So when COVID hit, I remember he just came to the office with one of those big military-grade air masks, and that's why I recognized, oh my God, this might be something. And then actually, yes, we did a few simulations back then, just sending the company home for one day and seeing how it worked. And that was very good in hindsight, because it prepared us for what would come.
You're 600 people today, and when we invested, I think you were 20 or something like that. And you scaled marvelously. How can you, as a founder, what were some of the insights and inflection points during growing the team from 20 to 600, scaling during COVID, regulatory environment, success, and millions of users onboarded? Like, what were the changes in sort of maybe hiring or style of management that you sort of went through during these years?
So we've been, 20, 30 employees, and then as the company would grow, we would basically hire a lot of people. So at some point, I think we had 50 or 100 people joining a month, so it was a very fast-growing period. And during that time, obviously, you want to hire senior executives, right? People who have seen that kind of organization already. And I remember, I think, when we had like 40 or 50 people, and we just did the Excel and Founders Fund round, I think we thought to ourselves, we're pretty good already. And then we hired the first executive, came from Netflix. And I remember the first meeting, and I was really blown away, because it completely reset the benchmark for me, what great looks like, what good looks like, right? And so then over that time, we would bring in more and more executives. In hindsight, I would describe that time a bit like puberty. as a leader, I think you need to be very vulnerable about the fact that if you're growing fast, you do not know which kind of leader you are. You do not know what's your management style. And so, as everybody likely knows from themselves, poverty is a very painful phase where you're trying out different things. So I remember one time we would be Amazon and everybody would write memos. The next time we would be Netflix and a lot of freedom, responsibility, everybody would read that book, and maybe someday I was wearing a turtleneck and I felt like Steve Jobs. So we did like a lot of those phases. And the truth is, after 3-4 years of that, you kind of build your own style and your own character, right? You define what is Trade Republic, what is our culture, and then you manage to build an employee brand, you manage to attract talent, which is up for that, and then basically really the culture becomes very, very strong, right? And today Trade Republic is a very fast-moving, very intense culture in the city of Berlin, and we're very, very proud of the people who want to join such a company and then thrive in that environment.
Are you Steve Jobs now? I mean,
no, luckily not.
No.
Luckily not now.
But you're very product focused as a CEO. Have you always been that way?
Well, so we believe what's important as an early company, and still is today, is build a product which is able to grow virally, right? So the best marketing is the free marketing you get in the lunch table at the family at home, right? So when somebody comes and says, well, I'm using that product, it's so exciting. And so we've been, from the very first day, incredibly focused about creating those moments of happiness, moments of excitement people will talk about. And still, till this very day, we get more than 50% of our customers through word to mouth, right? So people are really promoting Trade Republic. So yes, I'd say the entire company, including myself, is incredibly product focused. But I don't believe that's it when you found a fintech, because I think the reason a fintech exists and is different and is better is its ability to translate regulatory requirements into a great product which feels nice and neat, and at the same time has an efficiency in operating and efficiency in doing technology, so you can do it at scale, right? So I think fintech can only be understood if you have this triangle, like a regulatory requirements, a great loving product, and operational efficiency, and we try to balance these things throughout the years.
And what I've noticed from the board's perspective, at least I think it is, and and you should confirm it, you have an extreme performance culture, I think, in your company. People are really delivering and shipping product and improving the experience for the consumer all the time, which is really important for fintech companies, right, especially for consumer. How are you instilling that performance culture?
So yeah, as I said, I think you try out different cultures, right? And many people preach like this loose management and that's flexibility, and that I think works well for many companies, and they go incredibly successful with it. We found this not succeeding at Trade Republic, at least not at this very stage. So we created a culture where we promise only one thing to our employees, that you will do the best work in your career at Trade Republic. So it will not be maybe the happiest place or the most fulfilling place, but it will be the place where you work with the smartest people on the hardest problems. And over the years, we really owned this culture now. So yes, we run an intense organization where people can get things done quite quickly. So we have 14 different elements, product elements, and we do weekly business reviews. Like every single team checks in, including myself visiting the meeting. I had a great product leader from Revolut, Marcel, who's basically bringing that culture, promoting it throughout the organization. And that gave us a lot of trust in the organization and the people, and helps us to be really nimble and fast in delivering new features.
Let's turn to the regulatory side again. It's like a necessary evil, or how do you look upon that? BaFin is one of the toughest FSA, regulatory authorities in Europe. You got the banking license early. You continuing to have good relations with them. What has been essential there and managing growth during these times?
Well, I think in hindsight, I'd say regulation and BaFin, it's like a love-hate relationship. So obviously, as an entrepreneur, you're incredibly impatient. You want to get things done super, super quick. And then regulation always gets in the way and make things muddy and slow. And you kind of don't like it, and you sleep very badly sometimes. So that's the hate part. But at the same time, I think you need to recognize the fact that being in the club of being a bank, operating and getting the money of people is an incredibly big moat and entry barrier for everybody else. We've seen that many US companies failed to really conquer Europe or go into Europe because they would not really accommodate European regulation, our understanding of how banking business should be built. And I believe if you own this and if you build a very, very strong muscle in making regulatory things your entry barrier mode, you can build a very, very valuable company, which is incredibly hard to replicate. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've been able to raise so much money, because we could promise to investors a fast-growing product, yes, but at the same time, true entry barrier, something which is incredibly hard to replicate for others. And that is then very enticing for growth investors.
Using the regulatory environment as a moat and then building great product on top of that.
Well, I think some of our late-stage investors said this one thing to me, which I keep hearing in my head. It's basically, you go from 0 to a unicorn to 1 billion valuation with the permission of the customer. So you need great product market fit, a product consumers love. But you go from 1 billion to 10 billion with the permission of the politicians, right? So basically, in order to really become a big financial institution, to be really relevant, you need to have a great relationship with regulators, build a lot of trust that requires a lot of time. And if they then give you the permission, and we see everywhere fintechs who literally do not get this permission, it's really a big entry barrier.
Speaking about the regulatory environment, one of your revenue sources is payment for order flow, which the European Union has banned until 2026, whatever. We'll see how that pans out. But how big of your revenue is payment for order flow, and how do you look upon that kind of revenue as
Yeah, maybe to explain. So, payment for order flow is a business model in brokerage where you get a revenue share from the exchange. So if you would do a trade, we route it to an exchange, and then the exchange basically gives us something of the money they earn back. That's something which is in the industry for now 30 years, and almost every bank, the banks you likely use, is using payment for order flow. But because of the success of new business models like ours, there's been a lot of lobbyism against it from incumbents, and so the European Union is right now contemplating in changing the rules and maybe banning it. That might happen in 2026. I mean, I believe it's a really pity for you, a pity for me, a pity for the investors, because payment for order flow shows that retail trades do have a value. And this value had not been honored for the last 10, 20 years because you were still paying high fees at your brokerage company. And a company like Trade Republic showed that with payment for order flow, you can basically give it to the people by having commission-free investing. Now, lobbyism is lobbyism, and as I said, from 1 to 10 billion, you need to have permission, right? And now politicians get in the way and have an opinion on that. And that is fine. It's only representing 1/3 of the revenue of Trade Republic anyway. But at the same time, I don't believe that this money will go away, because this money stays in the system. And I believe due to that law, there's going to be a change in the power between the exchange, the issuer like BlackRock, the broker, and the consumer. The good news is we're on your side, and we represent millions of people across Europe, and so we have a lot of, let's say, negotiating power to get that money on the right side of it. And we will see how this evolves, but obviously it's a very interesting thing to now be a voice in that conversation. I've been myself very times in Brussels last 12, 18 months to really insert the voice of you, of retail investors, into that conversation to get a great deal out of it.
Yeah, you're doing a great job there. So payment order, 1/3 of your revenues, we'll see how it goes. How big is the opportunity you're going for? I mean, savings is a huge part of consumer balance sheet, etc. So it's growing more than GDP, basically. So growing market, very sticky model. If you have your savings with a company, you never switch. How big is that opportunity?
So coming back again to the first 4 years, right? It was not only hard to tell people that I want to found a bank, but it was already hard to tell people, hey, I'm a German company, and I actually do believe people are going to trade stocks. It's always hard to believe when you come from the Nordics, but basically us Germans, we hate trading stocks, we hate risks, right? We have a very tense relationship to it. And so actually 8 out of 10 people do not invest money. But you see that through companies like Trade Republic, many first-time investors have now a different tendency and relationship towards investing. They actually start investing. Now, if you zoom out, and I think that's always the first slide in every pitch deck we're using since 7 years, Europe has the second highest GDP per capita on the world, yet the lowest investment quota under developed industrialized nations globally.
So how much do you save of your income in equities?
So only 8 out of 10 people are not investing, right? And that's really a scary and frightening figure if you look into the pension system, right? I mean, the Nordics, people are blessed with tax incentivized, state incentivized private pension planning, the same as in the UK and America. But then if you go to continental Europe, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, there's no such things. There's no tax benefits, no wrappers, no nothing. So people are actually screwed, because if they just rely on the government pension, they will not having sufficient pension when they retire. And a company like Trade Republic is helping them to self-save. So to your question, I think it's a gigantic opportunity, because you look into the GDP, you look into the low investment quota, and if that's going to be filled because people are actually trying to solve the pension gap, I think the numbers tell us it's one of the largest and fastest growing markets globally. And as you know, many incumbents in Europe have a hard time adapting to the future. So we actually believe with Trade Republic, over the next 30 years, we can craft one of the most significant financial institutions there are in Europe and empower millions of people to really build a private pension.
And on your product side, how are you thinking about that medium term? Like today, trading of stocks, derivatives, ETFs, you can create your own portfolio, savings plan, bonds, deposits. You have 4% deposit you're offering, you're actually cutting nothing in between, and you're giving everything away to ECB. Is that working for you?
Yeah, so I think the ultimate promise we give you as a consumer, that you get the best deal for your money. What does it mean? Like whenever you choose to invest, whenever you choose to make more out of your money, Trade Republic gives you the easiest, fastest, and cheapest way to invest. So basically, when the interest rate environment was turning and ECB decided to increase rates, we've been actually one of the first banks in Europe to pass through 2% interest rates to consumers without any restriction. So you can just hit a button and get 2%. We renewed that promise in September by now passing 4% to people. It's actually the highest interest rate across Europe right now. And that obviously is a great promise. It creates viral growth and brings you many consumers, many assets. Now, if you zoom out, I think the bread and butter product of Trade Republic is a savings plan. So you go to Trade Republic, you set up MSCI World, the world economy, and you deposit 100, maybe 200 euros a month, and you do it over and over time. And we basically created the category here. So that product was already live in Germany, but in the last 3 years, we doubled the market. We doubled the market. Today, Trade Republic has more than 50% market share in savings plans, meaning we have more ETF savings plans in Germany than all other incumbent banks combined, right? So that's a fast trajectory. And we believe, especially when people start very early in their life to save, that's one of the best relationships in the French industry which you can have with a human, and we're very happy to help them to get more money.
So the 4% attracts assets under management, and then you launch sort of investment and savings products on top of that to monetize them.
Yes, no, of course. I mean, I think people come because they see it's a great deal for their money. So they come, they bring their assets, and then we help them to make more out of their assets, to diversify, to invest in capital markets. We see that people who come after the interest rates trade or invest as good as people who came before. And it's really a long-term journey and an important promise to make.
Fantastic. We're running out of time, so we only have a couple of seconds left, but I mean, a lot to talk about. But I think the theme of Slush is building to last. I think that epitomizes really about what Trade Republic is about, because without building something that lasts, you're not going to attract the consumers' money and savings at a high rate, and being there for the long term. What has been essential for you to build that sort of lasting enterprise?
It was important for us to get a banking license, because eventually I want to go to you, the consumer, and say, I'm the right companion, I'm the right partner for the next 30 years of your financial life. So your money is safe and secure. So really the essence of building to last is really one of the core ingredients and pitches we bring to the people, and that hopefully empowers us to build one of the most significant savings platforms in Europe in this generation.
Fantastic, Christian. Thanks a lot for coming. You're going to stay over the weekend, right?
Yes, I'm going to explore Helsinki, maybe some sauna. It's going to be fun.
You're going to do smoke sauna as well?
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully. I'll see you. I maybe not see you because it's smoky. Thanks you guys for joining. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan and Christian.
The Midas list is kind of like the Oscars of the VC world, an annual ranking that celebrates the most successful and influential venture capitalists.
Much like the mythical king Midas, these investors seem to possess the golden touch, turning anything they invest into wildly successful ventures and reshaping the tech world.
This year, Slush is honored to be the stage for announcing the 2023 Midas List Europe and revealing this year's leading investors. I can tell that many of them might be sitting in this very room.
To do the honors, we have Ian Martin and Luciana Lichandru. Ian is the news editor of Forbes, covering emerging businesses and business leaders in Europe and the UK. Luciana is a partner at Sequoia, focusing on enterprise investments in Europe. She was also the early backer of companies like Miro and UiPath.
Welcome, Ian and Luciana.
Great. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Ian Martin. I'm the Europe news editor for Forbes. Earlier today, we launched the 7th annual Midas List Europe, which profiles the 25 best European venture investors in Europe, Israel, and the Middle East. Today, we're joined by one of those top investors, Luciana, who's been a list veteran. So we're going to learn a little bit more about the state of Europe in tech and also what it takes to become one of Europe's top venture investors. So this has been a tough year for tech in Europe, Luciana. Like, few exits, few large rounds. Like, where are we now after the kind of excess and maybe exuberance of 21 and 22?
Firstly, thank you so much, Ian, for being on stage with me today and for inviting me. And thank you to everyone at Slush. It's really my favorite conference, and I try to come every single year, so it's a pleasure to be back. It's been an interesting year, Ian. I think the word that you use for, call it 2020, 2021, is probably the right one, exuberance. There was a lot happening. There were a lot of companies getting started. There were a lot of funding rounds. Things were happening quite quickly. And I would say in the last 12 to 18 months, things are more quiet. There's still great founders who are mission-driven, who start great companies because they don't think about interest rates and they don't think about, can I raise a Series A or a Series B? They just want to go and solve a problem. So we're still seeing that. And there's still investments happening, but I would say a small percentage of companies are raising right now, many of them with an AI angle. The companies that are raising are still getting pretty healthy valuations, even comparable to 2020, 2021. But many founders are just not even testing the markets because they realized that things would change. They extended runway, and yeah, many companies are just not thinking about raising right now.
Very good. So what does next year hold for us in terms of like?
If you ask me, I think we went from a lot of activity to too little activity, and I really hope that the truth and the right balance is somewhere in the middle. So I think in 2024, we should see more of these great founders raising more great rounds. Why? Because, again, many of them extended their runway, so they will come back to market to fundraise. And because there are many people like us who are open for business. I mean, at Sequoia, we want to invest through cycles, whether it's up or whether it's down. We're here to partner with founders for the next decade and beyond. So it doesn't really matter what's happening around us. We're open for business. So I really hope that the right balance is not 2020, 2021, but also not 2023, where, in my opinion, too little has happened. So I really hope that the balance will happen at some point in 2024, and a lot of these great founders will raise great investment rounds.
Has Europe's tech ecosystem changed since you started investing here? Like, are we seeing sort of this waterfall of experienced operators emerging and also sort of more capital being deployed in Europe?
Well, thank you firstly for not dating me and not saying when I started in the European ecosystem. It's been a while. I'll just say it's been over a decade.
I tried to be diplomatic.
Thank you. You were very kind. I think a lot has changed, and funnily enough, some things are exactly the same. What has changed? We're seeing repeat founders. We're seeing teams that started a company that maybe worked out to some extent and they sold it, or maybe didn't even work out and they're coming back for more with a bigger scale of ambition and with more experience and having experienced a lot of the mistakes in the first company and now taking all those learnings to the new company. We have a few in our portfolio. The team at Penny Lane in France is a great example. They sold a company to Booking a few years after college, and now they're reinventing SME financial services and financial software. And then the other founder persona that we just didn't have in Europe a decade ago and we have today is people who are leaving scale-ups. So they've seen what it takes to build a great company, and they're leaving UiPath or Spotify or Revolut or some of these great companies that build large platform businesses, and they're taking those learnings and they're applying them to their own startup. And again, if I look at many of our seed investments, the founders have these profiles. So the great team at Dust in France, for example, came from Stripe and OpenAI, or we invested in a company called Tola, the founder came from Plio, and we're very excited about both these founder profiles. But some things are the same, and what's that? You know, we still see really ambitious first-time founders that start in unusual locations, and that's the thing that I think is the magic and the challenge of Europe. It's not as concentrated in one or two areas. There's not one Silicon Valley in Europe. There are many ecosystems, and great companies really start everywhere. So of course, the obvious hubs are still London, Berlin, Paris, but just to give you an example, our last 2 Series A investments were actually in Munich. So yes, it's a large city, but it wasn't until recently, at least, the most obvious ecosystem, and we see that growing. UiPath started in Bucharest, Romania. You know, I have a bias, I'm Romanian, but I would not have thought so maybe 7 or 8 years ago. I would not have predicted that. So I think that's the magic of Europe, and I don't think that will change. It will continue to be fragmented, and we will continue to have these wonderful local ecosystems and first-time founders starting in these wonderful ecosystems.
That's great to hear. I know you've talked before about looking for outlier mindsets in the best founders.
Yes.
What's the mindset of a Sequoia investor? And like, what are your practices in order to find the best new founders?
Okay, that's a tough question. I'll start by saying that at Sequoia, we're very team-focused, and we work together a lot, but we also focus on everyone's individual perspective, on companies, on founders, and everyone's individual outlook for the future. So, you know, if I'm here, or if my partner Matt, or my partner Alfred, if they're here, they might give you different answers. And I think that's a good thing, because hopefully we make each other better by having different perspectives. But there are a few things that we do talk about and we prioritize when we look at founders. Firstly, we really like to see founders who have good founder market fit. What does that mean? Some people want to start companies and some people want to solve problems. And we get really, really excited when we meet these founders that are obsessed with solving a problem. Oftentimes this comes from having experienced the problem themselves, not having just witnessed it, but having really experienced it. So that's something we get really excited about when there's that sort of mission-driven approach to solving whatever it is that they're going after. So that's one thing. And there are two other things that we think about a lot. In my opinion, if there's one indicator for a company's future success, it's speed of execution. Just getting stuff done, getting it done and getting it done quickly. And you will make mistakes, and that's absolutely okay. But if you do it quickly and iterate, you learn so much faster on the way. And this doesn't mean that I wouldn't equate speed of execution with speed of growth. I don't think these are the same. These two things are the same. It can be in the very early days, how fast you're building product, how fast you're hiring, how fast you're learning. So speed of execution, really important. Last but not least, I would say speed of learning. At Sequoia, we talk a lot about slope, not intercept. You don't have to know everything when you start a company, but if you learn really fast along the way, I mean, just think about how much better you can become over a decade, because that's how long it takes to even see if this company can become a large generational business. So I would say we all think about the world differently, but we do have values that unite us, and these are some of the things that we have in common when we look at businesses and when we try to identify an outlier mindset.
That's great. I think we still have maybe a tough few months or maybe a year ahead for founders. Do you have any sort of top tips for founders about sort of how to navigate this kind of challenging environment?
We're all going back to basics. And it sounds easy, but it's not. And I think the faster founders realize this, I think the better companies they will build. Just focus on fundamentals. And again, it sounds really simple, but I think in practice it's really not. Focus on delighting your customer, focus on building the best product you can build. If you don't have that much capital to invest, my 2 cents, over-invest in product and technology, not necessarily in go-to-market in the second, and just build the best product you can build. Focus on your unit economics. I think it's as simple as that. And honestly, stay strong. There are periods of ups and periods of downs, and I don't know one company that became really, really large that didn't have some ups and some downs as well. And I think that it takes that extra level of resilience. And in my opinion, things are actually already starting to look better, both from a macro perspective and from an investing appetite perspective. Again, we're certainly open for business. We're certainly speaking with founders every single day and want to partner with those great founders, both in Europe and the US.
That's great. Luciana, thank you for sharing your insights.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, I love Slush. Thanks for having me here. And thank you, Ian, for the great questions.
Very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian and Luciana. All right. Well, there's considerable discussion on utilizing community for growth. The real question is, how do you actually do that?
Tristan Handy is the founder and CEO of DBT Labs, an open source command line tool that helps engineers transform data more effectively. Under Tristan's leadership, DBT has become trusted partner for over 25,000 companies, including JetBlue, HubSpot, and Casper.
Joining Tristan is Matt Miller, partner at Sequoia, focused on early and growth stage investments. Matt's journey actually started at an early age, building computers and writing code in his mother's kitchen. But over the last 11 years at Sequoia, Matt has worked closely with companies like Confluent, DBT Labs, Grafana, and many more.
Tristan and Matt will explore the transformative power of communities for startups. Tristan will share the story of building and leveraging DBT's community that boasts over 17,000 active users.
This is Leveraging Community for Product Growth. Welcome, Tristan and Matt.
Woo.
All right. Well, it's wonderful to be back here again at Slush. Thank you for having us. It's my honor to be here with my friend and business partner, Tristan Handy, who leads DBT Labs. DBT helps companies to transform, organize, and share their information, and is, the topic of our talk today is about building, leveraging community for product growth. But one of the powerful things is community is actually how we got to know Tristan and how we got to know DBT and become an investor. And I'll just take a second. I'll tell a little bit of the story. We were working on an investment in another company, and we were doing the due diligence calls. And as we were doing the due diligence calls on another company,
I don't think I've heard this story.
Really?
You're just telling. Okay.
No. So I won't say the name of the company, but
okay,
you actually know the company well. We were looking at this other company. We were doing the due diligence calls, and every due diligence call was like, "Hey, have you heard of this thing called DBT? It's amazing. It's transformed my life. It's made everything so much easier. It's so powerful. It's taken over so much of our operations with data in our company." And my partner Sonia and I, who were doing this due diligence, were like, "Whoa, we got to go figure out this DBT thing." And so we pivoted away from the one that was raising at the time and started working with DBT. We were doing work on DBT Labs, and then figured out how badly we wanted to invest. The company was not raising money. It was August of 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, and we flew out to your house, And we had a meeting, because he lives in Philadelphia at the time we were in California.
So many different ways to tell you no.
Yeah.
And,
we flew out to your house and we met on your porch, socially distanced, in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Mosquito bites and everything.
Yeah, it was good times. But anyways, thanks for being here. So, this is a conference filled with founders, prospective founders, people thinking about startups. And I think the most interesting thing for me, at least always, is to hear the story of what drove you to become a founder, and like, how did you think about making the steps to start a company in the first place?
Yeah, I'm happy to tell that story. But one of the things that I think is so hard to know, even if you've been through the process, is how to catalyze an amazing community. And it makes me think about it so much as I sit in the middle of this community that has grown over the course of, 10 plus years? How long has it been?
Yeah, I think more than that.
Yeah, and I bet you at the very first Slush, no one could have envisioned this. And that is how I feel today, looking back on the past 7.5 years. I built a tool, myself and my co-founder Drew built a tool that I needed to use to do my own work. Yeah. I was very excited about new technologies in our space. It was the early days of the cloud data warehouse, and I had been a long-time data practitioner, and I saw how powerful some of these products were, and I just wanted to use them. And there was a missing piece, and I knew that if I was going to deliver client work that was great, then I needed an answer to this question. And so I built that. And then I figured that maybe a couple other people, I didn't think there would be that many people that would use this, but I thought maybe a couple other people would use it. And so I created a Slack community to collaborate on, exchange best practices. And in the first 6 months, there were like 100 people there, which kind of felt like what I anticipated might happen. But it just kept going up. And we heard the types of feedback that you relayed just there. People started playing with DBT, and they found that it did more and more and more for them. So I think that great communities, you can, maybe there's a certain set of ingredients that all have to be shared, but there's not a playbook. There's not like an answer that always works.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think taking a step back, a big component I think probably relates to open source. And so what drove the decision to, you said you created this thing, like what drove the decision to make it an open source thing versus trying to start a commercial business from the beginning that just focused on selling a product?
In the early days of my career, so in the early 2000s, I worked in the data world, and at the time, the data world was dominated by this duopoly. Really, it was like Microsoft and Oracle. Yep. And there was kind of very little cross-pollination that happened there. Either you were a Microsoft shop or you were an Oracle shop, and all the tooling was built, and you got locked in. And the customers of, and both of these companies are very different today, so it's a kind of lessons from a prior era, but even the users and the customers of these ecosystems didn't like them. They felt locked in, they felt like they had no choices, and it's a bad world to work in. And so I, as a practitioner, when designing tooling, my first rule was I don't want to lock people in. I want people to use this thing and love it and continue to use more of it because they felt empowered to make choices. And if I knew that if this thing was going to be widely used, it was going to be, tens of thousands of human hours and would be spent inside of a company. And writing this code and if you make that code proprietary, then all of that investment is locked up and can be kind of taken away from you at any given point in time. And that just didn't seem right.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we were first doing the due diligence and learning about DBT, when we kind of came upon it, doing references on the other company, the fact that there were a lot of people we talked to who were in love with you, but had never spoken to anybody at the company. And because the fact that you had chosen this open source strategy, there was no friction for them to be able to try something. And for them, it was like, I might as well try it. And they loved it. And so how have you found that, being this community company has helped you as you've tried to think about, okay, well, there's this product out there that we provide for free, and how does that shape how you sell and how you interact with them now as customers?
I think for any commercial open source company, it is your biggest strength and your biggest weakness. Mm-hmm. So it is a tremendous strength for us in that we often start commercial conversations from a place of, we already have 400 users using the product. We already have training materials. We have, if most companies, if you showed up and the customers had already had a 400-person install of your product, that would be unbelievably wonderful. It'd save you so much on customer success costs. The downside of that is we're doing just fine. We don't need to buy your commercial thing. And so we have to, in the early days, the name of the game was making sure that we could deliver on the open source value prop and that we could innovate at the speed of our partners. And all of that was very challenging. But in the past 2 or 3 years, the name of the game for us has been making sure that we have an answer to the question, why should we pay you for the thing that maybe we could get for free? And you could talk to basically any open source founder out there, and they're going to say the exact same thing. The way that Ali at Databricks says it is that I had to hit 2 grand slams. I had to hit the open source grand slam, and then I had to hit the proprietary grand slam. And so we're not in the process of hitting a grand slam on the proprietary side. We're like doing it in one base at a time. We got
to actually make it like global friendly, not grand slam is an American baseball euphemism. The World Cup. World Cup.
Yeah.
We got to win the 2 World Cups.
But we're making iterative progress there, and it's a journey. We've made a lot of progress there in the past 12 to 18 months.
Oh, it's been fantastic to see how you guys have really gone after that and built such a great commercial business in alignment with supporting the community and the open source. And maybe share for a little bit about the earliest days. So let's dig in a little bit more on the earliest days. So you said you got it out to a few hundred people. Who were these people? How did you get them excited? Like how much time did you spend with them? When you started the Slack community, was it you just letting them be and talk about the product? Were you involved in it?
So we didn't do a lot of what you would traditionally call customer development. Mm-hmm. We couldn't afford to do that. We were bootstrapped. We had to pay our own salaries. And so we were really a consulting business for 3.5 years. And the way that early users got their hands on this thing was that our consulting clients would learn about DBT, they would pick it up, and then they would tell their friends. And the kind of locus, the like patient zero of the DBT community was a mattress company in New York called Casper, and they had a team of 12 data analysts, and this is in September of 2016, and they got so excited about DBT that they started having meetups, and they introduced us to Kickstarter and Venmo and all of these New York-based tech companies at the time, and we would kind of show up to our own, not our own, but like DBT community meetups, and it was just kind of an emergent phenomenon. The main thing that we would see is in the very early days is that people who knew DBT were able to very quickly get jobs at like a level or 2 up when they took their next job. Mm-hmm. So like a Casper data analyst would get a job running a data team at Starry, and they would make 50%, 100% more. Mm-hmm. And it was this knowledge of DBT that was this unfair advantage that in their careers that allowed DBT to spread so quickly.
Wow. And has the community impacted how you've made product decisions, both in the open source and commercial, and how?
Oh, geez, that's a big question. Yes, we have been huge beneficiaries of watching open source companies before us.
Yes.
I think it was in 2018 where there was a lot of big decisions that happened in open source land. I think that Mongo and Elastic and Redis and maybe a couple of other companies all like made big changes to the way that they were doing open source at the time. And
especially the licensing.
There was a lot of licensing stuff. I think, and so we had the opportunity. This was as DBT was getting into maybe like 300 companies were using DBT, and we were trying to think seriously about these kinds of questions, because if you get really popular and then you change some of these decisions, it can drive you to the top of Hacker News, like not in a good way.
Yeah.
And so we have tried to keep our open source surface area pretty well defined. There's a large set of things that our open source doesn't do that we've kind of reserved for our commercial product. And open source is specifically having to do with like the language that we're building. And that's worked pretty well for us. We don't do kind of fancy licensing stuff. We just have permissive Apache 2 open source, and then we have proprietary.
Yeah. And have you had a moment, though, where when you've gone down one path and the community said, we don't like this?
There's one product area that, so we make a very simple data catalog. We call it DBT Docs. I think we first built this in 2018, and it was great for its time, but it was really a single-page web app, and it doesn't scale, and it's kind of a dead-end product direction. And really, this thing needed to be a part of our commercial product, DBT Cloud. And so just a month or two ago, we released an updated version of this that is proprietary. It's a part of DBT Cloud. And we didn't take away DBT Docs, but we added significant capabilities to it, and now we charge for it. And the community has said, okay, cool, that looks really useful. So I think that when communities really react negatively is when you take away something, you reset an expectation that you had kind of committed to in the past. But if you build something new and that new thing is proprietary, I think that is generally perceived to be totally fair.
And as a founder, I find that you specifically do a lot above and beyond to engage with your community. You have a blog, you have an active podcast, you're doing seed investments in and around the data space. DBT hosts a large user conference, an event that's open to customers and non-customers and competitors. In a very interesting dynamic, like straight-on competitors are there at the conference that the Sequoia Capital investment dollars are helping to finance. How is that engagement important in the community, and like what are the gives and takes? Or what role do you feel it's playing in like helping the success of the company?
Any successful community-oriented company gets a tremendous amount of stuff for free. Whether it's code that your community has written and either contributed to your product or contributed as like plugins in the ecosystem, you get blog posts that are free marketing, you get documentation, you get all this stuff for free. And that well will dry up if you are not being members of the community. And you can perceive the community's sentiment around this stuff. There's a general sentiment around like, are the commercial open source maintainers being good stewards?
Yeah.
And it's very, very important to me that the answer to that question is always yes. Because I think, honestly, there have been 1 million companies in the past 3 decades that have helped customers solve similar problems. And they're decent businesses. It's hard to argue with them on some level, but none of them are like far and away successful. And I think that if we are going to live up to our own ambitions to really change the way that our ecosystem works for practitioners, we have to be much more successful than the kind of traditional enterprise software companies have been in our space. And I think that it is this community approach that will enable that. So community hasn't just gotten us here. Community is what needs to continue to drive this ecosystem for the next decade plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we should take a few minutes, because we're coming near the end, to talk about the building of the business of DBT and your role as a CEO. And as you said, it's been 6.5, almost 7 years since you started the company, right? And or 7.5 years since you started the company. Since you started the company. What would you go back and tell your younger self now, having been through the last 7.5 years? Like, what's the advice you would give to the younger Tristan when you were at the very start of this journey?
Well, it was the founder of the GPUs company. Why am I not able to think of his name? Jensen was on a podcast
NVIDIA.
recently and said, if I knew how hard this was going to be, I never would have done it. Yeah. And when I heard him say that, I was like literally in my backyard blowing leaves with a leaf blower. I was listening in my ears, and I was just like, oh, that hits too close to home. It's a long journey, and it is. I think that every single entrepreneur benefits from a certain amount of naivete, and very much myself included, about how long and hard that journey is going to be. I think that it's important that most founders, and myself included, if you continue to be successful at a certain point in the company's trajectory, it's not because you are the best sales leader in the world, or marketing leader in the world, or engineering. Like, there are people that are likely going to be better than you at all of these different things. What is going to need to be your competitive advantage is that you are the most problem attached, and you are the most long-term thinker around the table. And that means that you need to show up at work every day energized. You need to be excited not just about what you're going to do over the next year, but what you're going to do over the next decade. And you have to solve for that in your own psychology. You have to figure out what makes me excited to come to work every single day, and then you need to figure out how to give that to your team.
We call it the spark of a founder. It's like irreplaceable in any company, and that spark drives so much energy, excitement, enthusiasm, and has this perspective that nobody else can ever bring. In the building of the company, what have been some of the hardest decisions you've had to make as CEO?
Over the course of the past year, I have presided over a pretty significant transition in our leadership team. And that's included my two co-founders, who are still with the business, but are now individual contributors, and most of our various functional execs. And that's been very hard. It's been the right thing, and I think that the transitions have been managed very smoothly. But there's this really fun part of the company when all the leaders get in a single room and you have all the context in your heads and you solve problems together. It feels like building a tree house together as kids, and it was tremendously fun. And it was very. I wanted to extend that period for as long as I could, and maybe I extended it for just a little bit longer than I should have. But I think that I'm very excited for the next phase with this next set of leaders. I think that this is one of the most important decisions that founder CEOs need to make, is when do you put different people in different seats, and how do you know what success looks like at different stages? Because necessarily you're trying to assess somebody for a set of skills that you don't have yourself. So it's a very hard question to answer.
And how do you keep the culture through that? Because I think you've done a very good job of being focused on that.
I think that there are certain moments that you have to step into with courage, and these Sequoia calls them crucible moments, but you have the opportunity to lean into them, and that often feels like a little bit of a gut check. Like, oh, do I have the confidence to stand by our values, even in a global macroeconomic climate that is forcing all of us to go through things that we haven't gone through in 10 plus years? Or do I let the current era make me back down from some of my long-held beliefs? So I think that it is that taking those moments to really stand up for what has always been true. I think it's also really critical to write. If you have beliefs about your company culture or your company values, you have to write that stuff down.
Yeah.
I wrote our company values literally before even starting the corporate entity.
Yep.
And we've made some tweaks to them over the years, but we refer back to them all the time, and it's a critical part of who we are.
You know, one of the things you talked about was how your co-founders moved to individual contributor roles. And in my work with different companies, that's always a very hard navigation. And I think founders worry a lot about what it will be like post that navigation. How did that go, and how do you feel they're doing now? Like, how are they? Yeah, share about that, because I think that's important for people to hear that are facing that similar challenge.
It's different every company. Fortunately, my two co-founders, Drew and Connor, actively wanted that for themselves. Yep. I didn't have to twist any arms. I didn't threaten. It was like, each of them raised their hands and said, "Hey, I think it's time." And fortunately, they're both like world-class individual contributors and can contribute to the company in that way. Honestly, the hardest part of the transition has been me managing my own psychology. Yep. Because these were two people who went through all of it with me. They were at that meeting that you were talking about, where we were, talking about the Series B fundraise. That we've navigated everything together, and now it's a lot more me. And that's not to say that we're not close or that we don't talk about stuff. But if they're not in all the rooms, then they have to kind of trust me a lot more frequently. And that's been a change in my role as a company. I feel like in the past, we kind of made decisions as a group, and now I think I wear the more traditional title and responsibilities of CEO.
So you mentioned before, we just got a minute left. You mentioned before that that the thing you would tell your younger self is how hard it is. 30 seconds. What's the piece of advice you'd give to these founders, potential founders here, thinking about starting something on their own?
At a certain point, once you've built something that you feel like is going to persist, you need to really prioritize your own physical and mental well-being, because maybe in the first 3 years, maybe it's not even clear that this thing is going to continue to exist, and maybe you need to work yourself like hell. But that's not sustainable, and you have to identify this transition point and really start treating yourself in a way that will be able to be sustainable for, essentially indefinitely.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Quick plug, you're up for a treat in that you've got Rob from Visionaries and Nico Rosberg up next. But after that, at 1:45, the Sequoia team, we meet all those interested in starting your own companies in the investor meeting space. We're looking forward to having you there. But thanks for being with us, Tristan. Thanks for having us back here again at Slush.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Tristan and Matt. Next, we'll hear from one of the most accomplished F1 drivers in the world, and what he has learned and applied from the racetrack to investing in innovative startups in mobility, climate, and beyond. Nico Rosberg, or Rosberg as we like to say in Finland, is a Formula One world champion. After winning the World Championship in 2016, Nico slammed the brakes on his illustrious F1 and embarked on a new ride as a VC and sustainability entrepreneur. Since then, he has invested in sustainably driven companies such as Lilium, Tier, and Lyft through Rosberg Ventures. He has also founded Green Tech Festival and launched an all-electric racing team. For the candid conversation, Nico is joined by Robert Lacher, the founding partner of Visionaries Club. Robert has partnered with over 30 early-stage companies such as Personio, Pigment, and Deal.
Robert started actually his career as a founder of a fashion platform, Maze, which he sold to Zalando in 2016.
Buckle up for lessons from a world champion turned entrepreneur. Let's hear it for Nico and Robert.
Hello, hello, Helsinki. Oh my God, it's so great to be back at Slush, and couldn't there be a more amazing guest than having Nico with me. Thank you so much for being with us today, Nico.
It's a pleasure to be here, yeah. So I'm half Finnish, so that was all the Finnish words that I know, it was those two. So it's a pleasure to come back a bit to my roots here in Helsinki, and so cool that, greatest startup event in Europe is here, and I've been here now since yesterday, and it's fascinating.
Amazing. Now you already spoiled out half of my intro, but fair enough. So, normally you would say a world champion needs no introduction. In this case, I really, really disagree, because there is so much more behind the person Nico Rosberg than you could ever guess from the outside. He's an incredibly humble person, very determined. He's a father, a family father. He's an active angel investor. He's a sustainability entrepreneur, and so much more. So I can't wait really going deeper into those conversations today, and really the background of your life. And actually, like athletes, entrepreneurs face so many extreme situations every single day. And in the end, it's always about one thing. It's about human performance, and it's about the determination to win. I would really love to dive into this, because you have had to perform at the maybe most competitive environment someone could think about, Formula One. So let's jump right in, but maybe before you were a Formula One world champion, take us back to when you were a teenager and you had to make the decision to go all in on racing. And maybe people don't know that Nico got accepted to so many Ivy League universities like Imperial College for Aeronautics. You were playing tennis for the Monaco tennis team. So how was that decision to go all in 110% on racing back then?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the introduction. It was a difficult decision, mainly because all of my best friends were going down the usual path of going to the university. And I think that would have been also pretty cool. But of course, my racing was really kicking off. And it's really the winning that obviously helped with that decision, because I saw, okay, I'm really good at this. Maybe I can make a career out of this.
So it was karting back then, or was it basically
it started with go-karting.
Okay.
And so of course then when the winning happens, that really grips you and grips me. And I thought, okay, wow, this can work. Yeah. And so that's really what helped me essentially to make that decision. Then also my father, of course. Some of you from the older generation will know him. So he's a Finnish Formula One world champion as well. And he, of course, also really supported me and encouraged me to go down the route of being a racer myself.
I have actually great respect for this decision, because if you're, I come from a family, my father wasn't a world champion. My father wasn't like a venture capital investor. So every decision I made was basically out of my, humble background experience. But if your father has already been a world champion, and then taking that step to say, okay, I compete now in the same class, I have great respect for this. Speaking about becoming a world champion, we all know Formula One, and we all know how close those races are. And there are, is it 16 drivers now in the field? What, if you had to summarize it in the time that we have, what element really separates achievers from almost achievers and makes you a Formula One champion, winning against Lewis Hamilton in the same team, the World Championships?
Yeah, so this is where I think I can relate so much to all of you who are founders, actually. So I was speaking also, I had the honor to meet Peter from Adyen yesterday. I think maybe you're in the audience. Peter, can you raise your hand if you're there?
There's
he's back
Peter.
There you go. Okay, amazing. And I really saw, and I saw the synergies there, like between a great founder and someone who can win in sports. And there's a couple of things, like one thing is, of course, this insane focus on what you are doing, and really eliminating absolutely all distractions possible from around you. So back in my time when I was fighting for the championship, you would not have seen me using social media. Yeah, I deleted all the apps. There was nothing there.
Nothing,
I never looked at media. Also because it's a killer, because they write about you and that's a disaster. Like, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So just absolute focus with an incredible intensity to your next goal, to achieving that next milestone, and to preparing in the best possible way.
Yeah.
And so then, when it comes to preparation also, that's something that I love to talk about, and it's the point about marginal gains. So really focusing on also taking the small details and nailing them. And so there's a nice example. In F1, 1 kilogram of our body weight was 300ths of a second slower per lap.
Yeah.
So if I had a big summer with eating ice cream, I came back 1 kilo.
1 kilo, because 300 milliseconds is a lot. That's
which
like
is almost 2 seconds of race
pole
time.
Position and number 6 or something.
Exactly, it's almost 2 seconds of race time. So it was that insane. But of course, I couldn't be super skinny because I needed power at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, for example, just the attention to detail that I was trying to get to, I had a black helmet because the helmet paint was 80 grams. So I was the only guy with the black helmet. Then I even cut my socks. I did everything I could. I put Swiss cheese holes in my carbon seat where it was non-structurally relevant.
Yeah.
Finally, I even stopped road cycling. So I was a big road cyclist. And I realized that, damn, I got these really heavy leg muscles. I got to get rid of those, because that could be 500 grams or something like that. So I stopped road cycling as well. And in fact, I did manage to lose, with the helmet, the leg muscles and everything, that 1 kilogram.
Yeah.
And then we come to after the summer, and it's qualifying in Japan. And we're really neck on neck with Lewis Hamilton, who was my teammate at Mercedes. The two of us were fighting for the championship. We were equal on points. 2016, after the summer break, last lap, he puts in pole position. I come around, and like 10 seconds after him, and I beat his time by 200ths of a second to get pole position. And that was the paint, the leg muscles, which is like, looking back now, it's pretty amazing. And then after that, 4 races later, I was world champion, So it's like, it was so much on the edge, on the details. And really, it was that focus, attention to detail that made the difference in the end. So, and I think a lot of you founders can really relate with that, and it can certainly help to achieve great things.
It's incredible to see this determination. I hope you guys don't stop cycling now and everything, because I know Peter loves cycling and he comes from the Netherlands. But I think, as you mentioned, there are a lot of parallels to founders, because the founders we love backing are founders that are obsessed about product. They have sleepless nights to think about every detail, every feature of the product, and it's basically every day you have to solve 1,000 problems. You have to be a perfectionist about it. And I think if we look at Formula One, like this drive to perfection, this obsession to think about every gram that you can save to win, and it's exactly those milliseconds that made the title against someone like Lewis Hamilton. And I think at startups it can be sometimes the same thing. If you launch products, you have competition. You need to be so focused on every detail and obsessed. If I think about this looks super nice from the outside. I mean, you've been 10 years in Formula One, 30 years in racing, but mentally, how can you deal with such a situation? And let's just take the Formula One time for 10 years. I mean, how did you find mental balance? How did a day of Nico Rosberg look during that time?
Yeah, so in focus, of course, that work-life balance is part of the equation. Otherwise, in a couple of years, you will not be able to perform at your best level anymore. In F1, it was in a couple of races because it was just so much more in the moment intense. But for some of you, it will be over a little bit longer period of time. And so that work-life balance also, I think, is very, very important to find that time. For me, I have 2 kids now. They're 6 and 8. So it's become even more difficult, but it's critical really, because you can gain so much energy back by spending time with friends and family and making time for that. It's so crucial.
Yeah. Let's speak a bit, because you mentioned Lewis, and let's speak a bit about Rivalry and the positive and the negative elements of it, because I think when you were kart racing, you were already racing with him, then you went into Formula One, and then the peak of it is being in the same team, having the same car, competing every single day. What does this do with a human? Because, like, how can you describe this relationship? Are you friends? Are you frenemies? Are you, like, without Lewis, maybe wouldn't you have the level that you have because you always had this thing on your shoulder that there is this other guy that is also great and he just got the best out in you. How can you describe that relationship?
Yeah, so with Lewis, we were actually best friends when we were young. We were 13 years old, best friends racing. But then in F1, there's so much at stake that it just became quite an extreme, like even you would say enemy. Like it went to that level, and it was just so fierce. You know, one guy would use more engine power than was allowed. The other guy would run to the stewards and tell the stewards, hey, you need to investigate him because I saw he did something wrong under the yellow flag.
Don't do this among your startup competitors.
Exactly.
Or maybe you have to.
And this is in the team, you know, it's between teammates. So it was incredibly tough to manage. But of course that was also a big driving force then, to have that rival. It pushes you to dimensions and motivations that you think you didn't even have. You know, so it's really, it was very intense to say the least.
It's interesting because a pattern we see with many of our founders that we back and even VCs who are successful is that they have something in their life that they just want to prove. Maybe it's a childhood experience that was negative that they want to work against, or maybe it's a competition thing. And I also had it in my life. You know, I founded a few companies and then also, as you see, founded 2 venture capital funds and decided, you know, to start all over again. But this kind of competitive element maybe also got the best out of me, even though it's something that is, of course, also a daily challenge. If we look at that career, you know, I think you were 31. Let's imagine you're Nico Rosberg, you just won against Lewis Hamilton, the World Championship. You likely get another 100 million as an offer to stay in Formula One. You're on top of everything. Why the hell did you stop? Or what was the situation back then? Like, how did it feel to make this decision to say, this is it with Formula One?
Yeah, so the 100 million was not an offer, it was actually a signed contract.
Oh, you signed it,
already.
okay.
Yeah. So it was even worse than that.
I would have done it for you. You should have let me know. I was doing karting when I was a kid, so
in fact, my dad was a little bit, how should I say, shouting on the telephone to me, like, are you crazy? You can't stop now with that contract for a couple of more years. So the decision was, and again, I'm sure many of you, especially founders, will be able to relate. It was just so intense and such a struggle. I mean, the fun part just got smaller and smaller and smaller because you become that person also, You become that race driver or you become that founder. It becomes your identity completely. And even worse or even more extreme for us is that we're watched by hundreds of millions of people every moment and judged on split seconds. And if you're a split second too slow, you're a loser. And my problem was I had the best of all time next to me in the same car. So, and he was beating me for like, I think it was almost 17 years in a row, kind of. He was beating me. Can we
give Nico a massive applause that he, in 2016, never gave up, never, ever gave up to beat Lewis Hamilton and become a world champion. I think it's a great lesson as well, but sorry.
So it definitely required some tenacity to keep going. But it turns into such a fear of failing then also. I remember my last race, and we were like 20 laps from the end. The championship was on the line, and my engineer tells me in the ear, he says, you're going to have to pass Max Verstappen in the next 3 laps. Otherwise, you will lose the championship. So this is him in my ear now, and this is crazy hard to pass Max Verstappen. And so I'm trying to get this done, and as I'm getting this done and I'm overtaking, I suddenly feel my foot jumping on the throttle pedal from so much fear, being so scared that I'm going to mess up and lose the opportunity to achieve my dream in that moment, and it might never come back because you never know. You need the best car to have a chance to win the championship. You don't know if you're going to keep on having the best car. So my foot was jumping on the throttle because I was so scared. So I was shaking so much, and then you go into a real spiral because you think, okay, I can't even drive properly anymore. My foot is out of control. And I never had that in my life before. I never will have again in my life. That's certain. So it was that insane, the intensity, the struggle for me, and that's why then when I achieved that dream of winning in that sense, it was just a great moment for me to say, you know what, it's been a super career. It's actually also risking my life out there, so it's very dangerous. So actually, it feels like the right moment to go for, in your words, the exit. So it was a good exit, and looking back now for myself, it was the right decision. To some extent, even the mental health is on the line in that moment, because if the whole world is telling you, hey, you don't have what it takes to win, you're a loser, kind of, it will get to you eventually, So and I'm sure a lot of you founders can relate with that. And so that was my reason really for exiting, and for me personally, it was a good choice, and I'm very happy to be now here on the stage at Slush.
I was just saying that was just the start of Nico's career, the actual things we're talking about in the next 10 minutes. But first and foremost, thanks for sharing these transparent moments with us. I think I have great respect for making such a decision. And I think it's also learning, venture capital and the startup ecosystem is such a high performance environment. And let's be very honest, it's a lot of pressure for every founder. If every VC tells you it's a 10 billion plus company is the minimum you need to achieve. So you're basically putting yourself almost into a loser game, right? Because you can almost not achieve this, but then also having the obsession and the conviction to fight for this. But I think it's a very honest and great learning from yourself that you did that 10 years and you did that, far longer before in karting, but also being honest to yourself, challenging your life every now and then, zooming out and saying, okay, I'm now 31, I have a family that I'm building, and is this really what I want to do the next 10 years? We'll get into it in a minute that actually this was not a finishing of a career, it was actually a launchpad of an amazing new career. But maybe if we talk a little more about this human performance element, where do you see the parallels to founders? Because a lot of the things you just described are things that we see every day in founder life. In a way, founders are athletes, right? Because they're in an extreme situation. They run their companies for 10 years, for 15 years. I spoke with Nate from Airbnb 3 weeks ago. He's running Airbnb now, I think, for 15, 16 years still. And I have great respect for everyone who still has the energy after such a time. But where do you see the parallels between an athlete and an entrepreneur? And also, what do you bring to the table when you back an entrepreneur as an angel?
Very important, of course, is also to have that courage and to push into discomfort, because that's where you grow as an individual, as a company. So that's a direct also synergy with us athletes. But at the same time, of course, understanding the risk that you're facing. And managing that accordingly. I had to risk manage all the time because my life was at stake. And I'm seeing that now with founders as well, very, very clearly, that they're always spending a lot of time in analyzing and understanding the risk that they're facing, and then managing that, mitigating that, and that's a common trait also amongst the best founders.
Is there a typical advice that you give founders that VCs, others don't give founders, how to deal with those situations or things?
No. I mean, generally, I just like to exchange those thoughts, because you can always learn when you tell the personal stories and exchange, and that's always when it's the most interesting.
I loved our conversation a week ago when we were speaking about regeneration and having infrared saunas and really bringing your body performance to the top. But I think it's interesting that keeping that balance, because you told me a lot about, Formula One and all the things you do on the side. I mean, on TV, we only see the race and we think, okay, those people are flying over and then they're driving the car and they're flying home. But I think that's like 1% of your life because you're doing so much sports, so much other mental trainings. We already mentioned that was, finishing your Formula One career was a launchpad to start a career that I think is incredibly successful so far, but it's just starting to get exponential to be an angel investor, a sustainability entrepreneur, and you're taking this to the next level, and we can speak maybe a little bit about it if you allow us, what you're planning on the VC side. But maybe you can explain a little bit about those activities that you're doing now and how you're basically bringing your experience to the world of venture capital and startups.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy the VC space. Fascinated by the opportunities that there are available now, like mobility, which is my home. the disruption that is happening there is almost comparable to the horse to the car. The change, it's huge. So I really enjoy being involved in that change, which is also a change for good. Electrifying is going to bring a lot of good to us as a society and the planet. So it's awesome. And so I'm an angel investor, especially at seed stage. And the way I help, because I'm not just passive capital, I really try and support the founders we work with. Yeah. And mainly my angle is that I have, of course, now quite a strong C-level network in Europe. Thanks to my past, I built that up because all the corporates are sponsors of Formula One. So I've built up a really strong network where I can then connect the startups with the C-levels, and that really adds value. They can become customers. Yeah. So that's been quite successful as of late. We even have one example, one of our portfolio companies. We managed to put them in touch with SAP, which worked well and was very fruitful. So that's kind of our angle of being a value add, which is important.
No, I can only seriously kind of, and this is not advertising, but we're invested in many companies together, whether it's Vay, whether it's even B2B software companies, where, sometimes founders ask in the beginning, why should I take on board a sports person? There are a few sports people or celebrities that invest in venture capital or founders, and then you never see them. Nico has been in those investments that we're doing very often quoted as the most active angel really supporting the founders, whether it's C-level introductions. You mentioned SAP for the software company, so it was basically a call to the CEO of SAP. Now they're basically teaming up together to sell products. But I think also this mental part, like that kind of coaching that you can give founders, because there haven't been many VCs or angels that have been in Formula One and have gone through such a mental stage. I think that's super impressive.
Robert, let's go to you. I'm sure the audience would love to hear from you as well. You are the best VC out of Germany. That's my personal opinion. I'm allowed to say that, right? So I'm sure everybody would love to hear from you too. What are you planning on building with Visionaries Club? I can say I'm a proud LP. I'm a proud LP, proud to be part of the journey. So what is your vision there? What are you building?
Thank you. Humbled to hear that. Look, I think I would start maybe a level higher. If you look at myself, I was also starting a company before I was selling it, so I was an operative entrepreneur, and then I did angel investing. And if I was honest to myself and waking up on a Monday morning, I figured out my obsession was being an entrepreneur in VC. So it's not just investing, it's not going to a VC fund being a partner. And it's not just building an operational company, but this element of building a new venture capital fund that in our case is only backed by entrepreneurs and a Formula One champion and a soccer world champion. But that's my obsession. I think that's what I'm trying to build every day. And with Visionaries, our idea is basically what separates us a little bit from other VCs is that we only have successful entrepreneurs as our investors. So we have 30 unicorn founders on the one hand side, and we have 30 family entrepreneurs, which you can call the old economy. But it's so important that if we really want to build a new business model for Europe, we need to include the old economy. And I think if you look at software, bringing the customers together with the disruptors is something that personally, I have a strong belief in. It's what keeps me up at night, but we're very, very in the early days of day one, so still building it. But thanks for your kind words. So speaking about what drives me, what keeps you hungry after, 10 years in Formula One world champion, you retired when you were 31. What the hell still keeps you so hungry to wake up in the morning, spend so much time with the founders, do those introductions to SAP and so on?
Well, you always hear in the podcast, we like founders that have a chip on their shoulder. Yeah. I don't want to compare myself, but I also have a chip on my shoulder. I want to achieve, I want to take on challenges, grow, do something significant, have an impact. Yeah. There's a huge opportunity now to have an impact. We're seeing at Slush, like climate tech. Climate tech is exploding here, especially like this time round also, which is so great to see. Yeah. So I think that's just keeping me going. That I want to do things, stay sharp. So it's exciting.
That's great to see. And you ever see the Nico's eyes now? You can still he always kept the boy in him. So he's kind of there's so much energy. Maybe one last question or two last questions. I think there was once a Formula One driver who said you cannot overtake 15 cars in sunny weather, but when it's raining. I don't know if it was Ayrton Senna or Michael Schumacher or if it was even a right quote. If we look at the current world, there's a lot of rain. we've discussed it a lot. There's a lot of wars. There's a lot of, you talked about sustainability. If we take an optimistic perspective to turn adversity into advantage, what opportunities do you think can be born out of recent events?
There is, I mean, it's incredible now how sustainability is starting to go hand in hand with profitability.
Yeah.
And that is the new era we're entering now. And that is where exponentially, I think, the opportunity set is going to grow.
Yeah.
And that's something I'm extremely interested in and extremely happy to see, essentially. Yeah?
Yeah.
And so I think also for all of us in the next years, you know, to be involved in that space is going to be extremely engaging.
Yeah.
And I myself, and I'm active climate tech investor, just did a flywheel. A flywheel is going to be like a energy storage, I mean, battery energy storage alternative for the grid. And it's going under the ocean. Like it's, you see crazy business models popping up that can work, you know, that are real investable business cases.
Yeah.
So it's a fascinating time.
That's great to hear, Nico. One last question. There are so many founders here. If you had to give an 18-year-old an advice, like one piece of advice after this insane career and all the things you've gone through, what one piece of advice would you give a young person now being in this world?
I have a good one. So it's always go looking for mentors. Yeah, find yourself the best possible mentors. I did that. In fact, one of my most important mentors was my, I would even say, psychologist that I was working with. So I worked 10 years with a psychologist very, very closely, 2 hours with him every 2 days. Like it was more intense than the physical training. Just to find improvements, progress mentally, you know, and find improvement through the mental struggle.
Yeah.
And it was like spectacular for me, not only for racing but also for my life.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one of a mentor example for me, and that's what I would recommend to every 18-year-old here in the audience. Really hustle to find the best possible mentors for your journey. That will be very, very valuable.
I'm sure many people will try to get you backstage now, but thank you so much. World champion Nico Rosberg, thank you for being with us here in the heart of Helsinki, being 50% from Finland, 50% from Germany. Thank you so much for being with us.
Today, 100% Finland. Thank you very much, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks. This way.
Let me actually check. Right.
Thank you, Nico and Robert.
All right. Next, we have something very special coming up, something very impressive. So we have the pleasure of having not one or even two, but 4 out of the 6 general partners at Benchmark Capital. And they will be sharing their wisdom with us. Benchmark is an early-stage VC firm known for backing companies such as X, formerly known as Twitter, Uber, and Dropbox, as well as their unique collaborative and hands-on approach to supporting portfolio companies. And despite their massive success, they've chosen to remain a lean team of 6 partners.
Yeah, and we have 4 out of the 6 of them here today. How crazy is that?
I don't know how they did that.
I don't know how they did that, but we have that. We are especially curious to hear what makes someone a Benchmark founder. Is it their pedigree, the fire in their belly, or something completely unexpected? Joining our panel today to shed light into what makes a Benchmark founder, we have general partners Peter Fenton, Sarah Tavel, Miles Grimshaw, and Victor Lazarde. Woof!
I think we're in for a very intensive conversation here. This conversation will be moderated by Connie Loizos. And let me just go back. We had some last-minute changes. So Connie Loizos was named editor-in-chief and general manager of TechCrunch very recently in September 2023. And she's also the founder of Strictly VC, a daily e-newsletter and lecture series acquired by Yahoo in August 2023, and now operated as sub-brand of TechCrunch.
This is setting the benchmark for founders. Welcome, Peter, Sarah, Miles, and Victor. Woohoo!
Hi guys, it's so nice to see you. I'm sure this is a big draw. Everyone knows Benchmark. This firm has done a lot in its near 30-year history. And with a sort of famously very small team, it has invested in some of the world's leading consumer brands and enterprise brands. Uber, Airbnb, or I'm sorry, not Airbnb, Uber, Airtable, HackerOne, et cetera, eBay. And again, what's sort of interesting about Benchmark is that it has sort of, some would say, stubbornly maintained its sort of feel and size over the years, which is really incredible. And I wanted to start there. Peter, if you don't mind answering the question, I did see over the last couple of years, there were sort of reports that Benchmark was getting, still feeling frustrated somewhat that kind of bigger pocketed rivals were coming in and competing more aggressively with companies that maybe Benchmark would have liked to have funded. I'm assuming that Benchmark could raise as much money as it wanted. It has consistently raised funds that are around $425 million, fund after fund. So I wanted to give you the chance to sort of address that.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Airbnb because that's one of those, on our long list of deep regrets, the opportunity had presented itself to us, and typically, the industry when I joined was, well, a Series A investment, you buy 20 to 25% of a company for a number today that sounds like a seed for 7 to 10 million. And we missed the opportunity at Airbnb because we had a ownership threshold that it was impossible to achieve, and I think we've sort of relaxed that as a constraint because it's not a question of what can Benchmark own. It's of course what's the company's potential, what can it be worth. And our model at 500 million and not scaling it has come from the core belief we have of a small fund where we make a few commitments a year to be very deep partners to entrepreneurs doesn't scale. And if the relationship depth is a function of a few very big relationships, then by keeping the fund small, we kind of force that discipline of really being selective, but also accepting the fact that the industry can be giant below us and giant above us, and yet this basic contract we have of partnering with an entrepreneur for a decade is fully intact. And some people choose that. Some people choose not to have a relationship with a venture firm like ours, and we think that that's actually a very healthy thing. There's diversity, but the idea of building a bigger fund, I think, would undermine that. And I joked with Victor, so one of the reasons of keeping it small is it forces us to earn our seat at the table versus buy our seat at the table. And that comes out of references and the quality of work that we do with an entrepreneur as opposed to writing a bigger check.
Sure. And I'm sure also it makes it easier to get returns, see returns. I mean, a lot of the funds that raised big funds in recent years are now sort of struggling to either subsequently raise bigger funds or even the same size funds. I also just wanted to ask, it's hard enough to see all of you in Silicon Valley, and 4 of your 6 general partners are here. That's a big showing. I'm just wondering if you want to talk a little bit about why that is. Victor?
I think there's something really special about Finland. And so I come from a gaming background. So I built a company over 13 years in the mobile gaming space. And Finland is the capital of mobile gaming, right? And I think what's interesting is why a country like relatively small is able to produce things that are much, much bigger than they should. And I think the thing that I think is interesting about Benchmark is this intense curiosity to understand what's going on in different parts of the world. So if I had to explain why are 4 Benchmark partners here, the best way I can explain that is Slush is so interesting. It's like in the middle of the winter in Finland, but it's so special. There's so many amazing things here. And I think there's no like business reason for us to be here. It's much more like, wow, like this is exceptional. And like we wanna understand everything that is exceptional that is happening in the world.
Great. Well, there's obviously a huge audience of founders who wants to understand what specifically Benchmark is looking to back right now. So, Miles, going in order here, maybe you can tell me a little bit about what makes the Benchmark deal in 2023.
Yeah. As Victor was saying, obviously the epicenter of mobile gaming was actually having a coffee yesterday with Ilkka, the founder of Supercell. And Victor and I were chatting with him about what makes a great leader for one of his studios. And curiosity and love of the game, like love playing the games that you create, were the top two things that he mentioned. And it's funny because it resonates a lot with, I think, what we look for when we spend time with founders. Curiosity, really a strong learning mindset. We often talk about it as learn-it-alls, not know-it-alls. And then passion, authenticity, right, is the other version of the love of the game. It really is, it will be the founders' sort of the pinnacle of their potential life's work and a really motivated mission. And that will drive so much that flows from that, a lot of the learning too. And so I think those are some of the character traits we really look for. And outside of that, we don't have, there's no rule book. If you listen into our conversations when we're dreaming internally, after we've had the fortune of sitting with a founder, the conversation is as much as anything, how do we navigate that dream with them? How do we look into that future? What can go right? Not what are any issues? And to the thing that doesn't scale, it doesn't scale because we think about joining the team, and that manifests as a board role in all cases. But it's really about joining that team and imagining recruiting tens, hundreds of people directly over the course of a journey for that. And so when we sit down with someone and can peek into the future with them, that's what's get us excited. But there's no rule book, no set criteria. But that's sort of the emotional feeling that comes and animates.
That's great.
If I could add,
Sure.
like, I think, so often when you ask that question to a VC, you get some flavor of a similar answer. If I were to think about, like, what might be a little different in the way that we approach answering that question, there's this idea that oftentimes you see, like, an ambitious founder and they direct their gaze at this big market. And they'll say something like, if we just get 1% of this market, we'll build $1 billion business. And we're really looking for the founders that have that ambition, but they direct it more like a laser beam to an opportunity that they can really excel at. And it's, and nail that value proposition. And from there, with that customer, expand from there into the bigger market. But it's usually one where there's a lot of dynamic change happening, and that's more often than not the recipe that we're focused on.
And just in terms of a recipe, I mean, you all have many years of experience, either running companies or investing in them. Are there any patterns that you've established in terms of like whether or not you feel comfortable investing in a two-person team, and or red flags that you are sort of wary of? Miles?
Constantly looking for the exception. Any attempt at a rule always finds a way to be broken. So.
And I'll add, I think we were looking recently at the investments that we've made so far this year, and you would know the stat better than I do. Some large percentage of those investments were actually at incorporation of the company, and so more often than not, it is actually two people who see an opportunity, and we're getting there before they've even left their last job to start that company, and so we really focus on being ideally that first board member, the first partner to a founder when they are embarking on this journey, and there's a large percentage of the time where that's first money two people and an idea.
That's great. Well, I wanted to ask about that actually. It's very interesting to me that lately in the Bay Area, there's been a lot of talk about board seats and whether they matter and how effective investors can really be if they're sitting on the board. Vinod Khosla, a famous investor, who's been saying lately it's not a good idea to be on the board. I talked to Dick Costolo, the former CEO of Twitter, recently. He said the same thing. He was like, VCs are really not getting, great information in the boardroom. I wonder what you make of that.
Yeah, we feel, I would say, almost existentially committed to the role we play. Is best manifest through serving on a board. And it's an interesting hack, the venture business, which is we codify a relationship typically with money, but then we join the board governance structure, and the person that takes our money we have power over. Like in theory, in governance structures on boards, you can hire and fire the CEO. That's the biggest job of the board. And in my view, the really great businesses are built with boards that have a partnership with the CEO, that have a gaze to the horizon of what's possible that's bigger than any one person. And I think that the integrity of that structure has been tested throughout the entirety of our C Corp business model. And we moved into crypto, we got rid of boards. And we said, well, who needs boards? Who needs company building and all that stuff? And, it created interesting token value, but I don't think it built equity value. And so the idea of a board is carrying the intentionality of the business to be serving a purpose greater than any one person, and the directors playing a role as a partner to the CEO whose entire existence is to make that CEO successful. At least that's the way we conceive of it. Until if there is a point in time where that's not possible, either the CEO raises their hand or the board is faced with that really awful decision of saying this is not working. But I think we're going to move. My sense is we're moving through a period of time where the idea of governance, we just went through it at OpenAI, it percolates up to the top of people's consciousness, and we can see what happens when the governance structures are misaligned. And I have a personal view that my partnership with a great CEO is deeply enhanced by knowing that I'm carrying the fiduciary responsibilities that they carry with them close to their heart. And that if I'm not serving on the board, I can be effective, but it's not the same. We all learned from Bill Campbell, who was a great mentor to many of the startups Benchmark worked with. Arguably, he was one of the silent founders of Benchmark. And he got to the point where, and I think Dick has echoed this, it wasn't effective for him to serve on the board because he was trying to be a coach to the CEO. And he's like, as soon as I'm in the boardroom, I'm in the governance structure, it gets confused by that. But he was on the board at Apple. He was on the board of Intuit. He was on wasn't on the board at Google, and he was super effective there. So I think you ultimately, as a CEO, look for a partner that can have deep context, that can be with you shoulder to shoulder through the decade-long journey. Our board role codifies that. And I think CEOs that select that have built the biggest companies on earth.
You mentioned OpenAI. I think something else interesting happening there that also ties back to something that we've seen in recent years that sort of dispenses with traditional norms, and I wonder if it's the new or it's something that's going to change back, is founders and employees cashing out somewhat early, selling their stakes to secondary buyers. So OpenAI, it's really interesting to me. We're talking about a lot of money. This company, its valuation is soared to heights, might be the fastest growing company in terms of valuation ever. And I think some of the employees are selling their shares, which is great for them. But of course, I do wonder if it's early on. So I wonder, including for the founders in the audience who are wondering, is this acceptable? And at what point? What are your thoughts as a firm on founders and employees cashing out relatively early in the process?
So we asked, what does benchmark look in a company? And a lot of it comes down to the founder. And there's a specific type of founder that we like to work with. And there's no criteria that we can describe, but if there was one, there's one thing is okay, what's the purpose? What is this person trying to optimize for? And the founders that we admire the most are founders that they see an important industry that could be better, and they want to make that industry better, right? And if you're working with founders like that, typically, they're not there to sell a bunch of secondaries very early on. So on the specific question, like, hey, is the firm pro selling secondary? Is the firm against selling secondary? Like, the firm doesn't have an opinion on that, but the firm does have an opinion on the types of founders that we want to partner with. And we want to partner with the founders that care first and foremost about building something that is amazing, right? So throughout a journey, if the company is generating a lot of value, and at some point it's a natural thing for the founder to have some liquidity, but always the purpose of like transforming an industry has to come first.
I also wanted to ask about valuations really quickly. Victor, your company is very interesting. So you co-founded this company with your brother that's been very successful, Wildlife Studios. So Benchmark had led a round in your company in 2019, $60 million at a $1.3 billion valuation. And the next year, Vulcan came in, Paul Allen's management company, and led a $120 million investment at a $3 billion valuation. I'm not questioning that valuation, but it was interesting because so many companies were seeing these huge valuation leaps. And I'm, again, wondering as a firm, how you think about that, how you counsel your startups. Obviously, it's good as an early stage investor if somebody's marking up your deals, but it does, in some cases, cut off options for founders in terms of their exits and what's going to happen in subsequent rounds. So,
yeah, I think that, 2021 and like beginning of 2022, we definitely saw dislocation in the market. And so when I partnered with Benchmark and Peter joined my board, there was just this intense desire of working together. And I really wanted to work with Peter because I felt that he was someone that could help me transform the company. And I was lucky enough that he wanted to work with me, right? And then just being transparent, we were in a period where there's a lot of capital chasing deals. And then there's the fact that like after Benchmark invests in the company, like everyone wants to invest in the company, right? Sure. So like the second round that we raised, we really had made like no progress, but just so many people were interested. And I think we were a company from Brazil, and like we're trying to move to Silicon Valley, and we were always like very low profile. But like all of a sudden, like Benchmark invested, and there's all these people coming in. And then I made the decision of, okay, there's this funds that want to invest at twice the valuation when like really like not that much progress was made. And I made the decision of, okay, like with more money, perhaps we can do more. But in retrospect, I think that like myself and a lot of the founders in this period, like 2021, 2022, made the mistake of like raising too much capital. And the problem with that, I don't think that the problem is when you raise too much capital at a high valuation, like exit paths are closed to you. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is you start going in unnatural directions. You start deploying more capital than what is natural to that business, right? And then like you grow your team, and bigger teams, lots of times like they don't produce more. Like in fact, they produce less. And once you do that, you have to go through the painful process of like reducing the team. So what I think is the best founders, they're not like trying to maximize for like unnatural valuations and trying to raise too much money, because that does distract from the core purpose of like building the company.
I think the general advice we give at the moment is really to manage by like performance and progress, not manage by valuation, right? And so not make that some goal that has to be achieved. In some sense, kudos to CEOs who manage to raise low dilution capital in many ways. But if you get addicted to that drug and navigate based on that versus navigate based on customer need and product journeys and the core of the business, your gaze has veered in the wrong direction.
Right. Victor, I just wanted to thank you for being candid about not having done that much in the year in between, because I think
6 months.
Or 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I just thought it was interesting, and I know the company was older, so it wasn't like it was an overnight success, so to speak. But I think a lot of founders are trained to say, no, it's we did it. We deserve that evaluation. I wanted to ask too. We are in the middle of this great reset. I saw a really interesting Peter Wagner quote where he said something like, "We've never been in the middle of a boom and a downtime at the same time," the boom being related to AI. But of course, things are very different than they were back in 2020. when you raised that second round. So I'm wondering right now for the founders again in the audience, what does it take to get to a Series A especially? I keep hearing about the hurdle having risen. I'm seeing a lot of seed stage companies getting funded again. So maybe Sarah, if you could talk a little bit about what you think it means right now to land a Series A.
You know, a lot of people talk about the bar being higher now. I think when you look at like a regression over historical norms, we went through a period when, when there was just a lot of exuberance in the market, 2020, 2021, kind of some tail of 2022, where there was a feeling that gravity didn't exist, that the same fundamentals of business building weren't there. You had companies that would raise, around 3 months later, and 3x the price. 3 months later, 2x the price. Like it was this time where there was this, incredible orientation towards scaling a company, as opposed to, as Miles was saying, the orientation towards the customer. And now that, we are back into a place where we all realize that actually the work of building a company is really hard, and you have to have an incredible orientation towards the customer. You have to have an incredible orientation towards the fundamentals of the business that you're building. It's not just about the kind of the vanity metrics that I think a lot of people got lost in, which was growing these top line numbers, but it's ultimately, are you doing it in a way where you're also building economic value for the company that you're building? Ultimately, the kind of old-fashioned look of like, these businesses, ultimately, the ones that are in the kind of greatest expression of their financial success are ones that generate profit and cash flow. And so you kind of pull that forward, you pull the future, that kind of, in the quest for building enduring value into that present, and it's a founder who is focused on the product that they're building for a customer that has the need and is willing to, more often than not in the business use case, give you money for that. And so that has actually always been what this, what that quest of a founder is about, which is that fulfilling that need. And so I don't think the bar has actually changed from our perspective, and it is still what we've always looked for, that founder that we've all spoken to, that is on a mission, that sees a future that other people don't see, and is assembling the team to make it happen.
Well, I want to add one thing, which is that we talk about the bar of the industry, and you can aggregate and say collectively has that bar gone up or down. But I think broadly the industry, I've been in it for 25 years, has the feeling, the excitement, the anticipation that there'll be a company founded in the next 12 months, and I really have deep convictions about this, that will transcend the market value of an Amazon or a Facebook, Meta. Meaning the disruption of AI is the precondition from which a probably 20-year-old founder, or in their 20s founder, will create a company that we're going to recognize it when we see it. And so it's the asymmetry of you can only lose $1 on a bad investment, and you can get near infinite on a good investment that the industry is excited about. And I think that the sense of where is that relative to the historical trends, it feels like the beginning of the internet relative to the possibilities. And I'm excited for the industry to wreck a lot of capital trying to find that, because we will find it. And that's exciting.
It's an interesting phrasing, wrecking a lot of capital, because I talked to you, Miles, back in June, and I thought it was really interesting. Obviously, the hottest companies right now, the most valuable and seemingly the most promising, are these large language model companies like OpenAI, Anthropic. And you'd sort of suggested that Benchmark doesn't see it that way, that you think that value is actually going to go in the opposite direction, while the applications on top of these large language models are really the place that you want to be.
Yeah, I would say from a company formation perspective, it is an unbelievably exciting time, like more exciting than many of the last few years, in that you have, Victor and I were chatting, like you can talk to your computer now in a way, like you could say that and you don't sound silly. I think if we look back at ourselves in a few years, maybe even a year, we'll feel like we were primates kind of mashing rocks together to make fire with the way we like use software. Imagine in 2 years what you'll say of using Salesforce. It'll be weird probably that you had to click all these buttons and navigate around and it didn't do more for you. And so user expectations of what's possible, I think, are ratcheting up, and you've got tectonic forces at play for imaginative, creative founders to take advantage of. I think the question becomes sort of the startup opportunity versus an incumbent opportunity. And I think counsel one has given to founders, you can never say where you should go, really. Like that's not what we do. We don't say where you should go. That's someone's dream. But I think the places to maybe avoid, the traps, I think one of them is don't be Microsoft. Don't be the co-pilot game. That's what they're doing. It serves their business model. It serves their product environment very well. Be more creative and ambitious than just a co-pilot. And the other thing I think is don't learn the lessons of crypto. Right? Crypto was a lesson of build it and they will come, and was a lesson of just sort of if you have this infrastructure, like it'll just do that. And I think there's an opportunity here for end user experiences, connectivity to needs, and imagining that possibility of really lived experiences in the hands of users or businesses is a really special and powerful thing on this new computing platform.
I'll come out because he's not saying it. We didn't invest in any large language models, and I think that, and maybe this is unique to Benchmark, but our view is that capital intensive, we've been in some. In Uber, we all took Ubers here today. Right. Capital-intensive businesses and venture-backed companies have historically not been great partners. And I think our faith is that open source will end up having a profound effect on the ecosystem. And we are, all in a way, soldiers in the army of tear down anything that's getting capital-intensive and overbuilt and then propagate a developer-driven world. And these experiences in AI are going to be built by developers who are imagining stuff that no one can fathom at a large language model because they're serving a different kind of platform horizontal need. So, we hope they do well. Yeah. We love the innovation, but I'm particularly drawn to the idea that there's an open source founder probably in the audience that's going to surpass almost everything that you can do with capital.
Guys, I have about 1,000 more questions, and I see we're getting booted off the stage here. But thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slush.
Thank you, Benchmark team. Next year, 6 out of 6, right?
Okay, we're not gonna lie. 2023 was not an easy year for the European ecosystem, nor the world at large.
We saw mass layoffs, VC euros drying out, and more startups raising down rounds.
To give the necessary color and nuance, and maybe even a glimmer of hope, we have the launch of Atomico's annual State of European Tech report. Each year, this mammoth report gathers extensive insights from regional founders, operators, and investors, and limited partners. It provides a data-driven outlook on the state of the European startup ecosystem.
To present this year's findings, we're excited to welcome on stage Tom Weimeyer, the founder of the report and partner and head of intelligence at venture capital firm Atomico. Welcome on stage, Tom.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be back here on stage at Slush to share the State of European Tech 2023. And in the 9 years that we've been doing this report, the story of European tech has been full of twists and turns. We've seen records broken, dizzying highs, market corrections now, along with a few shocks that have put the whole ecosystem to the test. Now, before we dive in, I'd just like to give a huge shout out to everyone who helps to bring this year's report to life. So thank you to our partners, Oric, HSBC, Innovation Banking, Affinity, and of course the team at Slush who've been there with us since the very beginning. And thank you also to the thousands of you who completed our survey and to the dozens of industry leaders who shared their thoughts and analysis with us too. So now, the story of 2023, and it really has been a complex year to unpack. Amidst high inflation and interest rates, as well as continuing uncertainty, securing new customers and partners and access to capital has been even more challenging this year for both founders and investors alike. And yet, it's really at times like these when it's even more important to embrace the risks that are inherent in trying to shape the future that we want. So for now, I want to focus on how the ecosystem's been navigating the downturn. And Europe, let's face it, is facing the same trends as the rest of the world. Investment levels are down globally. In Europe, that means we're on track for $45 billion of investment this year, down from 82 billion last year and 100 billion the year before that. What's interesting, though, is that European levels of investment are up 18% compared to 2020, while every other region around the world is down over the same period. Still, this global retraction of investment is impacting the flow of capital between regions. In Europe, this has meant a lower level of activity from investors from outside of Europe, with their participation falling in rounds across both the early and growth stages, and really emphasizing the importance for Europe to build its own stable, dedicated supply of capital. Now, if last year was about plummeting valuations for publicly listed technology companies, this year has been a story of rebound and recovery. Although, of course, the overblown highs of 2021 remain distant peaks. Now, that recovery in multiples even encouraged a few companies to go public earlier this year. We saw Arm's blockbuster IPO in September, initially being heralded as potentially the return of the public listing. But we've yet to see a full reopening of the IPO window materialize. And so whilst Europe boasts its strongest ever pipeline of potential tech IPO candidates, the bulk of those are now going to have to wait until 2024 and potentially beyond to list. Now, just quickly, M&A activity has meanwhile continued to tick along, realizing $36 billion in value this year. Now, reflecting what I talked about in terms of multiple compression in the public markets, valuations in the private sphere have continued to correct and returning now to normalized levels, hovering around 5 and 10-year averages at every stage from Series A onwards. Seed, though, is the exception. We're still seeing that running against this trend. And what's also interesting is that it mirrors what we see in the US, though average valuations in Europe continue to be 30 to 60% lower than the US across all stages. Now, last year when we published the report, so many of the headlines ended up being about the ecosystem losing hundreds of billions of dollars of value in just a few short months, resulting in a significant drop to end last year at $2.6 trillion. But as I talked about, we've seen the public markets rallying, and this has helped to bounce this number right back up to $3 trillion. Supported too by the constant influx of thousands of new companies that are raising private capital for the first time. And despite a large increase in the number of down rounds, we're still seeing that 80% of all capital being invested still going into rounds that are flat or up. And as you can see here now, we look at this investment data again, but break it out a bit more granularly. And you can see the sharp drop in investment at the growth stages. And that is what almost entirely drove the total decline in investment that we've seen. But after having seen the dip, we can now see 5 quarters of stabilization, and even signs in the most recent period of a potential uptick. And there's two other things that I think are reassuring here. First, when we look at early stage investment, it stayed incredibly robust throughout the ups and downs that we've seen at the growth stages. And as Slush is a testament to, Europe has this amazingly vibrant early stage startup scene, and that is not being overlooked by investors. And then secondly, imagine this chart, but take out that overheated 18-month period from Q1 21 to Q2 22. And when you do, you get a clear sense of consistent, long-term healthy growth. And that is the trajectory that we're now back on. Now, challenges persist for diverse founding teams. While there are some signs of positive progress at the earliest stages, it's still the case that more capital needs to flow to women and other underrepresented founders across all stages in order for the needle to move perceptibly. Now, even with 2 years of really strong capital market headwinds and negative signals that come from layoffs and from down rounds and companies failing, we're still seeing that local and global talent is betting big on the European tech industry. Yes, there's been a slowdown in the number of new joiners coming into the industry, certainly over the past 3 or 4 quarters. But in just 5 years, we've seen the European tech industry grow from 750,000 people to more than 2.3 million today. And what's more, Europe is a beneficiary of global talent movements in tech. It means we're gaining more international talent than we're losing. And the top ones here really stand out to me, showing that more tech talent is moving from the US to come and work here in Europe than is going in the reverse direction. I think really illustrates this pull that our companies now have and disproves a commonly held belief that for tech talent, all roads lead to Silicon Valley. Now, everything I've spoken about so far talks to this idea of stabilization in the ecosystem. But I want to talk now about what lies ahead, the risks in front of us, and how the ecosystem can capitalize on these strong fundamentals to go and shape the future. I'm going to start by looking at the rate of new tech startup formation, which has slowed by approximately 30% from its peak in 2020. But this slowdown isn't a bad thing. The tough macro means that only those with the vision, the grit, the determination to build an enduring company remain. And that's shown by the share of experienced founders being at record levels this year. And also, when it comes to new tech startup formation, Europe's not playing catch-up with the US. We're outpacing it, and we have been for the last 5 years. I think, again, this really drives home the vibrancy that we now have in our ecosystem here in Europe. And this does too. European talent wants to solve humanity's toughest challenges. Sustainability, climate, health are the top themes for job movers this year, really demonstrating Europe's determination to go and build a better future. And we also see capital following the talent in the same direction too. This year, startups operating in the carbon and energy sector captured 27% of all capital invested. And this made it the single largest sector in absolute funding levels, overtaking the usual suspects like fintech and software. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be the State of European Tech 2023 if I didn't talk about the theme that has dominated all the headlines. This year has, in many ways, I think, been the year of AI. And we see that in the data too, and especially pronounced at the seed stages. This year, AI companies were the top theme for investments at the early stage, including the largest seed round in European history, with Mistral from France raising an inaugural round of over $100 million. Now, that's been a trend not just at the early stages, also at the growth stages too, AI being responsible for 11 of these 100 million plus rounds, roughly 30% of all European mega rounds this year. Now, of course, as you see, a long way to go to reach the levels of investment seen in the US, but so promising to see the breadth of innovation around AI and the fact that European companies are starting to access capital at meaningful scale there too. And where we see Europe has an edge is when it comes to AI talent. Over the past decade, Europe's not only witnessed a 10x increase in the number of people working in deeply technical AI roles, but also claims a larger resident population of these highly skilled AI professionals than the US. Now, there's a caveat because a sizable portion of that talent works for US companies operating here on the ground in Europe. But the innovators amongst that talent pool will inevitably spin out. And we've seen with Aleph Alpha, with Mistral, with Koyutai, and many others that that is happening. And these underlying talent fundamentals provide such a solid foundation on which Europe can build homegrown AI champions. Now, over the past 2 decades, tech entrepreneurship has been on this meteoric rise. Europe now benefits from its largest ever pool of tech startups, currently more than 350 breakout companies. But those that will shape the future are the nearly 4,000 growth stage startups that have the potential to form Europe's next success stories. And that number itself is going to double over the next 5 years, just given the scale of early stage activity that we see all across Europe. It is such an incredibly exciting pipeline of future breakout companies. But how do we make sure that these potential game changers have every opportunity to succeed? And one thing that is abundantly clear is that European companies simply do not have the same access to capital as their US counterparts. Even though more startups are formed each year here in Europe, there is still a gap between European startups' likelihood of raising early stage capital versus those in the States. And that's a gap that only widens over a startup's life cycle. After 5 years, US companies are 40% more likely to have raised VC, even though European companies are just as likely to become a billion-dollar company after securing an initial round of funding. So we really need to make sure that European startups have that same chance of raising capital and therefore have the same shot at success. But while we've seen a 50x growth in the value of the European tech ecosystem over the past 20 years, the same is not true of institutional investment. In fact, the share of alternative assets under management allocated to VC by European asset managers has actually declined over the past 2 decades. Today, just 8% of European asset manager AUM is going to VC. In the US, that number's 16%. And in absolute terms, this equates to an almost $1 trillion allocation gap. $1.1 trillion in the US, $200 billion in Europe. So Europe's LP landscape, its institutional investors, need to match the scale of ambition of its founders and startups. And as a case study, Skype is the perfect example of what can happen when investors take the risk and lean in. 20 years ago, when Skype was founded in the aftermath of the dot-com crash, people were hesitant to take risk and invest. Nearly every investor in Europe passed on them. But eventually, after securing investment, Skype was able to become one of Europe's biggest successes and has subsequently had this incredible impact on the ecosystem. We measured this year the impact. 950 new companies have now spun out and been founded by Skype alumni across 2 generations. Some becoming billion-dollar companies and employing tens of thousands of people all across Europe. And it's far from the only example. More and more founders emerging from Europe's biggest successes, with almost 3,000 founders having spun out from unicorns founded in just the last decade. And this is really a testament to the enormous potential that our ecosystem holds. But potential means nothing if we don't act on it. This year, our ecosystem has proved its resilience. The flywheel has kept spinning. But it's no longer just about being resilient. This is the time to double down on embracing the risk inherent in building the future. Right now, companies are still 40% more likely to be funded in the US versus Europe. Our public markets continue to hold back on tech. Those are gaps that we need to bridge. European institutions can still do more to put their cash behind growth and innovation. Policymakers must also continue to play a role in embracing and incentivizing this. We will only capture the full potential and value of the tech opportunity if all corners of the ecosystem are fully committed. As I said, there's never been a stronger pipeline of world-class founders building breakthrough companies. Let's make sure we don't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Right, next, online payments company Adyen is Europe's most powerful and successful fintech. Since its founding in 2006, Adyen has grown from a startup in Amsterdam into a global operation averaging double-digit annual growth.
Peter van der Doe is the CEO and co-founder of Adyen. Prior to Adyen, he collected a wealth of knowledge and experience as a co-founder of Bybit, global payment service.
Joining him is Jan Hammer, investor and partner at Index, known for his ability to identify and nurture companies that redefine the digital economy. Jan was an early-stage investor in Adyen and has been crowned as Europe's top investor by Forbes.
Together, they bring almost a half a century of experience in building and investing in European startups. Today, they're here to reflect on the past, dissect the present, and offer insights into what the future holds for the European startup ecosystem.
This is Europe's unwavering roots and bright tech future. Let's welcome Peter and Jan.
All right. So excited to be here with Peter. Thank you to the Slush organizers to bring us together. Always a pleasure. And Peter, I think we're now certified old, right? After this introduction. Talking about what Europe has traveled over the past few decades. And I suppose it's our third downturn together. And it really took me down the memory lane when I took a venture class at business school over 20 years ago. The professor was American, the curriculum was American, the case studies were from Harvard, and the companies were from Silicon Valley. And look where we're now. And in those days, the European tech company was SAP. But actually, in the background, you were building Bybit.
Yeah, Bybit is we already started that in 1997. And what we did is what many European founders do. And that is we sold way too early. At the time, $1 billion was 100 million. When we could sell for 100 million, that's what we did. And we were out. And financially it worked out, but emotionally it did not. We weren't done yet. But we just sold because, hey, all the owners get a few million. And that sounds very attractive. And we didn't have many examples of companies that kept going. So it was the European thing to do. You have some money, you sell.
Well, I guess there were no Peters and Adyens for you at the time. And we watched Bybit, I remember, from the outside. And after you had sold the company, you were definitely the team to go and back again. Even the name suggested that. Adyen means, for those who don't know, in a South American dialect, Dutch dialect, it means all over again. And the first 7 folks, the 7 founders, were the same ones as Bybit. So from the outside, it looked like a no-brainer. But I guess maybe not from the inside.
Yeah, it was different because after we sold, which, like I said, was financially successful, emotionally unsuccessful, we didn't think we would be back in payments. But then we all went off to do our own things. I signed up for lockup for 2 years, worked for a large company, for RBS. At a certain point, we regrouped. And then if you looked at how much things we still could do and what we learned, we thought, let's now get back in and really build the company as it should be built. And one of the things that actually resonated with me is if your company gets acquired by a large company And you always hear the same stories, how the founders don't like it and how it's difficult. And that's exactly also what happened for us. RBS was a great company, but they had multiple platforms. Everything became locked because you cannot go to a new platform if everything that you're building from is still changing. So everything got frozen for years. All our customers were complaining. I was, of course, being difficult. And in those discussions, I got the remark, Peter, do you think that company that we bought, Bibit, do you think it was successful because of you or despite you? And they were sort of suggesting that obviously it was despite me. So when we came back, I thought, like, let's prove that point. That's an interesting challenge. Were we successful despite ourselves because just it was the right timing, or because of ourselves? So there's a lot of... I'm not a Formula One driver, but there was a lot of feel that let's put ourselves on the line again and see if we can win this, and show even now that that there are large payment companies show that it's skill. And we started in the worst times. We started in 2006, in the middle of a crisis.
Yeah, I guess entrepreneurship doesn't pick a time, right? You saw an opportunity. From what we saw, the ambition had changed. Clearly, you had a bigger prize in mind, but also I would go further. I would say, if you did it at a different time or different place, maybe it wouldn't have worked. If you started this second company in Silicon Valley, maybe you would not be able to take a bunch of these really unorthodox steps. I mean, at the time, like, stock options didn't exist in Europe, but
yeah. So it's funny you use the word price, but the price for us was to show the market that we could outsmart the other suppliers. The price was not a financial reward. The price was we built this very large company with a long-term view, and we made many decisions which took years to really benefit from. But that was all because our price was we need to outperform, we need to beat, and we need to prove. To have employees on board that share that mission, that want to put in a lot of work, which only gets rewarded at a later stage, for that we used the opportunity to buy at the last round that we were funded. So many employees in the beginning, say the first 20 employees, all put in some money, 5,000 euros, 10,000 euros, what you could miss. We kept it at your salary to avoid that a rich uncle buys our company. So it was, if you were earning 50K, you could buy up to 50K of stock. That program has been incredibly successful. And now my co-founder started a new company, Tabby, and he's doing exactly the same. And the vast majority of the employees, again today, whereas there in between has been so much money around, and where engineers could ask for stock options over and above salary, still they're buying into the company themselves with their own money. And that means that those employees are really becoming co-owners, and that you really share the same mission. So that would be something, if you want to pick up something in this talk, consider that. Consider giving your an opportunity to employees to be part of it, even if it's with a very, very small stake.
Yeah. I mean, it's an incredible story of winning mindset and getting the ultimate level of buy-in from your colleagues, from your team, and ultimately the full commitment to go the whole way. How do you, I mean, in this case, how do you balance loyalty versus excellence? You know, when everybody becomes a shareholder, you know, how do these? I just wonder if I were a fly on the wall, these tough conversations when you know, this engineer you mentioned is an important shareholder, and performance may not be there.
I think you should separate out the two. So if you are a good leaver, you get to keep the stock, and you have to leave anyway. The stock were certified, so they didn't have any voting rights. So you avoid that. Should there be that somebody feels shortchanged, that he cannot obstruct future decision making in the company. So that's how we did it.
Yeah.
If you're a bad lever, we could reverse, and we could reverse the stock transaction.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it just underscores that you were determined and that you just went for it. And for the founders in the room, I suppose the lesson is that the confidence that, at least from the outside, you were just determined to filter out the noise. And from what we've seen, working together, there's never been any sort of zigzagging. There's good times, there's bad times. The market has gone through cycles, but there's never been any drama.
That's always what it's looked like from the outside. We started in 2006. It took us 5 years to get to profitability. But it also took us 5 years to see that it was actually working out. So with hindsight, it seems to you like, oh, you were determined and then you just worked it out and you were very confident. That means that for years we didn't know if we would survive. I remember the day that we had so we were the three of us, the founders. One of the co-founders went home and he said, I'm going to take a bath and I'm going to sit in the bath and I want to feel the water right till here because that's reality. And then I can not only visualize it, I can feel it. So it's not true that from day one it's like, oh, rockstar team, easy. No, we had our rough times. But I consider us part of the cockroach generation. And it's not a term which I invented myself, but the cockroach companies are the ones which are running on very little money. We had our employees chipping in. We took very, very little money from the outside, could fund a little bit ourselves, but we weren't endlessly wealthy. And that's how we moved the company to a stage where we were profitable, where we felt that we had something to a base to growth, and that's when we start to have discussions with you, when we felt that, okay, now we built something, but the resilience how we built it was enormous.
Yeah. And ever since we call it building something from nothing, because you genuinely took very little capital, and kind of fast forwarding to today, all the stats that get recited at conferences, Europe has all these universities and engineers, all these great preconditions are here. But now I think the mindset is also one of confidence, because it can be done. It can be done in similar times as now, actually, when you were starting. You can do things with very little if you sort of apply yourself to it with actually a landscape that's clearer of competitors, right? Because, I mean, let's look at the last 5 years. Most of the business plans that were put forward got funded, and I've heard your view many times how you thought that was unhealthy.
It's unhealthy, and it's for a good company difficult to compete if in your market bad companies, so companies which ultimately will not survive, get funded because they compete for talent. Maybe they underprice the market, so it creates an irrational environment in which you as a rational operator need to win. So it also creates a lot of confusion, and in an era where the economical laws are again respected and you need to have a path to profitability, where you need to pay people a sensible salary which you can sustain for years, and you don't just think like, oh, it's a hack for something because I'm going to exit this in a short time anyway, and then somebody else can solve the problems. It's good. I think it's good for great companies because this is a window in which you can show quality, and not the whole vision is blurred because there's so much going on.
Yeah, but Peter, now I put it back on you because you say, oh, it looks different from the outside, but from the outside, it does look like Adyen is the sea of stability, and you retain the people that you want to retain, and you don't go overhiring and overswinging in the previous bull market. I mean, do share a little bit, like on the inside, pressures dealing with all these demands and a lot of competitors for your talent.
But there's a point where you have to realize that you get yelled at sooner or later. So when in our market, at a certain point, it was all the mobile payments on small devices. And we were servicing corporate merchants where it was less relevant. So investors will say you should do something else. There was a time that there were crazy salaries, to my view, for engineers. I think engineers are huge contributors to what we built. We gave them the opportunity to buy into, and many of them came out very, very well. But I think it's unfair to pay somebody a salary where you know it's not sustainable. So we stayed away from that. So when we had growth plans, we couldn't hire the number of people we wanted to, but we've hired in the last 2 years. So we were buying the dip also in terms of expanding the company. We have some great people joining us in the last 18 months. The timing was much better. So that worked out for us. So therefore, yes, it looks like stability. It was also planned because planned in the sense that, so then apparently we grow a bit slower in number of people in those years when everything was under pressure. And that gives us the opportunity now to onboard very talented people. Yeah. So, but it feels very counterintuitive, and some investors are shocked by it, that when everybody's laying off people, we think like, oh, this is the moment to get some quality people on board. Great.
Yeah, great. I mean, you definitely are projecting confidence, and I think that's what's needed, because historically there's been this stereotype that Europe is the sort of the poor cousin, and a certain investor has compared Europe to a museum and a holiday place, and it's just no longer true. We're seeing great companies, and I know you mentor or here and there come across and spend time with young entrepreneurs. We certainly haven't felt that in the last year there's been a decrease in appetite. If anything, this gives entrepreneurs the confidence to start global companies from out of Europe.
We had so few examples of European companies that kept on going. It's a very small group. Like I think in this audience, very few people realized that Booking used to be a European company. But I think it's about 2009 when they sold for 135 million to Priceline, because that's what you used to do. And now I see way more examples of entrepreneurs that keep going. And I think, and I hope that's inspiring others to not sell out too quickly and to really build something impressive.
But this must be cultural, right? I mean, looking at that time distance we've covered, I mean, those 20 years you mentioned since mid-90s, since BBIT, I mean, that is a change of attitude, or is there anything else that you think is under the hood?
Well, I'm European myself, so I understand the view like you don't need unnecessary money. Is it like a hard drug? Do you always need more, or is there a point? But then you're missing the pleasure that you get out of building a very large company and proving how good you are and what with talented people you can accomplish. It's not about the financial accomplishment, and I think that's a confusion that maybe also we ourselves made the first time around, although I was against the sale. But it's like, okay, financially very productive. At a certain point you realize like, no, but that's not, the ultimate goal is to prove how great of a company you can build. And yes, it is inspiring to see others around you do that. All those CEOs tend to know each other and see others also taking it way, way further. So I hope that it becomes easier for Europeans to do that. We listed in Europe. We really proved that there's a European ecosystem that works.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautifully said. I mean, myself, obviously, as a European, I feel similarly. Of course, we invest in the US and have a big operation there. But having had the opportunity to move there, I think the diversity of companies and the types of businesses that get born here probably wouldn't be elsewhere, and definitely feel confident about the future. And I would for sure say that today is the time that's going to separate the bold and the tentative. There's definitely a number of business plans in sectors that you may say are crowded or somebody's done it before, but I guess you went into a space with, there were dozens of payment processors, right? And you just see the opportunity that that had presented itself to pull away from the pack.
I'm very, very positive about the current environment in Europe for entrepreneurs, even though you could say there's less money around. I don't think I think that's also an opportunity for the good companies. There's one trend which I dislike, which is local governments, so national governments gold-plating European rules. Because we need the European market, like the US has a large domestic market, we need Europe to be sort of a large domestic market. And if there are different rules in each country, and you see that national governments have the tendency to say, oh, that rule is good, but we're going to make it even better, which is called gold plating. That doesn't help, because then it doesn't scale so nice, and we should allow ourselves an internal European market. So that's the only trend which I think could help if we don't do that. But other than that, I'm extremely positive about our current state.
Yeah, I tell you, life is hard enough with the difficulty of posting my parents a parcel from the UK to Europe after Brexit. So I echo the let's not interfere anymore, because there's too much interference already. I think we don't have too much time. I think we should look in the future and sort of reflect on if there's anything we could do. What from our perspective at Index, certainly the two huge leaps that have happened has been, one, the confidence, and second, role models, and the involvement of those who've already been in either successful startups or have seen startups. Actually, they give back to the community and get involved.
I'm curious how you look at that. I think it also helped. We never used the money that you gave us because we were already profitable. So first, that was more a war chest, showing confidence to our merchants that this is a stable company. That's what we used it for. We never spent it. But we also used a little bit for secondaries. So because we knew we were going to run a long time as a private company, and we want to give people a little bit back. How do you look at secondaries? Because I think that helped us to go very far, because people were also financially feeling some of the success.
I mean, it's a great point you raise. I mean, in the past, back to your example with Booking and many others, selling had some sort of a negative connotation. It was like, I'm quitting. And actually, where I come back to the change in mindset and the kind of the shifting of gears and more confidence, actually what it's about is, what are the preconditions? What can we do to actually raise ambition, to raise the bar, to keep going? And in some senses, as you've done at Adyen, is to allow people to take more risk as they go over time, and very carefully thought through and measured secondaries have allowed that in a really constructive way. And I guess your retention has actually proved that people were able to take risk off the table and stayed for significantly above
then
average.
We can run it as entrepreneurs rather than a pension plan for our children.
Yeah. And after all, if you need money, you can go to the bank. But it's about building a world-class company. And with that, I think we're being pushed off the stage. So cheers to more European successes, and congratulations on building Adyen to what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter and Jan.
As we recently learned from Atomico's State of European Tech, there are a few categories of investments that saw an uptick in 2023, most notably AI.
In June of this year, Mistral, only a 4-week-old startup, raised an historical $113 million seed round.
$113 million seed round?
That's correct. To discuss Mistral's bold claims to make AI useful and to build an entirely open source LLM, we're excited to bring on board Arthur Mensch and Paul Murphy.
Arthur Mensch is the co-founder and CEO of Mistral. He has described how, despite open being in the name of OpenAI, many of the leading AI companies seem anything but. This team of ex-Meta and DeepMind researchers saw an opportunity to do things quite differently. They embrace their natural gravitation towards open source and the building of Mistral.
To dive into this journey, Arthur is joined by Paul Murphy. Paul is a former product developer and a serial founder, having built the Game Studio Dots and Giphy. Paul has spent the last years as a general partner at Lightspeed's expanding Lightspeed European presence.
This is Rising Titan, Mistral's roadmap in generative AI. Welcome on stage, Paul and Arthur.
Woo.
Okay, welcome everyone. Really nice to see you. Very, very happy to be back at Slush, especially this time with Arthur. My name is Paul Murphy. I'm a partner at Lightspeed based in London. Just a real quick bit about Lightspeed for those that don't know. We're a Silicon Valley-based fund, but we've been investing in Europe since 2007. We have over 30 companies now in Europe. We're investing in pretty much every sector and every stage. We're talking about AI today, and I think it's important to put some context around that from our perspective. We actually have been investing in AI for nearly a decade. We have about 50 companies and have invested over $1 billion into the category. And that context is relevant because when we met Arthur and his co-founders, we immediately fell in love with the vision of Mistral. And so I thought that the best place to start would be to ask you, Arthur, to tell us a little bit about what you're building at Mistral.
Thank you very much, Slush, for the invitation. Thank you, Paul, as well. We started Mistral 6 months ago with Guillaume and Timothée. And our vision was that we wanted to make the foundational models a bit differently from the other companies. We've been in the field for almost a decade now, and we've seen it go from a cat and dog detector to something that's very close to being human-like intelligent, or at least looks like it. And we knew that with a very dedicated team, we could develop state-of-the-art models very, very quickly, and we could actually take the field into something that would be more open, where we would give more access to developers so that they could specialize the models, make them their own, make them as small as possible to solve their task. And for us, the good way of doing it and the good way of starting that was to ship the best open source models, create models that would be very easy to use by individual developers, and from then on, build onto an enterprise play to sell a platform that allows developers to take large language models and to make them their own, to create some differentiation on the application they're making. And that's a differentiation which is currently hard to do when you only access APIs of a couple of providers. But if you have a deep access to the models, you can create things that are much more interesting, and this is what we want to enable.
So when we led your seed round, it wasn't that long ago, you told us that your first thing you were going to do was to build your 7B model. And then I think it was like 3 months from when we signed the docs on that round, we got our message saying, hey, we're ready, it's ready. And it was faster than we had expected. It was already incredibly ambitious. I think everyone's probably wondering how you did that so quickly.
Well, I think the secret is to have a good team. So we were joined by our first employees, dozens of them, at the beginning of June, and nobody took holidays. We created the whole, what we call the machine learning ops system. So that's actually very simple. You need to create a very good training code base. You need to create a very good inference code base to deploy the models. You need to be able to evaluate the models. And the one thing you do need the most, and where we actually dedicated 80% of the team on for 3 months, is to have some very good data sets. So we went to the open web, to public domain knowledge, curated it so that we could just get the best of it, filtered it, did everything to get something very good, did some work around how to better optimize the models, and combine all of this, and then train the model to get the 7B, and we continue doing it with the new models we'll be soon announcing.
I think when you say it's fairly easy, I think maybe some people would disagree with you on that, but you definitely made it look easy. I think that's true. So I'm curious, the community, has been very engaged with 7B model since you released it. I think it was, trending on Hugging Face for multiple days, top models. What kinds of things have you seen that have been interesting so far from the community?
So we've seen, I think, thousands of derivative work. So developers that took Mistral 7B and fine-tuned it on their task or on their data sets to make it special. So we've seen new capabilities, so like longer context, better instruction following capacities. We've seen like new topics. So we've seen like occult specialized models able to talk about post-test experience and the like, much better than what Mistral 7B was able to do before. So many kind of different applications, some of them useful, some of them just funny. We've seen integration in a lot of LLM open source projects. So the open source world around generative AI is pretty involved already. So you have retrieval augmentation systems, you have projects that allow to deploy the models on your laptop, you have all of these things, and they adopted Mistral 7B very quickly. And I think the field was really missing an actor that would produce the best open source models and actively engage with the community, and that's what we are enabling.
Okay, and so now 7B is out there. What comes next?
So we have nothing announced yet, but we do have things in-house that we'll be announcing before the end of the year. New models, new techniques, and obviously the beginning of a platform. So we're actively working on the product. We'll be soon offering hosting capacities for our models with very fast inference capabilities. And yeah, that's for very soon.
Okay, I'll watch this space. So you're also, while you're doing all this incredibly, what I think most people would think of as quite challenging technical work, you're also building a company. And I know that's not easy, having done it myself before. What's keeping you up at night right now? What's your biggest headache?
So hiring is obviously a very big challenge. I think the only reason why we got there so fast is because we hired the best engineers and the best scientists in the world. It's a very competitive landscape. Europe is full of talent, especially the junior ones, and so we are. This is like a very big preoccupation for us. I'm constantly working on it. So that's one thing. The other thing is like creating the community, engaging with it. So we started with Mistral 7B, but we really need to, facilitate the life of our users, have them engage, facilitate upstream contribution, facilitate the emergence of ideas that we could help enable. So that's another thing. We have a lot of, policy matters that we did not expect, but obviously this is an agenda that you don't select. There's different tracks you have in the US, you have in the EU. We've been vocal about the fact that we wanted to have hard regulation on the product side because it's very important. And we see ourselves as the provider of tools and a big enabler of compliance for the application makers. So we've been saying that constantly, and we've seen like the debate progress on these topics. And so this is something that we're very keen on trying to enable from a technical perspective, because it's important that you have technical founders that participate in that discussion. And so that has kept me up at night for a while.
And I think the ambition was certainly to be able to build something that could rival other large companies like OpenAI. And I'm just curious, what do you view as a differentiating philosophy or approach to companies like OpenAI?
I think a differentiating philosophy is that we really target the developer space, and we really think that when you're making an application that you want to put into production, you do want to have several specialized models that are as many chips. You should see them as chips that you assemble in an application, and it's actually not easy to make a very good chip for the use case you want. So you can start with a very big model with hundreds of billions of parameters. It's going to solve your task, maybe, but you could actually have something which is 100 times smaller. And when you make a production application that goes at scale and target a lot of users, you want to make the choices that lowers the latency, lower the costs, and leverage the actual proprietary data that you may have. And this is something that I think that that's not the topic of our competitors that are really targeting like multi-usage, very large models, AGI. We'll take a very much more pragmatic approach in enabling super useful application today that would be cost efficient, that would be very low latency, and that would enable strong differentiation through proprietary data.
Okay. And you've talked, I think another key difference, you've talked a lot about open source as being a core part of your DNA. And I think question I sort of wanted to ask, Arthur, by the way, wouldn't look at these questions beforehand, so he wasn't expecting this one. But I understand the concept of open source software. I think we all do. We see the code, you kind of can take it, modify it, and use it. But in the world of AI and models, the concept of open source just feels like it's maybe a bit different because actually some things you do keep for yourself or you have to. What does open source mean in the context of LLMs and AI?
So we don't really call them open source. So the models we provide are open weights. I think it's important to keep a good distinction between the terminology we were using for software and the terminology we were using for models. If you provide the weights of a models, you're enabling modification. You're not necessarily enabling full understanding of what's going on. But even if you do provide full transparency on the data sets and training, you don't know what's going on because it's a bit opaque by design. So it's an empirical science. When you create a model, the only way to verify that the model is doing what you expect is to measure it with evaluation. This is something we'll be enabling. And then it's to modify it with some signal coming from either humans or maybe machines to modify the model. So really the modification part is super important for differentiation, and we're taking this approach. There's a full open source approach, which I think is very valid as well for science, in which you disclose your data sets, you disclose everything. I think that's something that we would strive toward at some point, but obviously it's super competitive, and the data set part is very hard to obtain. It's also very capital intensive. You need a lot of GPUs. So right now we're taking a balanced approach in between what we the open weights we provide, the things we keep for ourselves to get a competitive edge. And this is going to be a dynamic play, and we expect it to evolve with time and with technology.
Okay. And then does the open weight approach help with other challenges like biases and control?
Yeah. So it helps with basically two things. The first thing is that you can modify the biases. You can have a strong and fine modification capabilities on the editorial tone, on the orientation and alignment of the model. So we allow alignment of your own models to your own values, and those can slightly differ. So fine control of biases goes through fine, deep access to models. So that's the first thing. The second thing it allows, and we've seen it with active engagement of the AI safety community in particular around open source models, it allows to have better interpretability because you can see the inner activations of the models, and that tells you things about what's happening, about why the model is taking a decision and not another. So why is it outputting a word and not another? And so in the interpretability world, it's also super useful. It's also, and I guess the last thing is that it's very useful to do red teaming because you have a deep access to the model, and so you can try to verify the part of it which are a bit failing or behaving unexpectedly. And these are things that you can then correct very similarly to what we've been doing in the open source software for security, cybersecurity, and the like.
Okay, and then what do you view as at stake here? Why is this? In other words, is this a business advantage for Mistral, or is it something more fundamental that you see as almost a responsibility?
So it's both a business advantage because we allow further customization and differentiations, and it's a very mature market, and we expect that on the application space, the actors that are going to survive and create some value are the ones that will be able to strongly differentiate themselves, and so they would need deep access to models. So that's a business differentiator. Then there's a bit of an ideological differentiators in the sense that I've been contributing to open source for 10 years, Guillaume and Timothée as well. We really think that AI has been accelerated by open science, by the circulation of knowledge, and that's how we went in 10 years from something very, very interesting, but that would just detect boats, and to something that actually speak the human language. So this has been allowed because you had big tech labs, you had the academia as well. All of them were communicating at conferences every year, and information would circulate, and that accelerated things. And suddenly, in 2020, OpenAI decided to stop publishing, and it was followed by its competitors very closely after. And so ever since 2022, we haven't seen like major advances in LLM publicly announced. And so we've seen, currently there's like new architectures that are used internally by our competitors and that are not available out there. This is something we will correct very soon.
Okay, great. So I want to shift focus now, talk about something you mentioned earlier, which is regulation. And it's a topic you kind of can't avoid, I think, if you're thinking about AI. A lot of focus within Europe and in the UK. And I think you were at the Safety Summit in the UK, the AI Safety Summit last month. There's a lot of ideas out there. And I think, curious to hear your view as to what should be the priority. How should regulation be prioritized and instrumented?
Yes, so I think it's quite interesting. It's a very interesting topic for me, and we've been contributing ideas. The one thing that I would start with is that we've been talking about regulation and safety and mixing concepts very heavily. So there's a matter of product safety, which is answering the question of you deploy a diagnosis assistant in a hospital, you want it to be safe, you want to be able to measure whether the decision it's making is actually sound, is actually correct. So that's what we call product safety. That's something you have when you buy a car, you have product safety of your car, and it should very much be similar for applications. So that's one thing. And AI, to some extent, creates new problems because you have models that are not deterministic, and so they behave in a potentially unexpected way. So it's useful to refine the hard laws that we have around product safety regulation. Now, there's another topic that came up, which is national security. So the question of whether the LLMs that we're training, the LLM that everyone is training, is spreading too much knowledge. So when you have access to LLM, you're effectively able to educate yourself on many topics. And this is something that is a concern for different actors, because you could have like small groups that are deemed bad, that could use this knowledge to do bad things. So this has been at a central topic, especially in the US. We're still lacking a lot of, there's absolutely no public evidence that LLMs are facilitating anything. So we've been advocating for some empirical grounding of the discussion, and this is something that's currently very much lacking. And then there's a third thing, which is kind of mixed with all of this, with the two first, which is existential risks. So knowing whether the technology we're making is effectively on an unbounded exponential that will end up destroying us, because as every exponential, it kind of breaks the limits at some point, and that's, well, it becomes ill-defined, as we say in mathematics. So this is something that, for us, is very much science fiction. That's empirical evidences. So what we've been saying is that we should really focus on the first topic, which is imminent. It's something that is, we do need to have product safety on AI, because it's going to, otherwise it's going to break trust in the technology we're making. And so we want to enable that. On the second part, we are lacking empirical evidence, but I think this is something that we should monitor closely. Knowledge, historically knowledge, the spreading of knowledge has always had more benefits than drawbacks. And AI is no different in that respect, but still it's something that could do with monitoring, because it's really a new technology. On the third aspect of AGI and the like, and the fact that you could have an autonomous system that would go out of control, this is something that we are not at ease discussing, because we really think that as scientists we are lacking evidence of any existential risk, and we think that it pollutes the discussion on the first aspect, which is super important.
Yeah, and so if I just kind of make sure I understand this right, the view is that the application layer is probably the one that has the most responsibility in terms of safety, at least to consumers or end users, whoever that is, businesses, but that perhaps the models could provide that as a feature or functionality, but it's not the responsibility of the model to ensure that the ultimate data transmitted is itself safe.
Exactly. So we think that the correct way of putting some pressure on the model providers like us is to effectively say that any application which is deployed, and that includes the application that we deploy, should meet a certain number of safety standards. So they should do what they're expected to do. And if you do that, then that means that the application providers will be looking at model providers that are controllable enough, that can give some form of guarantees, that can give some evaluation tools around the fact that they're controllable and that they do what they're expected to do. So you have some form of second order pressure that is you put pressure on the application layer, and that puts a market pressure on the foundational model developers. And that's the correct way of making a healthy competition in making the most controllable models, in making the best evaluation tools, in making the best guardrailing tools. And we think that it's a much better way of doing it than applying directly a pressure on the foundational model layer, because if you do that, well, you're in an ill-defined territory, because you're trying to control something which is by design super multi-purpose, very akin to a programming language. And so you can't really regulate a programming language because you can do anything with it. And so really there's a problem of definition, and then there's an operational problem of the fact that if you put some heavy pressure on that layer, you're effectively favoring the big actors that have a lot of compliance capabilities, and you're making it harder for startups with innovative ideas to come up and compete. And so this, like, foundational models is a bad proxy for market capture. And so we believe that applying the regulation pressure on the application layer is the one thing to do, because that's going to foster competition and provide a safer world.
Do you think that there's a role for an IAEA kind of like organization to exist that helps to enforce or provide this guidance or regulation?
So yes, I think this kind of regulation, if we need to monitor, I think we do need to have empirical evidence of what's happening in the space. And we need to monitor the product side safety. And one way of doing it is to enforce that we have very, very independent organisms that actually monitor these things. And when I say independent, I mean that we should be very cautious of preventing pressure and regulatory capture of these things. So setting standards, but ensuring that no big actor is basically writing the standards themselves. Yeah. And so what that means is that if we need to have this form of organisms, they need to be very well funded, probably state funded, and being completely screened from pressure from the industry.
Okay, so now I'm going to shift. I think the regulation debate is largely, many of the debates in AI tend to sort of skew somewhat negative. So let's dream for a second. Like, how can AI make our lives better? What do you see as the utopian future with AI?
So I think there's many verticals in which AI and like interacting with machines with natural language carry a lot of value. So healthcare is going to be completely changed by AI, because you will be able to interact with empathic beings that are actually super well grounded on statistics, and that's really what you are expecting from medicine. So we expect that AI is going to empower physicians to be much better at what they're doing and to make better decisions. Education is also a super interesting topic. Personalization of education, we know that it's super important to take the most potential of human beings, and having some, like your individual teacher being an assistant, this is going to change a lot of things, especially in the global south. So that's two things. Generally speaking, this is going to change the way we work. So it's a way, the fact that it can interact with unstructured knowledge and that it can act as if, a bit imitate the boring task of your daily life. This is going to enable more space for creative thinking. So we will be able to think more creatively, and that's going to unleash, I think, a new society very soon.
And if you think about some of the more existential risks we face in the world, like climate change, do you think that something like that can be addressed or at least improved?
Yes. So I think this is a frontier which hasn't been completely addressed yet, but this is really a promise of having better models. The fact that if you have some ways of reasoning around a pool of science, well, you can enable scientists to come up with new ideas. You can potentially unlock very precise things like in chemistry, in accelerating chemical reaction so that you emit less CO2, for instance. These things like material science, chemistry, nuclear fusion as well. All of these locks that we have and that we basically need to break in order to address climate change. Well, I mean, that's one of the ways you can address climate change. Obviously, the one way is also to reduce consumption, but these things, we think that AI is going to be an enabler of breaking these locks. It's not going to be an easy task. There's still many things to invent, and we think that going through the open science part, fostering the AI community that drove the field forward for 10 years is super important to break these locks.
Okay, that's great. So I think I want to come back to Europe sort of for our last questions. We're out of time. I think the fact that the company is being built in Europe is very important to you. It was obvious to you and your co-founders when we invested. How important do you think it is for the industry that we have a European champion emerge in the field of AI?
So the technology is AI, generative AI is really a wave. It's going to change society quite significantly. And in Europe, we have a choice of either being on top of the wave and driving the technology forward, or just looking at it happening in the US and in China. And we think that in order to shape the technology to our values and to the way we think about democracy, about society, we need to have very strong technological actors that are able to drive the field forward, make proposals, both in terms of policy and in terms of technology. And so that's why we believe it's super important that we have strong actors in Europe.
Great. Thank you so much, Arthur. Really appreciate it. Amazing.
Thank you, Arthur and Paul.
Let's dive into the remarkable journey of a company that has transformed the way global teams function. Deal, founded in 2019, has swiftly become the all-in-one HR platform for global teams. In less than 20 months, Deal has scaled their annual recurring revenue from 1 to 100 million, while serving industry giants like Shopify, Klarna, and Cloudflare.
Behind this rapid revenue boost is Shuo Wang, the co-founder and chief revenue officer of Deal. While one might expect that co-founder with a background in robotics, delving into the technical intricacies, Shuo has taken an unexpected path leading Deal's commercial teams.
Shuo's journey is a testament to the diverse roles of startups. She's joined by Sarah Pinto, who leads growth stage venture investing at Emerson Collective.
This is Wheeling and Dealing, how to build your revenue streams. Welcome, Shuo and Sarah.
Wow. What a stage. What a wonderful conference. It's my first time, and I'm so excited to be here. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Hi, Shuo.
Hi, Zara.
So good to be on stage with you.
Likewise.
So you've already been introduced. You're the co-founder and chief revenue officer at Deal, a really impressive company that we are very fortunate to be investors in. Deal moves so quickly that I'm having trouble following what you guys do. So tell me more. What does Deal offer in terms of product today?
Yeah. Well, super excited to be here. It's my first time at Slush as well, and then love the energy, and everything is just amazing. So what we're building at Deal is an all-in-one HR platform. We help companies to run payroll, manage compliance, facilitate payments for international talents, regardless of their location. We founded the company in 2019, and then today we're the leader of our industry, and we cover 160 plus different countries.
160 countries, that's amazing. So at Emerson Collective, we focus on investing in what we call consequential companies, which are companies that have the potential to generate traditional venture returns and societal impact. And I have a strong belief, and it's one of the reasons I'm here today, that opportunity is really well distributed and there's amazing talent everywhere. And one of my favorite aspects of Deal is how you enable talent wherever it is to have the kinds of job opportunities that a while ago only existed in places like Silicon Valley. So how has your journey as an immigrant impacted your desire to start Deal?
Yeah, so I have a very international background. I was born in China, moved to the States at the age of 16, went to MIT, met a group of really good friends that have similar background as me from international and new immigrants, and we all just want to find the best opportunities or work for the best projects out there. But the immigration process and what the documents or the paperwork that we need to go through to be able to stay in the States or work for the best company is really complicated, and it often got delayed as well. So at that time, I just wanted to build a platform to remove the blockers, to empower talents like myself or my friends to be able to work whatever company that they want to. Today, we help 300,000 international talents to work for the most innovative companies out there.
So give us an example of a company that you work with, maybe either here in Finland or that's here today at Slush, that uses Deal to empower their global workforce.
I'm super excited to share this company. It is one of my favorite apps as well. Wolt, which is a local food delivery services company. Super easy to use, best UI design, and also it can translate the menu to whatever language that you want to. And then we're helping Wolt to deliver in and expand in 8 different countries today.
Thank you. So let's get tactical. I know most of you in the room are founders. You're a chief revenue officer. It's been reported that Deal grew from just a few $1 million in revenue a couple years ago to $200 million in revenue last year to $400 million this year reportedly. That's pretty meteoric growth, pretty crazy. So can you tell us more about your secret sauce as a head of sales and chief revenue officer as to how you achieve such crazy growth?
Yeah. Thank you. Now I think about that. I think there are 3 things that I want to share with everyone. First of all, I really think team is very important. Talent, hire the best talent, build the strong team, can definitely contribute to the fastest growth that we have. I remember at the early days of Deal, I interviewed the first 400 employees that works for our go-to-market function. And then today, 90% of those talents are still with us. Yeah.
Interesting. And so maybe following up on that, can you tell us what the profile is of those first few employees and how you figured out who's the right salesperson for Deal?
Yeah. So I have built this interview cadence. I'm going to share with you guys. It's my first time sharing it actually as well. So my interview runs about 15 minutes, and I ask them 3 questions only.
Okay.
So,
3 questions, 15 minutes, everyone, for interviews.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first question I ask them is what is their quota and what is their attainment. So because if they can answer their quota and explain their attainment to me, that means they're somehow analytical. And then we realize that the people who are analytical, that is in sales, performs extremely well. So that is the first question. The second question is I just ask them to introduce the product that they're currently selling or whatever product they want to sell, and then ask them that what is the biggest problem that they're solving using that product, just to see that whether their answer is convincing. If they can sell this product to me, that means they're pretty good sales, right? Yeah. And then the third question I ask them is that what they want to achieve, and how can I help, or how can Deal as a platform to help them to become successful. If we're aligned on those visions, I think we can be successful together. Yeah.
Wonderful. And then looking back, is there a traditional profile for those first few, let's say, for the first 10 or the first 50 salespeople you hired who are still with you today? Did they come from a similar set of backgrounds, or is it very diverse?
I think in terms of geo, it's very diversified because we hire globally. But in terms of background, where there's one common thing that we're looking for is execution, because we're a fully remote company, and we have a culture that is what we call deal speed. We make sure that we hire people that is focused on execution, good at problem solving, and then be able to work together as a team. Yeah.
By the way, deal speed is a real thing. Whenever I email Shuo or Alex, her co-founder, they respond within 1 to 3 minutes, whatever the time of day or night. It's pretty amazing. I think it's really part of the secret sauce as far as I'm concerned. So you said first people. What are the other 2 things that you wanted to mention?
The second thing is, I think, build a really good process, and then trust the process is very, very important. And then also always leverage data to make all kinds of decisions. So even though I'm running a sales team today, I am an engineer by training. I have a very technical background. So building all kinds of dashboard analytics to make go-to-market strategies, focusing on headcount planning, as well as marketing spending, paid ads, ROI measurement are very, very important. So I do think leverage data and then build optimized strategy is the key there.
Got it. And what's number 3?
Number 3 is, I think, go global early. Since day one, we built a very global sales team, even though the team is very small. But because of the nature of our product, we serve global clients. So we have sales team in North America, APAC, Europe, Latam. So even though we only have one sales rep to cover one region, but at the time that we found product market fit, we were able to grow very fast. Yeah.
Thank you. So talking about this whole in-person versus remote debate, it's obviously during COVID, everyone went remote, every company was global, and we were all fine with it. It sounds like there's a movement going the other way now in technology where people are coming back in person. I don't know if you know this, and I find this extraordinary. Deal, so reportedly 400 million of revenue this year, does not have a single office. They're a fully remote company. So you're being a little bit contrarian right now, and you're enabling companies to have people across the world. So how do you do it? How have you managed to make such a successful company without an office?
Well, first of all, we don't sleep. That's how Alex and myself were able to reply you very fast. But joke aside, we are probably the largest private remote company. We have 3,000 people across 100 different countries today. And then there's one thing that, as I mentioned earlier, what we're looking for when hiring talents is focusing on the deal speed. We first evaluate whether they can execute, whether they're great at project management, and hiring strong managers, and trust those managers, let them to do the job, run the team. And then also by hiring a global remote team, we are able to cover all time zones. So whenever there is an urgent client issue or escalation, we'll be able to help them to solve within minutes. By the end of the day, we're a payroll company. Our mission is to pay talents and then run the payroll on time and each time.
Yeah, no, it's true. If you're not getting paid, someone getting back to you really quickly is very, very important. What tools do you use to manage your team globally?
We live on Slack, so Slack is technically our office, even though we do not have a physical one. Yeah.
Wow, good ad for Slack. Cal is going to talk tomorrow. I'm sure he will like that. So Deal has been very vocal about targeting and then reaching last year profitability. This is not something that most tech companies ever communicate on, and frankly, haven't really worried about as much in the first few years of their life. Can you tell me why you chose to do this differently and to be profitable and to say that you are so early on?
I think first of all the credits to our very best finance and business control team because they control the budget, right? And then second of all, I think we care for every single dollar that we invest. We focus on ROI, and then we have like a really good measurement on our ROI as well. We have been profitable for over a year, and we value there is one deal value is thoughtful frugality. That means we care for every single dollar that we spend out there, and then also with the current economic situation and the environment, we just want to be careful on every investment that we put out there. We want to take our people accountable.
Yeah, and I guess not having offices also helps in order to reduce your fixed costs.
But we do sponsor WeWork process, right?
Yeah.
So we encourage people to do meetups, and then we have big hubs, central hubs. For different big cities, and then also we have team offsets, and then holiday dinners, which is coming up for the holiday season. We often encourage people to meet on their own, even though there's no one global headquarter or office. Yeah.
Where do you live? I don't even know where you are most of the time.
I used to say I live in the metaverse, yeah. So I think last time we met is in San Francisco.
Yes, now in Helsinki.
Yeah,
I met Alex in Paris last week.
Yeah, so I spent most of my time in San Francisco, New York, London, and then Tel Aviv as well. Yeah, we have a big team in Tel Aviv. Yeah.
Amazing. So Deal has been in the news a lot lately. It seems like you had quite the year from a media perspective. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've managed the maybe increased scrutiny that you get as you grow and perform the way that you have?
Yeah. We are developing a very innovative employment model for global hiring. We're the largest for our industry, and then we have 3,000 employees across 100 different countries out there. That means, we need to meet. We have a lot of standards and expectations to meet, and then it is really hard to satisfy all of the standards for all of those countries, right? We're trying our very best. And then as we grow, as we scale, there will be scrutiny, and I think it is very healthy. And it can help us to move forward and then create a really strict standard around ourselves as well. And then there are misconceptions around our model, and we are not misclassifying our own workforce. We are not a platform for paying gig workers or gig economy. Compliance is what we live for and breathe for, and then we will continuously focus on hard work ahead, and then continuously deliver product and then deliver high standard service for our clients. Yeah.
Wonderful. So when you started, you served mostly small businesses and, frankly, startups. So companies like a lot of the companies in this room, which you still serve, and I see your booth there, so I know that you do a great job serving startups. But it seems like you've started to grow with your customers and sell more into enterprise. As a chief revenue officer, can you tell us more as to how you've managed that maybe change in your customer profile and maybe graduation from SMB to enterprise?
Yeah. Definitely, that's a great question. Deal is a YC company, and then since the beginning, we serve YC clients, YC community, and then today, most of the YC companies who are hiring internationally are using Deal. So we started from SMB, and then now focus more and more on upper market. Also, we instead of focusing on selling one single product, we're more put together all the products and then become a whole all-in-one HR platform. Not only that we manage payroll, but also we have an entity creation service, also help international talents to manage their equity, file their taxes, and also create the consulting services to help a lot of clients to optimize their global expansion strategy. So definitely there is a change from selling to one single product to a whole platform from SMB to enterprise. Yeah.
And do you hire different people to sell into enterprise than you do to sell into SMB?
Not necessarily.
And you ask the same 3 questions that you said in the beginning.
I do ask the same 3 questions, right? So, but my expectations on SMB sales rep versus enterprise sales rep is very different. Yeah, but we tend to hire. One thing is that we always think that when it comes to selling enterprise clients, enterprise product, you want people who have 20 years of experience, or have been in the industry for a really, really long time. But actually not necessarily. As long as people are be able to learn very fast and then ask the good questions and then willing to spend the time, build the consulting solutions, become a consultant for the enterprise clients, I think they will become very, very successful. So from selling one product, to SMB clients to a whole platform to enterprise client, we do see increase of sales cycle, a lot more resources needed, and a lot more decision makers are involved. But in the end, the deal size is becoming bigger, and then the clients becoming stickier, and then we focus more and more on cross-sell and upsell for those clients as well. Yeah.
Got it. Wonderful. What is next for Deal?
Well, I'm very excited for the next stage of Deal. Product-wise, we just released our Deal AI product because over the years we have built a huge data set, including salary insights from different countries, different positions, as well as global local labor law compliance. And then today we open our verified data sets to our clients, and then to empower them to use those data sets, navigate through Deal platform using our technology to help them to build the most optimized global expansion strategy. So Deal AI is definitely one of the very exciting and promising products for next year. That's on the product side. From business side, as I mentioned earlier, we will continuously focusing on growing and then also serving more and more upper market clients across different industry, different segments. And then by the end of the day, we want to empower millions of international talents to be able to work for the best opportunities and companies out there, regardless of location. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ro. This was a wonderful talk. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being so tactical. Any last advice that you would give everyone in this audience who, you were like them just a few years ago, starting your company, applying to YC. You told me you applied on the last day before you actually realized that you needed to apply, the day that the applications were closing. So, it's never too late. Take the shot. You never know where it leads you. But any advice for the people in this room that are starting somewhere in their journey, starting their company?
Yeah. So I think for the audience, I don't know, maybe a lot of you are founders. A lot of you are thinking about founding your own product or startup. Just do it now. Okay, it doesn't really matter whether you find the perfect idea or you find the perfect timing or market. Just act on it, and then all the ideas, all the product market fit, it will take time for you to explore, and it will take time for you to adapt and change. But change is always good, right? And also, our booth is right there. You can find me if you want more, talk more about startup or global hiring. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thanks, everyone.
All right. This way.
Thank you, Sean and Sarah.
When we want to learn a new language, many of us gravitate towards the bright green app with an owl mascot. Duolingo is the world's most popular educational app that can teach how to speak over 40 different languages, including some of those at the brink of linguistic extinction.
Next, we'll hear from the founder and technical mastermind behind the Duolingo app. We'll learn about the journey thus far, Duolingo's expansion into new subjects like math and music, and how early adoption of AI has helped your Duolingo stay ahead of the game.
Severin Hacker is the co-founder and CTO of Duolingo. Fueled by his interest in video games, Severin taught himself how to code at the age of 12. This came extremely handy when he and Louis, his co-founder, decided to take their research project and turn it into a company. Now, 12 years and millions of users later, Severin still considers Duolingo to be at the early stages of what they have potential for.
Joining Severin is Alex Stuckel, a founding partner at Swiss pre-seed VC, Wingman Ventures. He supports Swiss tech companies such as Dpoli, Oxal, and Urbio. This is From Languages to Algebra, Duolingo's Journey. Welcome on stage, Severin and Alex.
Woohoo!
Severin, we're back on stage together. We've become stage buddies over the past years. Somehow it's a duo infernale, you and me, sitting at tech conferences and speaking about Duolingo, Europe, and what's next. You said there was a special way you wanted to start today's talk, so over to you.
Yes, actually, I have a question. So, question for the audience. If you are a Duolingo user, show me with your hands how long is your streak. So 1 means 10 days or longer, 2 means 20 days or longer, 10 means 100 days or longer. Wow. That's a lot of long streaks. Anyone above 1,000? Yeah, there. Awesome. Cool.
Nice, nice, nice. I have a surprise for you in that context, Severin. So the last time we were on stage together, we were at another European tech conference, and I asked Severin, how did you build a brand that everyone in the world knows? And he said, it's the owl. And I was nervous, I froze, and I really just didn't remember that the owl is the icon, is the mascot of Duolingo. And so I blacked out and I said, which owl? And Severin was a bit stunned on stage. I think he was a bit cross with me at the time. And so what I did this time is I went to the gift shop of Duolingo on their website and I posted the largest order ever for stuffed animal Duolingo owls. And I knew that he would start the talk by asking for the streak. And so right now in the audience, those with a 1,000-day streak, raise your hand because you're going to get a Duolingo owl because we had a box coming into Helsinki. And here's one for you. You get to give it to anyone, or maybe actually I have someone that should get it, and you might want to give it back when you hear that story. Because this morning at the hotel reception where I'm staying here in Helsinki, I asked for that package, and the receptionist, she handed over the package and she said, I have to ask, there's little Duolingo owls on that package. What is this? And I told her the story, and I told her that I was going to be here. Of course, she knew about Slush. She's from Finland. She works here in a hotel. And she said, how cool, you're on stage with the founder of Duolingo. You know what? I have a streak of 1,483 days. And that was, for me, once again, a reminder of how remarkable it is what you've built, Severin. And I quickly introduced myself. My name is Alex, and the reason I'm here is because I run a venture capital firm that invests only in Switzerland. And Severin happens to be from Switzerland. And when we started out, we asked all Swiss entrepreneurs to support us in boosting this small ecosystem. Severin was so kind to do that from the first day on. And what you've built in the meantime is incredible, Severin. You are the CTO, co-founder, member of the board of a stock-listed company that is the largest language learning application in the world, most used, most loved. And what I find amazing about it is that with a lot of tech things, we tend to have love-hate relationships. Social media, we're worried about our mental health, Google, too many ads. There's like always some negative to it. But everyone loves Duolingo. Do you pinch yourself sometimes that this is your reality?
Sometimes, yeah. It is truly remarkable. I mean, I obviously did not expect it to be ever this successful. And it's what's remarkable is like, yeah, truly everyone loves Duolingo, and it's a good company for the world. I truly believe that, and that's why I'm still with the company after IPO and all that.
And you IPO'd, I think you IPO'd at $6 billion at Nasdaq. And there was a bit of skepticism, if I may say that so bluntly. Obviously, everyone was wondering monetization, is this going to be a real business, or is it just an app, a productivity app? And I checked the market cap this morning, and we're beyond $9 billion. And your IPO was a year and a half or 2 years ago. So in the roughest of times, where most tech stock was punished severely, you managed to increase your market cap by 50%. That is insane. Like, what's going on? What's happening? Why is the world so keen on Duolingo today?
Yeah, it's a good question. And by the way, we don't look at our stock price every day, and it's not a KPI that we try to optimize. What we try to do is achieve our mission, which is to provide the best education and make it universally accessible. And going back to the, why, we're a public company, but we have an operating principle that is take the long view. So we want to build a long-lasting, hopefully 100-year lasting company. And, today's stock price, is irrelevant if you take the long view. So, but why it probably went up is because the market rewards execution and the profitability and all of that. So that is good. But we've been just executing really well since the beginning, I would say.
Well, congratulations, and thank you that you're here with me today. We're in an audience of students, founders, young entrepreneurs at the beginning of their journey. There's also some tech decision makers, investors here. So I thought we'd speak about 3 things in the next 20 minutes. And I would love to go a bit back into your journey, starting the company. How was that building Duolingo? I want to speak a bit about where does Duolingo stand today, and what are you working on? What are the product roadmap topics that you're discussing? Business model changes, a bit out of the boardroom. What's going on at Duolingo? And then the last third of our talk, we need to talk about something that in 2023 you cannot ignore, which is AI and how that relates to what you're doing at Duolingo. So let's get started with the look back. You studied in Switzerland at the Technical University in Zurich, and then you moved to the US and you started your business there. Why did you choose to go to the US? And I understand you co-founded with your professor. How did that come to happen? Can you tell us the founding story, your path from Switzerland to incorporating Duolingo, and also maybe a timestamp? When was that?
Yes, so I've always wanted to study in the US. So I grew up in Switzerland, small town, close to Zurich. I've always wanted to study in the US for a little bit. But I went to ETH in Zurich, which is, very good technical school there, and it was good. And they didn't have an exchange program with the university I wanted to go to in the US. But the sister university of ETH had that exchange program, and I managed to get myself into that exchange program. And that exchange program is really what led to everything else down the road. So it was an opportunity of a lifetime. Obviously, I didn't know that at the time, but I've always wanted to study there, study in the US. And the exchange program was between EPFL and Carnegie Mellon University. And at Carnegie Mellon University, I met my eventual co-founder, Luis. He was one of the youngest professors at the time at Carnegie Mellon. And when I met him, I introduced myself as I'm Severin, hacker. And he still remembers that, and that's how I met him. And he was the smartest person I had ever met up until then. And I was like, if I can ever work with this guy, I'll try. I will do that. And he convinced me to stay at Carnegie Mellon for grad school. So he was a professor. I was his grad student. And 2 years into my PhD, we started working on what eventually turned into Duolingo.
Nice. And so your professor is your co-founder, and my understanding is he's been at that time already a serial entrepreneur that had a very successful exit to Google. So this is someone that has a really high standing within the startup community in the US, probably made it easy to raise first funding and get some attention to Duolingo at that time. But how was the dynamic between the two of you as co-founders? Because it's not the typical story of 3 students that, as equal co-founders start something, but there's been a bit of a hierarchy difference between the two of you. And how has that been at the beginning, and how has that evolved until today? Because you're 2 co-founders, and both of you are still in the board, even though the company is now publicly listed, which is not often the case.
Yeah, great question. So, and by the way, most of the time this doesn't work. So usually, when there's a professor and a grad student starting a company, it's the professor owns 99%, and the grad student owns 1%, and the grad student does all the work. Yeah. And it never works. It never works. But in our partnership, it was equal from day one, and we had a little contract actually that I still have at home, where we wrote down, how we make decisions at Duolingo. How do we do? Who's responsible for fundraising? Who's responsible for this and that? And we wrote this down. We signed it. It's not a legal contract, like you would see from a lawyer, but it worked, and it's magical. It probably prevented tons of arguments, and just having a clear division of labor and role and ownership. That's I think the secret to this relationship.
This is interesting, and actually, in fact, I didn't know that. We never spoke about this before. But when we invest as a venture firm, one of the things that is extremely important to us is an equal share split between co-founders. Because the moment it is not equal, any discussion turns very emotional because there's some sort of power dynamic that is not necessarily healthy. So that's cool to hear, the confirmation of that, even in a setup like this. Now, Duolingo, IPO today, you raised some funding in between. If you look back at the journey, and you're speaking in front of entrepreneurs here, what are like the big milestones, the ups and downs, the memorable moments that you think were key to becoming the success story that you became today?
So I only remember the ups. No. So obviously, first one was founding of Duolingo.
When was that?
2012.
2012. Okay, nice.
So 2012, and we started as a website, and it was growing slowly. It was nothing magical, but it was a pretty good product, I would say. But it was a website. So next milestone was mobile. And I remember the day before we launched our first iOS app. Luis and I said like, what do you expect from this launch? Like how many users would we get? And Luis and I was like, yeah, we agreed on maybe 5% of our user base will be on mobile, 95% will be on web. And within, I think, a week or 2 weeks, it was all mobile.
Crazy.
And in that year, we grew 14x.
Wow.
In 1 year. So mobile was a huge milestone for us.
And fundraising must have been a piece of cake that year?
Yes, because we raised on $0 revenue, which is, by the way, better than a little bit of revenue, at least at the time. Things have changed. But at the time, no revenue was better than a little bit of revenue. And then we raised on the growth, on the user growth. Next milestone was subscriptions. So figuring out monetization.
When was that, like roughly?
I think that was 2016.
16, yeah. So 4 years into the business, you started to generate revenue, or you took the decision we would try to generate revenue from that user base.
Yes. And it was a very hard decision internally because, as I said before, we're a mission-based company, and we hire a lot of these people that are motivated by the mission.
Yeah.
And when we said like we're going to have ads, they were like, wait, we can't show ads. Like
that's not the mission, right?
We shouldn't make money,
Yeah. And so, how did you motivate internally? Did you tell people that it's a means to an end, that you need the revenue, that you need the business model behind it in order to be able to keep growing and executing on that mission, or how did you sell that?
Yes. So we said the mission is to provide the best education, make it universally accessible. That doesn't mean that there are no payers. What it means that we don't put content behind a paywall. So that anyone who wants or needs to learn a language can do so with Duolingo, whether they have a bank account or credit card or not. So, and this is still true today. So we obviously monetize, and we're, monetization is doing super well at Duolingo, but you don't have to pay for content. So the way we monetize is by a feature-based subscription.
Yeah.
So subscription was the big.
That was the big game changer.
It was a big, yeah.
Before and did that work immediately? Because I guess a lot of entrepreneurs would be really scared. You've been showing a track record of having users, of getting people excited to use your product, but then are people ready to pay money for it? Is that a moment where you have a few sleepless nights and a bit of nervosity today, or?
It worked pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah.
So, and we weren't the first subscription, so there were already, Spotify, etc. People were already used to subscriptions to a degree, but for us it was mostly an internal challenge. Once we built it, it was, it took off very quickly.
And did you use that traction to then raise funds again?
Yes.
So it's inflection points. First, you went to mobile, massive growth, you raised funding. Then you launched subscription, revenue from nothing to relevant. You raised funding, and then you raised probably a last round pre-IPO. Is that more or less the funding story?
Yeah, and what's funny is because for the first 5 years we made no revenue. Yeah. People just assumed this is a research project by 2 academics, and they're going to sell it to Google because my co-founder sold the past 2 companies to Google. Yeah. So I was like, I think there was even a TechCrunch story at some point. They're going to sell to Google or whatever. But the moment we made significant revenue, we realized we don't actually have to sell, and we can stay independent and go the IPO route.
And follow that mission that you had defined when you started, Luis and you. And that's interesting because we've gotten to know each other better and better over the past years, and we've had some conversations where I was just out of curiosity asked some of the VC questions you would ask someone like yourself, is like, did you have funds that passed on you, and now in retrospect you're like, haha, look at what we've done, and the list of those funds, there was a lot of big brand names that they just didn't believe that you guys are going to turn this into a business. If you were a founder and you're sitting in the audience right now and maybe you're, I don't know, raising your seed round or your Series A, would you tell founders, don't worry too much about which VC is backing you, get the money, stick to your mission and keep executing? Or is it really important to convince those top tier funds that what you're doing deserves their attention and money?
The latter. So, we at Duolingo, we're strong believers that you should hire the best people, only work with the best people, not just for employees, but investor. Work with the best investors, work with the best law firms, only work with the best, always.
Interesting. And so that was then, was that discouraging?
But obviously, stay true to the mission.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's tough, right? Because when investors sit in front of you and say you're not generating revenue, like, we're not going to invest in you, and your mission is to not focus on revenue, but focus on the impact you can create with people trying to learn language. Okay, Duolingo today. Last time we were on stage together was roughly 6 months ago, and your PR department told me I'm not allowed to ask anything outside of language. And I was a good boy, and I stuck to it. But I understand now we're allowed to talk about it, and there's math and music available to learn via Duolingo. How did that happen?
Yes, so as I said before, our mission is not just about language learning, it's all of education. And for the first 10 years, we focused on language learning. But we always wanted to expand to other subjects. And finally, this last year, we got to a stage where we felt comfortable adding new subjects. And the way we did it is the Duolingo way. So we added those subjects to the main learning app. So you don't need to download another app or install it, whatever. It's the main learning app, and you just, instead of learning Spanish, you go into the course switcher and say, I want to learn math, or I want to learn music. And all the game mechanics we've built for Duolingo, they're there too. So your streak transfers, your gems and XP, all of that transfers, the leaderboards, etc. So you have all of these engagement features that have been so powerful for Duolingo, available for these new subjects as well.
And is there a bit of hybris to that, if I may ask critically, in the sense that language learning is one thing. It's a lot about, I think, memorizing, hearing how someone says it. Now, you could argue math, there's also an aspect of memorizing, but there's also a deeper understanding of the rule set. Maybe similar to grammar, but still it feels different. Music feels different. It almost feels a little arrogant to say, you know what, now we're Duolingo, we're going to teach everything now. It's easy as pie. Have you tested this for a long time? How have you built that product? How do you avoid that you defocus, that you derail attention of your team? Now, I understand it's within the same app, but internally, suddenly you're not a language company anymore. Suddenly you're a learning company, and that is a change of focus. How do you look at those questions?
Yeah, so we start with, by the way, right now it's just math and music. And we start with those two because we believe the Duolingo method of how we teach languages can be applied to those two other subjects. So the Duolingo method is very much based on implicit learning. So learning from examples, learning by doing.
Yeah.
And this works well for math, for example. This is not all of math, but it works for like the arithmetic, fractions, multiplications, et cetera, et cetera. So the basic math, we believe, can be learned efficiently with an adapted version of the Duolingo method.
But this way you drift off a little bit into children as focus users. Is that a correct assumption? Because obviously during school time, I don't know if anyone here, raise your hand if you're really into learning math. It's probably a lot less than those that want to learn Spanish. And so is that also a conscious choice to go into guiding students during school years through learning process and helping them?
Yeah, it's a good question, and math has a bad brand, has a brand problem. So a lot of people have bad memories from math in school, etc., and that's the one thing they definitely don't want to do or learn. But we believe it's one of those fundamental skills that anyone on the planet at some point needs to learn. So yes, we're still trying to figure out what is the math product for adults and what is the math product for children. So
there could be a math product for VCs because every year we have some crazy hype where a lot of VCs forget about math. It's my understanding. And in the past years we had last mile delivery and metaverse, and I'm really glad, and NFT trading. I'm glad we're out of this bubble. But this year it's AI. And everyone is talking about it. Everyone wants to invest in it. Everyone is also worried about it. And the first headline we had for this talk here was Duolingo disrupted by AI ? And then Severan's PR department said we cannot do this. Has to be more positive. And we said we're still going to openly speak about this. Is it something that you're worried about when we see ChatGPT going and translating better than Google Translate does? We see them scripting whole episodes of The Simpsons with generative AI. So are you worried that language learning is going to be changed?
Hopefully it will be changed. And I'm looking forward to this world, actually. I think it's a great opportunity for Duolingo. AI is a huge opportunity for Duolingo. And let me talk to 2 points about this. One is we want to teach with technology, right? So if we want to achieve our mission, we have to rely on technology. The best way, by the way, to learn almost anything is with a one-on-one tutor. And it's very expensive. This is how the kings in the early days, they're like in the 19th century. This is how they taught their kids. They hired the best teacher, and it was one-on-one tutoring, and that's the best. To this day, this is still the best way to learn almost anything in the world. Problem, it's very expensive. So what we want to do with Duolingo is use technology and AI to replicate that efficacy of a one-on-one tutor inside Duolingo.
So basically, not going to disrupt you, not going to replace you. It's just one more tool in the toolkit of the Duolingo engineers and product team to think about how they can create that personal tutor for every single user of Duolingo. And then the other part of AI is, do you still need to learn a language? And is that why you go into math and music? Are you worried that people are going to stop learning languages? When I was young, people said you need to learn French in order to work in France. I think nowadays English to work anywhere in Europe is going to be sufficient. Do you see a trend there, or is the interest, the hunger of people to learn other languages to fit into other cultures, is that something that you think will not be broken by good automated translation?
So that was not the motivation. And there's 2 things, and it was like to the previous point as well, is one thing that's interesting about Duolingo, our users, especially in the United States, is like if you ask them, what would you do if Duolingo went away? The app went away. Which other app would you use? Guess what they say?
Bubble?
No. No, none of them. None of the competitors. They say, I would spend more time on Instagram, TikTok, social media.
Okay.
So we're competing. We don't compete with the other language learning apps. We compete with people's attention, for people's attention. And so we compete with social media.
And
so why do they learn a language?
It's because they have fun learning a language.
They have fun learning a language.
And that is remarkable. And I see the timer blinking because that means we're out of time. But I think it's a beautiful finish because what you've achieved deserves so much gratitude. You've turned something that is really, really hard. I mean, all of us here in the audience, I don't know about you, but learning vocabulary for our French test, it was painful. And Duolingo turns this into fun. And even like the receptionist at the hotel this morning told me that she's on a more than 1,000 streak, like I said earlier. everyone loves Duolingo, and it's become a competitor not to other learning apps, it's become a competitor to watching videos, playing games, or being on social media, and that's amazing. Congratulations, Severin. Thank you for being here on stage with me today, and thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
All right, hey, let's give it up once more for that amazing talk.
Woohoo! I wish I had one of those mascots.
Oh
That's
yeah,
amazing.
me too. They were so cute. Okay, hey, let's do a little bit of a question here. Who here has flown in to Helsinki just for Slush? Raise your hand.
Just for Slush. Woohoo! Amazing. Great to have you here. Warm welcome to our capital, Helsinki. Let's take a moment just to uncover some of the must-see experiences while you are here in our little hometown.
Yeah, first off, so if you're still looking for something to do tomorrow night, we have just a thing for you. The official Slush Afterworks, Slush Street, is happening tomorrow at the iconic Mummotunneli from 6 p.m. onwards. And this party is open to all. You don't need your badge. Everyone is welcome.
Amazing. So yeah, if you're looking for afterworks where the atmosphere is warm, but the drinks are cool, that's your spot. Take yourself there with a fellow slusher and enjoy the city with the like-minded people, musical performances, and let's let it loose.
Yes, let's let loose. And be safe. It's very slippery out there.
And very cold, so
yes,
pack well.
Exactly. What do you think is happening here?
What's going on? Yeah.
I think the theme is changing.
Yeah, let's get ready for our first product announcement off this stage today. Are we ready?
I'm so ready. Double Point is a Finnish startup, and they're working on this wrist-based gesture detection. They're basically going to shed us some light into what we can expect after the mouse and the touchscreens on our phones and our iPads.
Yeah, what's next? We're so excited to hear more. Welcome on stage, Otto Pentikäinen, the CEO and co-founder, and Thomas Joseph, the VP of Product at Double Point. Let's give them a warm welcome. Woohoo!
Otto.
Hello, everyone. My name is Otto Pentikäinen. I'm the CEO and co-founder at gesture detection company Double Point.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas Joseph, and I'm the VP of Product here at Double Point.
We're a company founded in 2020, based in Helsinki. And we founded this company because my co-founder, Jamin, had a personal project that he just needed to get done. This is a set of wristbands that he built. He's a classical trained pianist and a biomedical engineer, and he had this tendency to type his thoughts in midair by twitching his fingers. So we began from the electro shops from Aalto University, building our first wristbands. Of course, not a lot of people type their thoughts in midair like Jamin does, so we didn't really have a market. But then we started to look around. We saw that augmented and virtual realities were being built. We saw that IoT was becoming a thing. We saw that wearables were becoming part of a lot of people's computation. However, there's something that's joined with these devices. We don't have a clear way of inputting to them. Currently, when we look at the way we input to our devices, we have the mouse. But the mouse is only good for personal computing. We also have the touchscreen, which is currently used to control all sorts of devices, but it's mainly used for two-dimensional screens. So how do we control augmented reality, IoT, or wearables? How do we control these new platforms? Thomas, take it away.
So this question right here is one that we obsess over at DoublePoint. And when coming up with solutions for this problem and how to address it, we base this on 5 key principles. The solution would have to be intuitive, just like the mouse and the touchscreen. It would have to be accurate. Accuracy is table stakes for any good input solution. It would also have to be discrete. So just like these AR headsets that we have sort of coming onto market, the input mechanism would have to be discrete like those same headsets. Always on, always available. This is a non-starter. This had to be in from the beginning. And then lastly, low cost. So when thinking about these 5 principles, over the last 3 years as a company, our explorations have taken us far and wide. So here's just a short selection of some of the prototypes and hardware form factors that we've explored. And this includes Jamin's prototype, along with some gloves, smartwatches, rings, and thimbles. But we keep coming back to the smartwatch. As a tech industry, we're on track to ship 300 million smartwatches just this year. And this device category is growing double-digit growth year on year. They're ubiquitous. In fact, I would gather that about 60% of you in the audience have some sort of smartwatch on your wrist right now, whether it's an Apple Watch, a Fitbit, or a Suunto. And we wanted to focus our attention on this because we believe that this form factor is capable of a lot more. Now, all of those devices, all those manufacturers, they have 2 sensors in common that are of particular interest to us at DoublePoint. So the PPG sensor, or the sensor that tracks your heart rate for health activities, and then the IMU for orientation data. Now, when we look at these 2 sensors, we see a lot more capability. So what we actually have here are some traces of some raw data coming off these signals. And what we found was there's a fundamental machine learning problem here. And we could pick up on minute gestures that a user performs just by looking at these sensor data. So we built some custom algorithms, trained this on a lot of people, tested it on a lot of people, and what we came down with are a few key gestures. And I'm kind of going to go through these right now. So we have tap, which is a very simple action in which the index finger comes into contact with the thumb. And these small deformations in the skin, we're able to pick these up with these off-the-shelf smartwatch sensors, as Otto is going to demonstrate right here.
Right here. So let's see if the network's working, but there you go. And I can turn on my lights.
And then you can also sort of multi-tap, so pick up multiple gestures like this. And probably most importantly is pinch and hold. Now this is actually a world's first demonstration of this gesture using commercially available off-the-shelf sensors. Now, on the surface, those gestures seem fairly simple, and that's kind of by design. We wanted these to be intuitive and easy, but those 3 gestures also enable a lot more. So I'm going to talk about it in the context of a few key use cases. XR, which we're really excited about. Now, when we think about input, if you've ever worn a VR headset, you often use your hands to sort of input stuff. You use your voice or you use controllers. We believe this is a solved input problem. Sure, hand tracking can get better, controllers can get better, but these are the modalities to control VR headsets. But what about AR? We're yet to see these devices come on market. They're lightweight, they're always on. Using hands is fundamentally problematic because we're now going to be in public settings. You don't want to be gesticulating wildly like Tom Cruise in Minority Report. Not to mention that that's expensive. So you have cameras that are high resource, power hungry, and they don't fit with that form factor. Voice, privacy concerns, and then obviously you don't want to be using a controller out in public settings. That's a non-starter. So let me show you what we can do with the smartwatch that we built at DoublePoint. Here, you'll see our interaction designer, Simon, navigating a UI with nothing but his watch. There are no cameras involved here. Just by pointing his watch, we're able to use the IMU sensor data to figure out exactly where he's pointing and the click gestures to sort of select these items. And he effortlessly sort of scrolls through these interfaces just by using pinch and hold, tap, and multi-tap. Here we see Simon playing a game, just pointing at bubbles and popping them. But you can take this to another level. So if device manufacturers have eye tracking built, we can take this interaction scheme and put it on steroids. Here you see Simon using the same sort of smartwatch, except he's using eyes to focus his attention. And you'll notice how much quicker he is just by pointing and selecting. Now this is super fast, super intuitive, and very easy for anyone to pick up. But most importantly, we're not using inside-out cameras for tracking, just the smartwatch and just the sensors that exist on your smartwatches today. Outside of XR, there are a few other applications we're excited about. IoT, we have countless smart devices in our homes. And what you see here is our interaction designer just manipulating the devices around him with the smartwatch. Intuitively turning up the brightness using the accelerometer and IMU, flicking through channels on his TV, and even turning on the music. And lastly, smartwatch control itself. So here, using these algorithms, we're simply manipulating the menu. So clicking through a menu, double click to select, and pinch and hold for high consequence actions, like making a phone call or making a payment. Now, this is just a snippet and a view into what we can do, but we can't wait to see what developers do with this technology. We are convinced this is the best input solution for spatial, metaverse, ambient computing, whatever you want to call it. For these reasons, it's fast, it's cheap, it's comfortable. You don't have to wear the smartwatch any tighter than you currently wear your smartwatch. No calibration, generalizable from person to person, high sensitivity, high accuracy, and lastly, no field of view limitations. We've demonstrated all of this with existing smartwatches. But we needed to take this further. To turn all of this up to 11, we had to build our own hardware using these sensors. And I'm excited to pass this off to Otto to tell you all about it.
So at DoublePoint, we decided to build DoublePoint Kit. The DoublePoint Kit is another piece of hardware now from Finland. And what it does, it enables the world with microgestures. It provides the ultimate input solution for extended reality, augmented reality, lightweight headsets, wearables, and IoT control, among many other use cases. We built this DoublePoint Kit to provide everyone developing these interactions with microgestures in a licensable form. So people can license this technology straight from us onto their existing wearables. Or they can license this technology and build their own hardware. It's built for developers, so we're enabling a bunch of UI tools to help people build these new device paradigms. We're also providing a rapid prototyping experience, and it's easy to get started and will reduce your time to market. We're shipping in the first half of 2024. You'll get to experience it in CES in Las Vegas in January. Join the waitlist at doublepoint.com. And thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas and Otto. Absolutely fascinating.
Yes, and hey, a moment ago, we were advertising warm drinks, cold air. Actually, you don't have to wait until tomorrow, because that event actually takes place tonight at Mummatonneli. And tomorrow, you can enjoy our after party here at Messukeskus with Kari and other musical guests.
Glad we got that settled.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on. Word of mouth and doing things that don't scale can drive early stage software sales. Yet, to sustain that momentum, companies must eventually go after the bigger game, enterprise sales.
Next, we'll hear from Tope Avatona, the founder and CEO of Calendly. the modern scheduling platform that helps over 10 million people avoid those annoying back and forth scheduling emails. Before founding Calendly, Tope spent the majority of his career in enterprise software sales, working for large companies such as IBM and Dell.
Joining the conversation, we have Seth Pierpont. Seth is a general partner at Iconic, and prior to Iconic, Seth spent close to a decade at the VC Axel, investing early and growth stage technology companies such as Snyk and Anyfin.
Let's hear it for taking on the beast, building for enterprise. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Tope.
Hello.
Welcome to Helsinki.
Thank you.
Tope just landed 15 minutes ago from Atlanta, so he's still acclimating to the dark and the cold, but great to have you here.
It's great to be here. My first time in Helsinki.
So just, I'll give a quick personal intro. So I'm one of the partners at Iconic. I joined a couple of years ago to launch our office in London. For those of you who don't know Iconic, we're a global growth fund. Our differentiation is really that we have a very unique network of founders, families, and CEOs on behalf of whom we invest in the next generation of founders. And we've been, over the last 10 years, have invested and partnered with some of the most impactful software companies of the last decade. Companies like Adyen and Miro and Snowflake and GitLab, Procore, and many others. We've also invested in a number of companies that started out with a viral product-led growth motion and then subsequently added on more of a sales-led motion to expand beyond individuals to tackle teams and companies of all sizes. And that's really the crux of our conversation today. We've worked with companies like Datadog and Airtable and 1Password that have all done that well, and of course, Calendly. And so it's I'm really glad that Tope agreed to do this. He's someone that we've long admired, even before formally partnering with him a few years ago, not only because of what he built Calendly into today, but he's also incredibly thoughtful and articulate about the journey. So I know we're going to learn a lot in this session. Rather than me giving a long-winded intro of you, why don't you introduce yourself, share a little bit about your personal background and what Calendly is.
I will do that. My name is Tope Awatana, founder and CEO of Calendly. Started Calendly 10 years ago out of a very simple frustration of, I was a sales rep. I spent, a lot of my work was, trying to meet with our customers and prospects. And this one particular meeting was just took too many weeks and too many emails back and forth to get it scheduled. I thought there had to be a better way, and decided to start Calendly. And fast forward to now, we started from this simple scheduling product to a true platform that supports individuals, and small teams, and even large organizations all across the globe. That's what we do.
It's great, and Tope is unfailingly humble. But I would add that Calendly is now used by over 20 million people, 100,000 plus companies, and as you said, all over the world, 200 plus countries. So it's truly a household name within productivity software. So really incredible what you have built. I'd like to spend most of the time on the more recent history in Calendly, but I think just for context and to help frame sort of how you've thought about building the company, let's rewind a bit and start with a bit more of the founding story. And you mentioned that you were an enterprise sales rep, felt the pain point of scheduling firsthand before starting Calendly. But what ultimately compelled you to quit your job and go all in?
Yeah, so before I started Calendly, I was a serial entrepreneur. So I was lucky to work for a number of companies that I learned a lot from. I started at IBM, the 800-pound gorilla in tech at the time, and still a dominant company today. And then from there, I went to a startup. And during my time at that startup, I really learned the founding story of that business, and I got inspired by it. And so I decided that I, too, wanted to be an entrepreneur. I had a lot of business ideas that I threw out there to the world. Ultimately, I had about 4, and I shut all of them down. So I was undeterred all the same. And one of the things I realized after those failures is that I was pursuing these business ideas because I wanted to pursue a business, not because I actually really had a unique problem, a unique solution that I wanted to bring to the world. And so I decided I was going to take a hiatus from just taking stabs in the dark and really try to find something that I was passionate about solving. And then it just fell in my lap, this problem with scheduling. And given sort of like my my struggles with the previous businesses, I actually did not start this as wanting to. I didn't go into this wanting to start a business. I went into this looking to learn about the space and the challenges. And the more I learned, the more excited I became about the problem. What I saw was that scheduling is a massive problem in the sense that, especially the types of meetings that Calendly schedules today, those meetings have an outsized impact on the success of a company. The average knowledge worker spends over 50% of their time in meetings, which is, translates to about 1,000 meetings a year. And if you multiply that by 1 billion workers, 1 billion knowledge workers globally, that's 1 trillion meetings on an annual basis. And so you begin to see the size of the opportunity. If you can optimize just a little bit of those meetings, there's a lot of productivity to be had, and there's a lot of improved business outcomes to be had. And that's really what got me fascinated about the problem.
It's a pain point I'm sure we can all appreciate ourselves. Yeah, I think one of the unique things about how you started Calendly was that you didn't raise much outside capital, certainly not at the beginning. I've heard that you invested all your life savings and then some, and took out some personal loans. What was it like to bootstrap in those early days? What were the pros and cons of doing that? And how did that really shape how you thought about building Calendly from there?
Yeah, I mean, I had the idea for Calendly, and I just knew that I needed to get started as soon as I could. And rather than waiting on trying to raise money, trying to find a technical co-founder, I basically emptied my 401k, my savings, and even took out some loans to solve the problem, because I was that convinced that there's a big problem here, and I could play a part in solving it. Unfortunately, I was not really good at it. It was tough for me to raise money for a number of different reasons. One, I did not exactly have a strong track record as an entrepreneur with 4 failed businesses. The space itself was not a space. There were no major successes in the calendar and scheduling space. So for all those reasons, it was tough to raise money. And so I really had to bootstrap, and I ended up flying to Ukraine and hiring a team of engineers when we built the initial version of the product, and that probably began to take off. But soon enough, I ran out of money. And after a lot of pitches, I ended up meeting a man by the name of David Cummins, serial entrepreneur, very, very successful entrepreneur and investor in Atlanta. He invested $350,000 in 2014, and we took that $350,000 and it's really essentially what scaled the business even till today. Yes, we've raised some money, institutional capital from you and a few others in the last few years, but really those are just dollars hidden in our balance sheet. They haven't really gone into the operations of the business. But back to the pros and cons of bootstrapping. When you don't have to worry about, when you can't raise money, it forces you to really go win with customers, right? And so what Calendly ended up doing is we became maniacally focused on the problem we were trying to solve, and we had to monetize early. And because we had to monetize early, allowed us to really understand where we had the strongest product market fit. Like, what were this cohort of customers that our product really resonated with and had the strongest ROI, the most compelling ROI with our product. So I would say that the challenges of fundraising meant that we had to really win with our customers, and it forced us to be focused in what we built and who we built it for.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. I think, as I think I heard that you ran out of money just before launching a paywall, and so a lot of the early users were passionate about the product and using it, but you weren't able to monetize until afterwards. But clearly something, you were able to win the hearts and minds of those users. What was the moment where that flywheel got spinning? Like, how did you actually get that going in the beginning? Was that something deliberate that you did, or did it was it more accidental?
Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of different things. It was definitely an iterative process. I think the first part of it is luck, right? In the sense that we happen to pick a problem that's viral by nature, right? So there's no way to use Calendly without introducing other people to it. So we got lucky there. The second part is the addressable market is large, right? There are lots of products in which, as you use it, you introduce other people to it, but you don't really get that flywheel going because ultimately the addressable market of that product is small. So you don't get this virtuous cycle of I discover the product, I turn around and begin using it for myself. So the other part of that was, the large addressable market. And then pricing and packaging played a role. The product started initially as free because I ran out of money. But in doing that, what that allowed us to do is it just it reduced the barriers to use the product. So I guess I would say the first thing is the free plan, having a free product allowed us to really increase the total number of people active on the platform.
Yeah.
Increase weekly average active users. And the second thing we began to then focus on is how do you improve the quality of that active usage. And so one metric that we pay a lot of attention to at Calendly is meeting intensity, which is the average number of meetings booked by a Calendly user in a given period. And so we began to implement a series of product improvements that would improve that meeting intensity. And then the third thing we then began to do is execute against a product strategy that really allowed us to capture as much of that addressable market. So you had this virtuous cycle of people discover the product, they use it, the quality of their usage increases, which means they're scheduling more and more meetings. And then we began to serve not just individuals and SMB, but for teams and mid-market customers in a lot of different industries, and all those things just really contributed back to that created that flywheel as you described it.
Makes a ton of sense. And then at what point did you sort of layer on the more sales-led motion to augment kind of that viral product-led growth that you've had?
Yeah, we tried to not ever have a sales team. But it failed miserably, and I'm glad it failed. I came from a background in enterprise sales, and frankly, I got tired of that. And the reason I got tired of that is I see the future as giving buyers the choice instead of hiding your product behind a lead form and people have to talk to you to find out the price. I think you should just let the product do the selling and create a product that's so compelling and so easy to use that customers can realize value without any human assistance. So, and by the way, we would have never gotten to where we got to where we were if we needed a sales team, right? Because we were very lightly capitalized. Yep. So being able to build a self-serve business meant that in the early days of the business, it grew very slowly, but very, very efficiently. But fast forward to the sales team, what we saw was that our customers were really pulling us, telling us, asking us to do more. So in the beginning, when I thought about Calendly and scheduling meetings, I was really thinking about the friction of getting that meeting on the books. But it turns out that meetings in a lot of ways are sort of the atomic unit of business, right? So acquiring a new customer starts with scheduling a meeting with them. Hiring a candidate starts with scheduling that first interview. And so meetings end up triggering all these different processes, and these processes involve integrating into other systems,
sure,
bringing additional people into the platform. And as we just followed our customers down that path of, it's great that you schedule a meeting with me, but really I don't want to just schedule a meeting. What my ultimate goal is to convert a prospect to a customer. To do that, I need to trigger all these different processes. Point is, it became more complex over time. Yep. And And even though it's possible for our users to be able to do all those things themselves, ultimately they wanted to talk to somebody on the phone to really understand how they could use the product and get some consultative advice. We were hesitant to do that initially, but what we found was a couple of things. One, we discovered that the LTV of every single customer was not the same, right? Sure. The kind of customers who wanted to talk to us on the phone, when we did talk to them on the phone, like a perfect example was this. We had this bookkeeping service. They wanted to initially start with 10 users and they want to talk to us on the phone. We didn't think that really needed a conversation, but we did talk to them. They started with those 10 users, and in the space of 6 months, it grew to 120 users, right? So there are all these anecdotal stories of when we provided a medium touch experience, yep. Not only did we acquire those customers, those types of customers grew over time. So what we began to do is really try to understand, like, what are the signals that predict the customers whose lifetime value is worth, a higher customer acquisition cost for. And that was the sort of the genesis of our sales team. So it started as just a series of product experts, just talking to the customers on the phone, and then it became more consultative sales reps. But that's sort of the evolution.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. I think when we started working with Iconic, the enterprise sales motion was relatively nascent. Fast forward a few years, I think I read recently that you have like 86% of the Fortune 500 are Calendly customers. When you think about kind of working with the larger enterprises, what were some of the challenges that you encountered, both on the product and the sales side?
Yeah, so I think even though we have a sales team now, 90% of our customers and our revenue still really starts with our initial, footprint in a company is usually through the self-serve channel, right? So what ends up happening is an individual user in a large company uses the product, they want to introduce it to their team, or it starts spreading in the company, and then IT finds out about it, they want to roll it out on a wider basis, and then they begin to have a lot of questions, right? Some of the things they care about security, they care about compliance in highly regulated industries like financial services and healthcare. They care about, purchasing, procurement flexibility. Like they don't want just maybe they want a 3-year agreement, for example. Sure. So essentially what we ended up doing is it became a company-wide effort over time. It started with sales, like I said, but over time, it also became marketing. In marketing, we began to think about messaging and positioning and attending conferences and lead routing. Right? Those are things we didn't really think about before because we were sending it right to the self-serve channel. On the product side, we began to introduce capabilities that address those security concerns and granular permissions, for example. And then on the G&A side, we started redlining agreements, which are things that we didn't do before. We began to do security reviews and stood up an entire team that handled that efficiently. And then on the pricing and packaging side, we began to introduce an enterprise plan that sort of wrapped up all the capabilities that those enterprise customers wanted.
When you think, you're the breadth of customers by segment, the use cases, the sectors that you're addressing is incredibly broad. How do you find focus, within that opportunity and make sure that you don't leave anybody behind and that you're kind of serving all these customers so well?
Yeah, I think the diversity of our customers is one of the most exciting things about the business. Yep. It's also very intellectually stimulating. It's also very, very, very tough. So yeah, I can't say that we've perfectly balanced it, but I think that the times in which we've made the best decisions are those in which we've truly understood like the relative LTV of different customer cohorts. Initially, we sort of served a very, very wide audience of anybody who needed to schedule a meeting, whether internal or external. And then we introduced a paywall, in 2014. And what we found was we had stronger product market fit with people looking to schedule external meetings. The ROI of those meetings were just higher for them. And then gradually over time, we did a much more rigorous analysis over the next few years, and we realized that sales, customer success, and recruiting, and executives were much higher LTV for different reasons. For sales meetings, ultimately those were directly tied to revenue. For customer success, there was a correlation between that to retention. And then for executives, we found executives to be one of the most important Trojan horses to get into a company. So if the CEO is using the product, it makes it a lot easier for for them to send a note to the sales team saying you can be way more efficient. So we went through that analysis, and that's really how we've been able to sort of prioritize the customer course we wanted to focus on. And then in addition to that, we did that sequentially. It wasn't, today we serve SMB, mid-market customers and enterprise customers. We didn't always serve those very well on day one. It took every bit of 10 years to do that. And so we just did that sequentially.
It's an incredible challenge, but also an incredible opportunity, as you said. What are the theme of Slush this year is building to last. And when you think about how quickly technology is evolving, especially with the advances in AI and how accessible that's becoming, how do you really foster a culture of innovation within your product teams to kind of stay ahead of the curve and stay ahead of any competitors that may be encroaching on your turf?
That is not very hard to do. And the reason it's not hard to do is exactly where you left off. We are in a very, very competitive market. Every single day there's a new Calendly competitor that is looking to take a shot at us. So I think it just forces us to be our best. The second part is it is very difficult to not run into a Calendly customer on a given day. So our customers are very, very generous with their feedback. So through our great customers who are very generous with their feedback in a very, very competitive market, it is very difficult to get complacent.
Yep, 100%. When you just kind of staying on the theme of AI for a second, how do you see that sort of playing a role within the product? How have you added it to solving more problems around scheduling and meeting efficiency?
Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe step back a little bit and say, we've been doing Calendly for 10 years now. And in those 10 years, I don't think there's been as much innovation in meetings and productivity as we've seen in the last 3-4 years. There's a lot of really exciting things that are happening. And AI is enabling a lot of the things we've thought about for a long time and making them possible. So we see AI as just a great reset in approachability and accessibility of our product, right? Our product today, we've made a lot of effort to make it really simple for a lot of different types of use cases, but there's still a little bit of a barrier and a paradigm shift that you have to embrace to be able to adopt Calendly. And AI provides an opportunity for you not to really understand Calendly lingo, but really just express what you want in simple language, and for Calendly to interpret that. So that's an area that we're focused on, is how do we make Calendly that much more accessible and easy to use for people who don't really want to get a Calendly PhD to use the product. So that's one step. The other step is that we're excited not just to help you schedule your meetings, but really to help you make your meetings productive. I talked earlier about a trillion meetings happening on an annual basis. The vast majority of those meetings are not run well. And they're not run well because people don't want to. It takes a lot of effort to run a really good meeting. It takes thoughtfulness and a good memory to actually put together an effective agenda. It takes a lot of work to make sure that you follow up effectively on the items that were discussed and that action items aren't forgotten. And we see an opportunity to help with all of those. And we think AI can play a very, very important role throughout that entire journey of preparation for a meeting, host a meeting effectively, following up effectively, all this virtuous cycle to nurture relationships and drive customer and business outcomes.
I've heard you talk about the meeting lifecycle management as part of the evolution for Calendly. Is that what you mean by that?
That's exactly what I mean by that. Okay. Yeah, and to be clear, one of the Calendly today has over 100 integrations, so we don't see ourselves as doing all these things natively, but it's really being that orchestrator of all these important actions and tasks that need to happen for a meeting to be successful. We see ourselves as being the glue and the orchestrator for that.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense, and clearly, as Calendly has become synonymous with scheduling automation, a great insertion point from which to kind of expand and own that broader meeting management. Anything on the horizon from a product perspective that you can share with everybody in terms of what you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, man, where do I start? We were working on a number of different AI prototypes. Hope to be able to launch something and make something generally available in the next few months. I think you'll see Calendly become more people-centric in the next few months. So today, sort of like the organizing principle of Calendly is meetings and event types, which is a set of rules that govern how you want to accept meetings. But we see an opportunity to actually humanize all of that. And really, like I said, help our customers not just schedule meetings, but really to nurture relationships. So those are some of the things that we're working on that we're very excited about.
That's amazing. Well, I think we're about out of time, but it's been an incredible decade and for Calendly, and it's been a lot of fun seeing how the company has just blown everything out of the water in terms of how far you've come, and incredibly excited for what's to come. So thank you again for being here and for sharing the story with all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow.
This next scenario probably doesn't sound too uncommon. You launch a startup, you achieve some success, only to realize the need to navigate the intricate landscape of effective team management.
Not every founder naturally possesses these skills. Many embark on their founder journeys with a very specific niche domain expertise, but lack the crucial experience in people-facing roles. In this talk, we'll hear from two experts who collectively bring decades' worth of experience in managing high-performing startup teams.
Joining us is Lorian Garcia, co-founder of Kavak, the first Mexican unicorn revolutionizing the used cars market. With its $8.7 billion valuation, it stands as the highest valued startup in Latin America.
Alongside Lorian, we have Jessica Neal, a seasoned executive and venture partner at TCV. Previously, Jessica was the chief talent officer at Netflix during a period of expansive growth. And before that, the head of people at Coursera. She definitely has a lot to say.
Together, Lorian and Jessica will illuminate the path for founders, offering valuable advice on navigating the intricacies of people management, especially during challenging times. The conversation will be moderated by Ryan Brown, technology correspondent for CNBC.
This is everything you need to know about talent. Welcome, Lorian, Jessica, and Ryan.
Right, hello everyone. How are you doing? How is Slush going? Big turnout. I'm very glad that you've stuck around with us, despite the fact that it is nearly 5 p.m. and people are getting ready for their evening activities tonight. But very glad you've decided to stick with us. Yeah, I'm really glad to have Jessica Neal, a partner at TCV, former Chief People Officer of Netflix, and Lorian, Chief People Officer of Kavak, massive Mexican used car marketplace, global business, with huge recognition globally, to talk about a pretty interesting topic, which I think a lot of people are talking about already here at Slush. This idea of talent, what it takes to build a successful company that is cognizant of the issues and challenges around bringing in excellent talent and then scaling that globally. It's a fascinating topic. Lorian, just to start with yourself, co-founder of Kavak, started with an operation in Mexico, grew that worldwide. I'd love to hear from yourself, a few anecdotes about what it was like to even start a company. I mean, where did you look in terms of trying to find the right talent, the right people to build the company that is Kavak today?
Great, so happy to be here, full of energy. This is an amazing event. And I'll tell you a little bit, I think that when we decided to start Kavak, the first thing that we said is like, we need to have a problem that is big enough for us to solve, to be really engaged, and to have the solution to be able to solve it, and the product. And the third piece, which is very important, is talent. And how we're going to find people that are actually going to commit their day-to-day and waking up every morning to fill this idea and make sure that we deliver the product. And at the beginning, you end up being a stalker, pretty much. We were LinkedIn stalkers, emailing people and asking them and making sure that they would at least answer and respond to. We used to spend a lot of time pitching and telling them, this is what we're building, this is how big it's going to be, this is why we're the right people to build it, and these are all the people that are helping us build it. And after that, we got their attention. We made sure that we made that dating process long enough for them to visit our operation, get to know the team. And once we saw that spark in their eyes, that's when we switched to recruiting mode. And we're like, okay, now we know that you love this. Let's start with a very rigorous process so people knew that they were joining something amazing, and then celebrate and made sure that they felt very valued and very part of what we were going to build later on.
Totally, yeah. It's interesting just kind of hearing, even trying to inspire people to be part of that journey, part of that mission. And Jessica, former chief people officer of Netflix, scaled the company to thousands of people. I mean, I'm sure you as well would have some experience of what it's like to drive a successful company on the people front. I mean, yeah, just in terms of, to Lauriane's point around how you actually convince people to believe in that mission to come on board. I mean, how do you go about it, when obviously Lauriane was talking about the start of the journey, but, Netflix, when you kind of grew beyond the sort of the DVD business that we all know from back in the day to the streaming giant it is today. I mean, how did you sort of look at attracting talent and bringing people on board?
Yeah, well, when we were DVD, nobody wanted to work there, so it was a lot harder. But I think it becomes even more complex when you do have a bit of a brand, because then you are a destination that people want to be at. And then it's really figuring out who the best people are, right? And that's the hardest part. And I think, having a saturation of talent within your company and building a high performance culture takes a ton of work. And so it's a ton of work attracting the right people and figuring out how you're going to assess them, how you're going to see that spark. Yeah. Right? And when you come to work, you're coming to do something that you're passionate about with a special group of people to do it with. And when you get it right, there's nothing like that. But you don't always get it right. So as much effort as you put on the front end and sort of building the pipeline and selling and getting the right people in, you're going to make tons of mistakes. And so when you don't get it right, you have to be equally aggressive about correcting that. And then that's how you can, kind of saturate the company with more talent. And I think a lot of companies struggle with the sort of middle group, which I call the good layer. You can have your superstars, you have your duds, those are easy to figure out. But it's all the people in the middle that are good. And how do you move them to greatness? And if you can't, then how do you be honest about that in a graceful, genuine way and be good at saying goodbye?
Totally. And this is something I really want to ask both of you about. That problem, or not a problem in many cases, but just that hurdle of trying to attract people to a company that is going through the motion of scaling and becoming massive and growing really fast. You take on more people, in operations across the world, and you might lose some visibility over what exactly you're managing and who's where and things like that. How does that, work for a company like, in your case at the time, Jessica, Netflix, trying to kind of realize these are the ingredients that I need to fulfill that mission of keeping talent, not just getting talent in the first place, but keeping that and keeping them believing in the company and the pace of its growth.
Yeah, and I think, I think this idea of keeping and retaining is maybe the wrong lens.
Right.
I think it's, look, I don't want to keep you if you don't want to be there. But if you want to be there and you're amazing, of course I want to keep you. But I think being honest about a working relationship and being honest about the phases that a human goes through in their personal journey around their career and around their family and around their life, right? And then also the company has its own journey, right? And sometimes those journeys can be on the same path for many, many, many years, and you're able to flex and adapt. But sometimes you want different things. And, if you're, when we were a startup at Netflix and doing DVDs, what was great then wasn't great when we were going into streaming and going global. We needed a different skill set. And some people from the beginning scaled, all the way, and some people didn't. But I think if you can have a culture of honesty to have direct conversations about what's working and what's not, it produces for a much more conducive team and trustworthy environment where you don't feel like it's a failure, you feel like it's a success. And isn't it a wonderful thing to be a great place to be from versus just a good place to be at?
Yeah. Lorianne, I mean, any thoughts, as well on that kind of issue? Kavak being a company that started from a very small point, but now is scaled and it got lots of capital and a $9 billion valuation. I mean, this is a much bigger business we're talking about than it was right at the start. What were some of the kind of learnings that you found along the way as you grew the company?
Yeah, I definitely agree. With what you're saying. The people at the beginning is very different than the people that you're going to need after you're scaling and you're becoming a very big and global company. And it's about making sure that during this trip you have the people that are there at the precise moment where you need them and that they can grow along the way. So it's something that you're growing together as a company. So Kavak is growing, but these people are growing, and maybe if it's the time for them to go to have another challenge in another team or in another place, it's being honest about doing that, because the company changes and the culture changes. You just need to be very intentional about how it changes so it doesn't surprise you and you're like, where am I now, right? So you know where it's kind of going. And some people want to change with that, and some people, want something different.
And when it comes to the sell, for a tech company, oftentimes it's the place to go for people who are looking for, a new role, something that's very challenging in many ways, but exciting in others. But there's different ways to do this, right? You have salaries on the one hand, and I mean, Lord knows tech has seen inflation when it comes to salaries and expectations. Seeing some kind of pressure against that view nowadays, given the sort of challenges that we're seeing economically. When it comes to today, maybe Lorianne, to start with you, and Jessica, if you could pitch in as well. How do you figure out what are the best ways to get the right talent and make those pitches in terms of the salaries that are on offer? You had this war for talent that existed in 20 and 21. Now we're in a very different year, after 22, in which we kind of saw the economic signs go the other way. How do you kind of convince people to sort of stay invested on a personal level and financial level?
Yeah, and I think if you add to that, if you go back to Latin America and the entrepreneurship ecosystem that we had, it was basically non-existent. So you had people that had the talented people had a very clear career path with a very clear financial incentives aligned to it. And you're convincing them to join entrepreneurs that have not been successful in the past, and you're telling them, don't worry, we are gonna make it, we are gonna be successful. So we really had to engage people with a vision and engage people with a dream of being the first group of entrepreneurs that were actually going to be able to make something big and open doors for other entrepreneurs. Because we had to bring in people that were sacrificing maybe 0.5% of their salary versus an equity that they didn't understand, and that people that just wanted to build this. And I think that's what made us very successful as well, because people were really in it to build something that was lasting, something that was going to change the entrepreneurship ecosystem in the region. And I think that's why people still, keep, of course, after fundings, we're now able to pay decent salaries. But at the beginning, it was very difficult.
Totally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Jessica.
Well, we had a slightly different philosophy at Netflix where, even from the beginning, we wanted to pay the best. And so, our thought was that we'd rather pay someone top dollar that was amazing versus 3 average people, because we knew that if we paid top dollar, even though we were a startup, that their work would 10x the work of the 3 average people.
Yeah.
And so we just sort of went all in on that from the beginning. And the result of that was that we had less people, but it was actually a good thing because we got done with a lot less people.
Leaner business.
Yes,
more
and
impact.
it was more scrappy, and it was faster, and it was more agile. And then, we weren't just sort of dragging along this other group of people who, may not have been the perfect fit.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's a very tough thing to approach as well. I mean, when it comes to the right profile of person that you need at the right time, and again, going back to the kind of the shifts that we've seen over the past couple of years, there's been this kind of, I guess, flight to quality, both on a company and business point, but also, in terms of the people who are right for that role at the given time. Jessica, when you sort of look at the environment at the moment, and trying to find the right fit, what is it that you look for, in somebody who wants to get involved in the mission? How do you assess that?
I'm personally a little bit of a human lie detector, so I have that going for me. But I think it goes back to what Lorianne was saying a bit. It's that passion, it's that spark. It's when you're talking to them about not only what they have done in their career, but what you're doing, and you see the light in their eye, and you know that they want to be part of it. And sometimes I think there's interviewing is humans interviewing humans, so it's inherently flawed. No one's figured out the AI behind that yet. I'm sure that'll happen in some room here today at the conference. But you're going to make a mistake because there's only so much talking you can do,
exactly, yeah.
And you're not doing the job together. But I think if you can get really good at digging into the passion, but then also pulling the thread to get more details on how they approach problems, how they solve things, what would it be like to work with them on a day-to-day basis? So the closer you can get to that, the better kind of assessment you're going to have. But again, it's not a foolproof plan.
Yeah, there's no one-size-fits-all approach, is there, when it comes to that question as well? So the tech industry for the past couple of years, we've seen this kind of hyper-growth, from in COVID times where you had companies thinking that this was the best time to grow and scale and hire the most amount of people for the biggest impact in terms of the product. And obviously the online adoption that you saw during COVID led to a lot of that as well. Given the time that we're in today, and companies have to take tough decisions, you've obviously seen cutbacks and layoffs and difficult decisions here and there. When you kind of assess the current market and the ways in which you can kind of keep the ship sailing, but still try to kind of be mindful of the very human element that you're dealing with when you're kind of hiring and trying to keep people within the company, how do you sort of approach this in a compassionate way, and what is the sort of the latest in terms of how the tech industry is dealing with some of the issues in the broader economy?
Yeah, so I think what you're alluding to is layoffs and perhaps a recorrection of overhiring. The good news is that employment rates are still quite low, right? So people, even though the layoffs have happened, people are finding jobs. But I think what organizations have realized is that, throwing bodies at a problem doesn't necessarily solve the problem, right? So even though there was a lot of growth and a lot of hiring, productivity might not have been where a lot of organizations wanted it to be. And there was this money in the bank and there was an opportunity and it made sense to do it at the time. But I think, when you're a young organization and you're growing really fast, there comes a point where you kind of take a step back and you look at that growth and you say, what's the impact that it's having on the business?
Right.
Is it positive or negative? Do we hire the right people? Do we hire them in the right places? Because when you're moving fast, sometimes you don't see those things. And I think a lot of organizations over the last year and a half have taken a step back to say, okay, we're in hyper growth, but did we do it well, right?
Yeah.
And I think some and many came to the conclusion that perhaps maybe they didn't do it right in the right areas, or there was a sort of recorrection that needed to happen.
And just to reflect on that a little bit more, were the decisions that were taken by some of those companies, were they the wrong decisions, or was that just a reflection of the fact that you had to kind of be a bit more economical and scale back the ambition slightly? I don't know, Lauriane, if you have any.
Yeah, I don't believe it was the wrong decision. I think it's the risk that you take as an entrepreneur, because you're riding this boat. And you're thinking of how the context is going to look. You're thinking how much you're going to be able to actually do, and then you need to see what gets thrown at you and how you manage it. So you try to be playing all the time with what scale do I need, what capacity do I need, and then you kind of have to be adjusting and tweaking along the way. As long as you're learning, it's very easy to get into, when you start in hyper growth mode, it's very easy for everyone to tell you, I can solve this with 4 more people. And and then you start in that, and then in the moment you're like, wait, let's step back and think, maybe it wasn't 4 more people, maybe we needed this. So I think it's part of the growth process, and the beauty of it is that I've had people, when they leave because of these changes that say in the company, they're like, thank you for the experience and having been part of that growth, having been part of the story, even though you had to shift directions a little bit for X or Y thing, and you had to readjust. But the journey for them was really what mattered. And they knew, because if you're joining a startup, you're doing something risky.
Yeah.
You know that you're going to need to make changes along the way.
And obviously it's not the end of the road, is it? When you do leave a company, I mean, you have all that experience that you've kind of built up. You can take that, transition somewhere else, and take it to new experiences. So just, going forward, given the time that we're in, where is tech going from here? I know it's a loaded question, isn't it? But to whittle it down a little bit, we're seeing lots of talk about artificial intelligence and just the amount of impact that can have on companies of all stripes. In the people operations and HR, I'd be curious to know, maybe Lauriane, if you could kind of weigh in on how much that's impacting.
I'm super excited. I believe that maybe for the first time we're going to be able to build solutions through AI that can actually help us measure the human part of the business. Because when anybody asks you, so tell me a little bit about, how do you know if HR is successful, if the people, and it's hard because you don't have real metrics, you don't have a way to tie all this data with the KPIs completely and understand and actually see, how can you predict if a person is going to be successful or not? And now we have the tools. So hopefully people who are thinking how to use those tools, of course for the customer, of course to keep building things and products, but also to enable and unleash people in a way that we can all be more productive and happy while we're being productive.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, for a very long time, there hasn't really been a lot of innovation in the space. And right now you're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs come with ideas, whether it's using AI or other technology, to really enable the people organization and organizations in general to have a more, sort of full understanding of what's going on and being able to connect all the dots. And prior, as the CHRO, all the tools I had to use were so fragmented. None of them talked to each other. And you couldn't have a full picture. You had a spreadsheet here and a spreadsheet here. So we're getting to the point where, one, innovation is happening in the space, which I'm so excited about, and two, real meaningful change that has needed to happen because it's all a bit antiquated is coming. So I'm hoping some of the folks in this room who are thinking about these problems will come talk to me at TCB.
Well, and on that note, Jessica, you're here with the fund. I'd be curious to know the venture environment right now. Are you seeing any signs of promising founders? The new kind of wave of founders that are coming in. How much is AI playing a role in that conversation?
There's a lot of talk about AI, which is exciting. And there's so much that's going on in that space that you can't help but get wrapped up into it. However, in a good market or bad market, there are always interesting founders, right? And innovation is happening all the time. And you look at when some of the most iconic companies have been created, it's been in like sort of down markets, right? And here come these like folks out of nowhere, whether it's at Facebook or Apple, whoever. And so it's an exciting time, but it's a different time. And I think I saw Sequoia up here earlier talking that, it's kind of slowed and some are waiting, right? But I think all the time and every time there's brave entrepreneurs out there taking that risk. They have a vision, and that never stops. And so that's what's so exciting about the job, is to be in those conversations and to know who those people are. And then, if all things are right, perhaps you connect and get involved. But it's fascinating and inspiring. I just find that whole journey and that whole step to really take that risk to be one I don't think most people would take.
It is a jump, definitely. To start a company is something else entirely. And I mean, if you have any advice for the room, there's plenty of folks out there who are, I'm sure, looking at starting a company, maybe already in a successful tech company, and want to know what is the right, way to kind of go about it. How do they, I guess, on the one hand, maybe, Lauriane, you can share some perspectives on growing and scaling and building out the products and the people teams. And then, Jessica, I'd love for you to weigh in on, how do you approach, a venture investor? What's the right recipe to get a TCV on board as an investor?
Happy to. This answer could take so long if we had like the whole day. But I want to structure it, a little bit in first, if you're building something, make sure you're building something that has a big market. Because if you want to have and you want to scale, you really need to focus on a big market. The other thing is that make sure that you build it with people that are as passionate about this with you. You spend up a lot of time with them. You spend time with them all the time. And at the end, it's the talent. It's the people that you're building with that makes the effort worthwhile to actually wake up in the morning and keep doing this all the time. And the third one is the power of your own mindset. I think that was one of the things that changed most when I became an entrepreneur and jumped from my corporate job to an entrepreneur, is being able to kind of block all the noise around you and just say, okay, because I have COVID ahead, right? So what can I focus that I can actually control, that I can actually do to move the needle today without listening to all the noise around me, and that actually helps you push every day forward until you build something amazing, because you never stop building. And then you realize and you're like, wow, look at what I built. And I'm so excited about what we're going to continue building in the future.
Yeah. Well, I think to your point, you have to have a good market. You have to have a good idea and a good TAM. We focus more on later stage, both public and private. But outside of the market and the idea and a decent ARR, you really are betting on a team, right? And so it's the belief in the idea and the conviction around the business, but it's also the belief and conviction around the team, because it's the people that are going to pull it off. And so when we're doing diligence and looking at organizations, of course we're looking at the numbers, but we're also looking at the team and how impressive are they and their ability to work with each other, because it's hard, right? And you're going to hit some bumps in the road, and how are they going to react when that happens?
Creative differences, differences around management and governance, all of these questions
all these things
that come down the track.
Can they lead a group of people, more than 10? So.
Yeah. Now, growth stage, that's been a challenging part of the market. You're seeing the European State of European Tech report that was released today kind of shared a lot of insight about just how tough things are at the moment. In European venture, you've seen that kind of withdrawal of US and Asian investors from the tech industry as a whole. When it comes to growth stage, what is the outlook there? For TCV, I'd be curious to know, do you see companies managing to raise funds again at some point in the future? Where is the where's the magic like timeline for when we start seeing an end to a lot of the cold pressures that have faced the startup world for the last year or so?
Well, you keep asking a lot of questions where I need my crystal ball and I left it in the back. But yes, I think I don't know what time. I don't think any of us were predicting that there'd be 2 wars happening. None of us could have even imagined COVID. But I do think that capital is needed and innovation is happening, and so normalization will happen, and perhaps a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, wasn't quite normal, right? So maybe we'll get back to a normal pace of investing in diligence.
A bit of a sort of step back to reality, really,
right.
in terms of what should be a good business approach. Lauriane, do you have any kind of outlook in terms of, obviously no crystal ball? I think every time somebody tries to predict when IPOs are coming back, for instance, it's it's this year, or no, it's next year, but it's never quite the right time. But just in terms of when some of those issues start to thaw, I mean, obviously, Kavak being a global company, and very late stage, you obviously have a sense of, what things are currently like, within the business. I mean, when it comes to revenues, and it's almost a paradox, isn't it, with venture? On the one hand, you're kind of seeing revenues growing quite sharply, and for Kavak, I know that it's been a state of growth. On the other hand, you're seeing that kind of reaction from markets that isn't quite matching up. I mean, how do you bridge those two conflicting things that are going on right now?
Well, I think that coming from emerging markets, you learn that we go through cycles of up and downs all the time. And we've had, we started 7 years ago, COVID, wars. So it's kind of like we say, okay, let's breathe. This is a cycle that we're going through, and you go a cycle in which everything is up, then you go one when you need to, tighten up the belt, make sure that you're very lean, that you're operating, and then you kind of push for growth. So we're still expecting, we know that right now we're in that bottom cycle, and expecting that it's going to change, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Totally. Got 1 minute left on the clock. I know I ask a lot of future-looking questions, and I know it's such a hard thing to predict the future. Nobody can quite know what is the perfect outcome looking ahead. But Jessica, Lauriane, in terms of the HR functions and the people functions, what's that going to look like, in 5 to 10 years' time? I mean, it might look very different to what we have today. The kinds of software that are out there, the operations. What does the future hold for people and HR functions, and how will tech kind of drive some of that innovation?
Yeah, I need my crystal ball, but but I think look, I think that hopefully there's been an evolution in the function to become more strategic and a better partner to the business. And that evolution has been happening over the last 10 years. It's certainly been happening over the last 5 years. But really what's happened in the function today in terms of all the things that you have to be responsible for, of course you're the HR strategist and sort of the culture and people strategist, but you're also the chief medical officer, you're the chief diversity officer, you're the chief operating officer in many extents.
You take on so much more than
yeah, so I think the function in terms of responsibility is evolving, and the great thing that we talked about a little bit earlier is that the technology now is coming up to play to match that evolution in the function. So what I'm hoping for is that in 5 years, 10 years, sort of the function has really evolved to be the strategic business partner that's really helping the organization scale, but then also it has a supportive platform technology that allows it to deliver on that. And so, I don't know, that's my thought.
And I know we're out of time, but for me, my hope more than where it's going to go is that we're going to be able to use technology to understand people more and to understand how we can get people to be very passionate but also deliver results through all of this, because we're very complex, and maybe through AI and all of these things, we are actually able to get that to a level in which we can understand and we can actually help people do better at whatever they're doing and just achieve their dreams.
Totally. Well, that's the ultimate goal, making people more productive, happier, and wanting to be part of the journey. So yeah, I mean, Jessica, Laurianne, thanks so much for taking the time and joining us to have this fascinating chat on the state of HR and people today. Thanks so much as well, everyone, for joining. Really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your slush and get off and have a few drinkies. I think there's a few people already on that journey now. But thanks again, guys. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 1 year ago, the world underwent a massive shift as ChatGPT, the pioneering generative AI chatbot, made its debut.
In an instant, the prospect of a science fiction future where machines possessed autonomous thought felt more real than ever. 1 year later, OpenAI's GPTs and their assistant APIs have made it exceedingly easy for developers to build agent-like experience within their own applications.
To learn the ins and outs of how to best take advantage of these assistant APIs, we're excited to welcome on stage Romain Huet. Romain currently leads developer experience at OpenAI, inspiring and supporting builders to integrate AI into their applications. Previously, Romain spent 5 years at Stripe, building their developer platform.
Joining this riveting conversation, we have Vince Hanks. Vince is a partner at Thrive Capital, where he specializes in software, infrastructure, and emerging tech companies. Vince has led the firm's investment in OpenAI, Melio, and Airplane Dev.
This is going to be the last talk on this stage today, so let's give a huge round of applause for our next guests, Romain and Vince.
Woohoo!
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with Romain. It's my first time at Slush. It's also my first time in Helsinki, and it's amazing to see all the energy and lights out here. It seems like we're celebrating something. Ironically, it's also a really special day for OpenAI. It's the 1 year anniversary of ChatGPT, which it's crazy to think about that ChatGPT has been 1 year into the product, despite it being well over 100 million weekly actives and kind of taking the world by storm. I figured we'd start by maybe sharing some of OpenAI's metrics for Europe in particular, since we're over here, and I think folks maybe are less familiar with that data on the company. In Europe, ChatGPT is at 34 million users. In Finland, it's over 600,000 active users, which I think is something like 10 or 11% of the population of Finland, which is mind-blowing.
Pretty amazing.
Companies all across Europe are using the API. Some really big marquee customers for OpenAI in Europe are folks like Spotify, Delivery Hero, Zalando, Klarna, and so on. And OpenAI is starting to build out a team in Europe. I think you guys opened your first office in London.
And Dublin,
and Dublin too. You have something like 20 or 25 employees here, and ambitions to grow the team a ton. And so that's really exciting. And so maybe to share a little bit about Romain's background, Romain is a founder where he started his journey. You're an engineer as well by background. Over the last 8 years, you've run a developer platform at some of the largest platforms out there, folks like Twitter, or now X, and Stripe, which I think is widely regarded as one of the better developer platforms. And recently you joined OpenAI to lead developer experience. So welcome, and thank you for taking time with us.
Yeah, thank you, Vince, and good afternoon, everyone. Really, really excited to be here. It's quite amazing to see all the energy here, and as you can hear from my accent, I'm sure I feel at home here in Europe. But really, I want to say, I'm super proud, to see all the progress the European ecosystem has made. When I see all this crowd, and I'm really getting a kick out of being here. When I started my journey as a founder in 2008 in Paris, there were very, very few startups, let alone access to capital or even talent in engineering and product and design that had seen the scale of the big tech companies. And now when you look at this room with so many founders here, it's pretty remarkable to see the progress we've made in 15 years. I can even say, I think it's the first time in my career where Europe is at the forefront of a platform shift, right? When we went through cloud and we went through mobile, Europe was somewhat lagging behind, but now with this AI wave, it's amazing to see that it's happening worldwide and especially here in Europe. So really, really excited to be here today. It's pretty awesome.
We're excited to have you. So maybe before we get into product, which I know is what our core focus is today, I think everyone here wants to know the elephant in the room question. The last 2 weeks have been...
you mean 3 weeks ago? Right? 3 weeks ago was Dev Day.
No, yeah. I think you know what we're talking about. I mean, the last 2 weeks have been putting a lot of people on edge on Twitter, reading the news. Yeah. I know we're not going to talk about specifics today, but I do think it's important for everyone here. There's a lot of investors, a lot of startups who are customers of yours. Maybe what's your reflections on the last 2 weeks and how it's impacted potential customers or startups, and maybe you at the company?
Yeah. Well, look, it's been a crazy time. And for the crowd here, I've only been at OpenAI for 3 months. So you can imagine this has been quite the onboarding with Dev Day, which was extremely exciting, and some of the recent events in the past 2 weeks. But really, as you may have seen this morning, the announcement, we're officially back. Sam and Greg are back at the company. Mira is back in her role as a CTO. And we're just super, super excited to be back to building and continuing to the progress on the mission of building safe and AGI for all of humanity. So, personally, during that time, what has been amazing to see for me was not just the resilience and the team spirit at OpenAI internally, but also externally, the outpouring of support we've seen from customers, from partners, from developers all around the world. It was really heartwarming to see. I have personally received hundreds of messages from founders who are kind of rooting for us, still committed to building with the OpenAI platform. And I'm really proud that during that time, we lost 0 customers, 0 partners. They were really behind us, and that's really been amazing to see. So very excited to be back to building. And during that time, in fact, the focus for us remained on the customers. We had on-call rotations for the platform. We kept we went back to what we did best, which was shipping. We shipped ChatGPT Voice. For all free users, in fact. Wow. So that's pretty awesome. Maybe we can even try it right now. What do you think?
A live demo? It's risky.
I mean, why not?
Risky.
Let me try something. All right, I'm with Vince on stage here at Slush. Can you greet the audience?
Hey, everyone. It's fantastic to be in Helsinki and be surrounded by such visionary founders and entrepreneurs. Keep shaping the future and enjoy the event. Today's my first birthday, and yes, we are so back.
It's pretty cool. Well, to get into product,
yeah,
Dev Day was 3 weeks ago. I think it was your first developer day ever as a company.
One, yeah.
You were a keynote speaker. You guys announced a lot of products. Maybe we can just start for the folks that weren't at Dev Day or didn't see it. What were some of the highlights?
Yeah, I mean, the first and primary announcement, I'd say, was the launch of GPT-4 Turbo. So for us, there was an update to our most advanced language model, and honestly, it came with a lot of feedback that we addressed from all of you, customers, developers, founders. And so a few things to highlight within GPT-4 Turbo. Obviously, a lower price. Now it's 3x cheaper for input tokens and 2x cheaper for output tokens. And so for founders out here building, it's really a big deal to have these models that are more capable, but also more accessible to integrate with products and ship them. and bunch of like things that that we've been seeing on the market as requests. Like for instance, a larger context window, 128K. You can now fit an entire book worth of content in the context. JSON mode, better capability to follow instructions for the models, higher rate limits, and also the team is now focusing on speed next for these models. So tons of great updates for people building with these models. And we also launched new modalities in the API. So as you've just heard, like many of you, I'm sure, are using ChatGPT, but what's interesting is now, as developers and builders, you can access these modalities from the API, whether it's DALL-E 3, whether it's text-to-speech or vision. All of these modalities are now in the API, and we also launched our kind of first steps towards like agents experiences with the GPTs within ChatGPT and the Assistants API.
Yeah, I mean, I was at the Dev Day, and I'd say the aura of the crowd felt very WWDC-esque. People were really excited. A lot of the developers I talked to weren't even talking about the big stuff. They were talking about the JSON little toggle to get that to come out of the model. And so it's impressive to see you guys ship across both the small details and the large features. My understanding of the Assistants API and GPTs, or at least it's kind of your nomenclature for agents. And certainly we've spent a lot of time with startups, some in the room, and many of them are trying to build with agents, but there's a very wide array of how people are thinking about it, and the spectrum's quite broad. So I think it would be helpful for folks here, or certainly myself, to understand from OpenAI's perspective or yours, how do you think about what is an agent, and certainly over the next year, what will agent-like products look like?
Yeah, sure. Actually, before we dive in, maybe a quick show of hands, like who in the room is actually building with OpenAI right now? Wow. That's
half the room. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So back on agents, it's an interesting term, right? Because it's been used with very wide ranges of definition. For us, like when we look back on like agents, I think at the end of the day, it's about like having an AI that's more capable, that's like more personalized, more customizable, and ultimately the idea is that you'll be able to ask a computer to do some tasks, and the computer will be able to execute those tasks on your behalf. So even though the definition of agents goes back decades, with the robotics and distributed computing and the AI field, I think it's all about having these like systems that are more powerful and able to take action on behalf of the users. So back to what we launched at Dev Day, to be clear, we don't quite see GPTs or the Assistants API as agents just yet. I think for us, it's all about like this first step towards this agentic software that we want to move towards. And it's really echoing back to the way we think at OpenAI about like deploying safe AI out there. It's all about this iterative deployment, and we really want to make sure that our technology is constantly in contact with reality, constantly in contact with like real use cases, and it's really about laying this wide blanket of on Earth, so all builders and founders can really appreciate and integrate that technology into their apps and services.
I mean, I'm not even a developer. I'm entirely financial by background, and I was back with my family in the US to celebrate Thanksgiving, and my brother works in marketing at a law firm, and we built a little marketing analyst GPT that he shared with other people in the firm to do stuff. So it's fun. Where I was in Korea, and we built a Korean GPT where everything was text-to-speech out in the Korean language, which seems small, but I could program that all myself, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think for those of you who have not kind of tried or even built a GPT yet, what I find quite fascinating is like you don't need to be an engineer to build a GPT, right? It's all about like making ChatGPT work even better for you, and ultimately you give like access to more knowledge with some files, for instance, and some actions that it can take. And you can really customize the whole ChatGPT experience for your own use case, whether it's just for you or for friends, family, and coworkers too. And so, it's really early stages also for GPTs. We're very excited about like rolling out the GPT store also in the coming weeks for founders.
How do you know when folks should be using a GPT versus the Assistants API?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I see them as very complementary, if you will. As we just said, if you're a builder or if you're a creator, it's pretty awesome to kind of create something rapidly and deploy it. If you're a founder that may just be getting started and tinkering with some ideas or trying some hypotheses, like it's quite awesome also to test those things rapidly and distribute them immediately to 100+ million of weekly active users on ChatGPT. Now, if you already have a product, and let's say you have like very specific workflows, or you're optimizing for a specific persona of customers, well, it's amazing to also bring that technology within your product, and that's where the Assistance API comes in, right? And for me as a developer, I'm very excited about the Assistance API too, because you can literally take all of those modalities, whether it's vision, whether it's like text-to-speech, and bring that into your own workflows and experiences. So I think regardless, I think we're in very early stages for these modalities, and I think what matters is for all founders, I would hear to be able to create the very best customer experiences ultimately, whether they're in ChatGPT or their own products.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think about. From the investment side, or from our conversations with many founders, this concept of is that a GPT wrapper has come up a lot, and OpenAI is going to maybe eliminate the need for my business, and so how do we think about if this is a GPT wrapper or not, and where will long-term product value accrue and so forth has been a question that a lot of folks are talking about. I guess we have a lot of founders in the room. If you were trying to help them discern from OpenAI's perspective, given how big your ambitions are, what is a wrapper versus what do you think is a product worth investing in over the long term? Do you have a perspective on that?
Yeah, I think ultimately we're all learning, right? It's all early days for AI, and I think there's still a ton of room for people to build here. The definition of wrapper is somewhat nebulous, right? But I think ultimately, if you have as a founder a unique insight, or if you have a particular workflow you want to go after, you should absolutely do so, right? I think the way I think about this is that there are a couple questions to keep in mind, right? The first one is let's say if I have access now to this ease of use of AI, what's my unique differentiator as I'm building a product? And the second one is if a large company is going after something similar, how can I compete? And so I think in the short term, the way I see it is that most of the large companies are going to build after the kind of in the macro sense, if you will. They're going to go after use cases that are pretty generic. But if you have, let's say, a particular persona in mind, we are super excited, for instance, about customers fine-tuning models for healthcare, for medical use cases. That's really awesome. We've seen Harvey, for instance. If you're not familiar with Harvey, they're a Gen AI product for law firm. And that's really awesome, too, to see that those startups go after these particular workflows. We're certainly not the legal experts here. And the term platform is sometimes a little cliche, but I think in the case of OpenAI, it's really true. We want to build this platform, and we're not going to try to build the AI salesperson, the AI lawyer, but conversely, we want the very best founders out there to go craft amazing experiences for these customers, right? I think that's what really matters. And when you think medium to long term, let's say 5 to 10 years from now, I think what's interesting is to think about what are the points of friction, what's the kind of pain points, but also what are the new experiences you'll be able to enable for your own customers. And ultimately, it's all about taking steps towards that, both to set you up for success, but also set your customers up for success in this new kind of agentic future.
Yeah.
But this is just me rambling, but what about you as an investor? Where do you see value accrue, and which kind of founders are you excited to back?
Yeah, it's easier said than done, I think. I think it's easy, from the investment perspective, it's easy to be dismissive of these things that people call wrappers because they seem just like abstraction layers on the API and so forth, and cute little products start off and they get a lot of momentum, and over time they turn into big businesses. And so we've tried to think about when is it just a clone of ChatGPT versus when is there true software that you're laying hooks in the workflow, or you're building for verticals like law or bio or healthcare we do a lot of investing in. And in those cases, you have domain expertise and you build little integrations that I don't think you guys plan to do anytime soon, at least. And so from that perspective, we think things that start off as small could turn into big companies.
Yep.
But most of what we're focused on is how do you go find the big ideas that start as kind of these odd, quirky things. If this was 2012 and you and I were sitting here talking about the App Store on the iPhone and what is the future of applications, it was probably unlikely we were going to pick ride sharing and food delivery or like Airbnb. And so today, when I think about the future of these products, it still feels like we're pretty early because we have not seen as many of these kind of quirky new experiences yet, which is, I think, a lot of the excitement that we're hoping for.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what I find personally fascinating too is the way we build software is changing, right? We're coming from a place where software used to be quite static, built from static data with very much like constrained workflows. And we're moving to a world where software is more assistive. You can do more for your users. You can help them recoup some of their time, improve their creativity, their productivity also. And I think that's where you can build amazing experiences that you could not do before. And for me as a developer, for instance, I'm super excited with function calling as a feature of our models. And if you are not familiar with function calling, it's this idea that you can give context to the model, like GPT-4 Turbo, about the features and the functions that are very unique to your product. You can describe which features and functions you have, which parameters they take. And what that means is that when your users are starting to interact with your products in natural language, the model can know when and how to call these functions. And I think that's pretty powerful in how we reimagine software in the future.
Yeah, I mean, one of the founders we work with, Josh Miller, who is building a product called Arc, which is the next generation of what a browser looks like. I saw his talk earlier today, and he can be sometimes has a flair for the dramatic on the lines, but he said the most underappreciated feature in all of AI right now is function calling.
I would agree.
And it's where they're seeing the most progress of kind of customer utility. So maybe an interesting thing for folks to go look into.
For sure.
Maybe shifting gears a little bit, your core function is developer experience. I think you spent the last 5 years really at Stripe, which I think folks kind of would agree is one of the, if not the leading kind of developer API, at least in payments, and does a remarkable job there in documentation, the little details. You're now at OpenAI doing the same thing. Maybe for everybody here, can you talk a little bit about what it means to build developer experience for OpenAI, and a little bit of how you think about the challenge and what makes it different than what you did at Stripe?
Sure, yeah. I think what I find very fascinating is we were just talking earlier about how do we build the very best frontier models for founders to use and incorporate in their apps, but really they're only valuable if they're easy to access and easy to use. And I think that's where developer experience comes into play. And so at Stripe, when we were building and optimizing for the discerning developer as our persona, it was all about building the most elegant API design, abstractions, developer tools, and really helping developers run their businesses on Stripe. You can think of OpenAI in the same way. It's all about elevating the developer experience, removing friction, and offering the easiest path for founders and builders to bring AI into their products. And what I find fascinating is that I wish I could talk personally to all founders and all developers building on the platform, but we can't. There's so many. And so that's where it's amazing to have a great self-serve experience for, if you are a hacker and if you have an idea on a Saturday, you can just sign up, get your API key, get up and running. And that's the beauty of having an amazing DX for everyone to be empowered to build quite rapidly. And at Stripe and both at Stripe and OpenAI, I think we spend a lot of time talking to customers and to users to see what are the pain points, what are the points of friction we could remove for them. And at Stripe, what was fascinating is that I felt users were quite prescriptive about what they were expecting from us, right? Because they had a business to run, they wanted to expand to new geographies, new payment methods, and so it was never about wondering what the roadmap should be, but rather about sequencing it. And I think at OpenAI, there's quite a little bit of that, but also we're all so early in the AI space that we're also just discovering what the best use cases will be. And sky is really the limit in terms of what you can accomplish with AI. So there's a lot of back and forth that's really fascinating for us with our users and developers. And of course, it's going to be quite amazing to look back on this talk in a year or two from now with the AI breakthroughs we're going to have until then.
That's an interesting point. I mean, are there specific points of feedback that would be interesting for you to surface here for folks, or like what are the common things that people are asking you for right now?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like we see things like, of course, cost was a big one. So we're super excited to have reduced the cost of those models, especially with GPT-4 Turbo. Rate limits also was a big point of feedback. Of course, we doubled all of these rate limits a couple of weeks ago, and we want to lift them even more in the future. And we are also having a ton of interesting conversations around like how do you bring new modalities into your products, and how do you blend things like vision, text-to-speech all together to enable experiences that we have not seen before. So yeah, a ton of amazing discussions and trying to bring the best of this feedback into the product.
It's interesting that you bring up cost several times. I mean, we hear it a lot from startups. Obviously, resource-constrained startups care about cost. To bring up a different topic that is definitely part of the central debate right now with AI, open source models versus, at least GPT-4 is closed sourced.
Yep.
It's a big discussion. And I think there's definitely philosophies on both sides. I think we've been trying to be grounded with companies of what are the real things that they care about or they raise in conversations for why they use open source versus they might use your API. And the vast majority are starting with the API, but when we hear about open source usage, a lot of it is cost-driven, or they think there is more control and ability to fine-tune and flexibility of where they run it. And maybe that's more of a thing with GDPR in Europe too. And so it's interesting to think about, cost for a startup. At least if you're resource constrained, you can't afford ML engineers to run all the DevOps. I think I saw an interesting report put out there that as you've shipped the new models, you've also taken down cost and supported the older models. And so 3.5 Turbo, I think I saw someone put an article, is almost at price parity with running Llama 2. And so even from a cost perspective, long term, it seems like the curve is going to steepen and cost will come down pretty quickly. And on control, we've been debating with folks, if you're not going to run it yourself as a startup, you have to pick a partner to run it for you. And so ultimately, you're picking between having OpenAI run it for you or another company run it for you. And so there's still this trust element in another party. I guess from your vantage point, what do you think are some of these trade-offs with open source, or do you have any kind of things you would insert into the debate for a founder?
Yeah, look, I think if I put my founder hat back on, when you're trying to optimize as a founder, you're really optimizing for like building your MVP and getting to product market fit as fast as you can, right? And when you're building with that lens, I think what matters is to really like not think about like infrastructure, GPU scarcity, and so on, but rather thinking about your customer, your experience that you want to enable, and really be like as innovative as you can and the fastest to market. And so to me, it's all about like leveraging the most frontier model to be the most innovative as you can. And I think that plays quite in favor of like using something like OpenAI as an API directly from the get-go. That being said, we love open source, and I think open source is playing a huge role in the community. And we would probably not have come close to where we are now without open source ourselves. So we also want to contribute and give back to that community. When I look at the progress of the teams like Mistral, who spoke earlier, very nascent team, it's pretty amazing to see the progress. For us, like things like Clip or Whisper v3, like these are open source models that we also put out there, and Whisper v3 was even first on Hugging Face a couple of weeks ago. But the reason why we also have this like larger and more capable model behind an API is for us to kind of control a bit more the misuse and the abuse. So from the safety lens, I think that's why we are kind of like using an API as the kind of the abstraction for people to use. But yeah, ultimately we don't know what the future holds. But if our founder today had optimized to build with the most advanced and most frontier models from an API.
Does that make sense? If you think about in practice, building at the frontier, using the latest and greatest, especially if it's not that much of a cost premium, I think makes sense to me. Are there companies or products that you look at that you guys have worked with where you say that product can't be built with open source today, or this is a really interesting use case that you can only do on the frontier?
Yeah, I think that to me it also goes back to like this concept of like modalities, right? Like when you take a look, for instance, as a developer, I love Vercel as a company. And when you look at what they've done recently with v0.dev, for instance, so if you're not familiar with v0.dev, is this idea like as a developer, you can write a short prompt and it would automatically create the code of like a React component or even a full-on app. But what they added just last week is this idea that you can actually upload like a Figma file or a template even, and that would in turn create the code. And that's a pretty magical experience that's combining vision capabilities with like the capability of writing code. So that's a pretty unique one, I think, that you could not really build otherwise.
It's pretty cool.
And also we're here in Europe, so Spotify is a great use case, right? Spotify, for instance, using our voice technology to take the voice of podcasters and turning that in every language. And that's pretty remarkable as an experience too that you can build when you have access to these frontier models.
It's pretty cool. Just looking at the time, I think we're going to run short here in a second. So maybe last question for you. A lot has been shipped in the last year. We're only 1 year into ChatGPT. It seems so early. From your vantage point inside of the company and having kind of purview of all the stuff you're working on, what are you most excited about next year?
Man, a ton of things. I'm just like super excited to see how we'll continue to transform software, with natural language. It's pretty remarkable to look back, like when the iPhone came out, Steve Jobs was highlighting, the fact that like keyboards used to be these like clunky pieces of hardware on mobile phones. And I feel like we're maybe in the same spot with like, products. They've been kind of somewhat constrained with buttons and controls. And I think we can drastically change the way we build apps and products by using more like conversational AI in there. And I'm sure at OpenAI we have a remarkable talent density. So I'm sure we'll have like many more advances to share. But I'd say more importantly, I'm excited to see the breakthroughs that all of the founders here and worldwide are going to build using our technologies, our modalities. Things are still very, very early, but what I'm very excited about is to see which ones of you in the room, founders today, are going to be on this stage next year presenting your killer app based on OpenAI tech. So that's what I'm excited about.
Well, thank you, Roman. I think a lot to think about. I mean, certainly this concept of building at the frontier with the latest and greatest, biggest models is kind of an interesting thing to think about. I'm excited you're here in Europe, and you guys are hiring more people and building a lot of momentum with startups in Europe. And so it'll be interesting to see what everyone does with all the technology here. And we really appreciate you making the time and the trip out here. So thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. What a great way to finish.
Yes, that actually wraps up day one at Founder Stage. We are your hosts, Anna, and this is Sarah. And we want to thank you all in the audience and everyone online, and of course our amazing guests, and everyone tuning in online today.
That was absolutely epic. From learning how to scale high-performing teams to building your revenue streams, we have learned a lot about early-stage company building today.
And for tomorrow, we'll be back at 10 a.m. for another full day of great content and guests, such as Tony Chu, Miki Kuusi, and Sanna Marin.
We hope you have a really fun night. Dress warmly. Remember to drink some water. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Good night.
Good night.